Before the United States existed, there were nations. Over 200 indigenous peoples lived across this continent, each with its own language, beliefs, and worldview. They weren't side characters in America's story. They were the story. Beneath each forgotten name lies a culture that endured. A way of life that, in many cases, still endures today. And yet, most of us couldn't name 5. This documentary isn't just a history lesson. It's a chance to uncover everything you were never taught in school. From the Iroquois Confederacy to the nomadic tribes of the Great Basin, this is a living story. One that still breathes. Join me on this long journey. These are all the Native American tribes. My name is Sam, and this is Wild America. Arctic peoples. The Arctic culture area spans over 5,000 miles across northern Alaska, Canada, Greenland, and Siberia, characterized by extreme cold, permafrost, and tundra landscapes. With long winters of perpetual darkness and short summers of midnight sun, this frozen desert supports limited vegetation but abundant marine life, including whales, seals, and walruses that sustained indigenous populations. Arctic peoples, distinct from other Native Americans in physical appearance and arriving later via boat from Siberia around 2500 BCE, adapted remarkably to this harsh environment. The 2 main groups are the Inuit, formerly called Eskimo, and Aleut, who share linguistic roots in the Aleut language family, but developed distinct cultural practices. While both groups relied on hunting sea mammals and caribou, the Inuit famously developed snow igloos for winter shelter, a technology the Aleut did not adopt. These resourceful peoples developed specialized tools and clothing to survive extreme conditions, creating parkas from animal skins and crafting weapons from bone and stone. Their semi-nomadic lifestyle followed seasonal animal migrations across ice and tundra. The traditional Inuit diet of raw meat provided essential nutrients in an environment where agriculture was impossible, leading to their Algonquian given name, meaning eaters of raw meat. Despite the challenges of their environment, Arctic cultures developed rich traditions of storytelling, art, and spiritual practices closely tied to the natural world. Their ingenious adaptations to one of Earth's most inhospitable climates demonstrate human resilience and creativity in the face of extreme environmental constraints. Today, these communities continue to maintain their cultural heritage while facing modern challenges in the rapidly changing Arctic region. Aleut. The Aleut people, known in their language as Unangan, the people, inhabit the rugged Aleutian Islands, stretching 1,200 miles southwest from Alaska. Their name likely originates from either a native term meaning island or a Russian word for bald rock. These indigenous people developed a remarkable maritime culture adapted to the harsh subarctic environment of these volcanic islands. Living in a challenging landscape of rocky terrain, thick fog, and limited vegetation, the Aleut relied on the rich resources of the sea for survival. They hunted marine mammals, including sea otters, seals, walruses, and whales, while also fishing for salmon and gathering shellfish. On land, they collected roots, berries, and other wild plants to supplement their diet. The Aleut constructed distinctive semi-subterranean communal dwellings called barabaras, built with driftwood or whalebone roofs and insulated with sod walls. These homes featured eastern-facing passageways that served as doors and were heated by stone oil lamps. Their technology included watertight clothing made from sea mammal intestines and sophisticated hunting gear for marine pursuits. Despite the extreme environment, the Aleut maintained a rich cultural tradition with complex social organization, spiritual beliefs tied to their marine world, and a distinct language, Unangam Tunu. Today, approximately 2,000 Aleut descendants continue to live in the islands, working to preserve their ancestral traditions while participating in modern life. Their enduring culture stands as a testament to human adaptability in one of the planet's most challenging environments. Inuit. The Inuit, meaning the people, formerly called Eskimo, are indigenous Arctic peoples distinct from Native Americans, with ancestral roots in Siberia. They inhabit regions across Alaska, Canada, Greenland, and Russia, adapting remarkably to harsh Arctic conditions through innovative survival strategies. Traditionally nomadic hunters, the Inuit relied on sea mammals, seals, walruses, whales, and caribou for food, clothing, and tools. They developed specialized technologies like kayaks, umiaks, large boats, and dog sleds for transportation, and constructed temporary snow igloos, used mainly by Central Inuit alongside more permanent sod houses. Their tailored caribou and sealskin parkas provided exceptional insulation against extreme cold. Inuit society was organized around extended families with complex partnership systems. They maintained rich spiritual traditions involving shamans, angakoks, and ceremonies like the bladder dance. Their oral storytelling tradition and distinctive ivory carvings reflected deep connections to the Arctic environment. European contact began with Vikings in Greenland, 984 AD, and expanded through explorers seeking the Northwest Passage. The 20th century brought significant changes, including snowmobiles replacing dog teams and modern housing replacing traditional dwellings. Today, about 85% of Canada's Nunavut territory, established 1999, is Inuit, giving them political autonomy. Alaskan Inuit benefit from the 1971 Native Claims Settlement Act. While adopting modern technologies, Inuit maintain cultural traditions and face new challenges from climate change impacting their Arctic homeland. Their renowned art continues to thrive, blending traditional themes with contemporary expressions. California Indians. California Indians comprised over 100 distinct tribes speaking diverse languages, Hokan, Penutian, Uto-Aztecan, and others, within the ecologically rich California culture area. Unlike most Native Americans, they thrived as hunter-gatherers without agriculture, except for tobacco, supported by abundant acorns, seafood, and game. These tribes developed specialized adaptations to California's varied landscapes, from northern forests to southern deserts. Acorns were their staple food, processed through laborious leaching and grinding. They hunted deer, rabbits, and waterfowl, while coastal groups harvested seafood using innovative tool balsas and Chumash plank canoes. California Indians were renowned for their exquisite basketry, used for cooking via stone boiling, storage, and ceremonial purposes. They lived in cone-shaped brush dwellings or earth lodges, wearing minimal clothing suited to the mild climate. Social organization centered on autonomous village triblets, led by chiefs, with complex spiritual traditions, including the Kuksu cult. Games like hoop and pole and shinny provided recreation, while shell bead money facilitated extensive trade networks. Their population density was among the highest in native North America prior to European contact. The arrival of Spanish missions dramatically altered their way of life, with many tribes becoming collectively known as Mission Indians. Today, California tribes maintain cultural traditions while addressing modern challenges, preserving their legacy as skilled stewards of California's diverse ecosystems. Their sophisticated hunter-gatherer societies demonstrate remarkable adaptation to one of North America's most varied environments. Achomawi, Pit River Indians. The Achomawi, or Pit River Indians, and their relatives, the Atsugawi, lived along the Pit River in northeastern California. Their name comes from their practice of digging pit traps for hunting. The Achomawi had up to 28 villages, while the Atsugawi lived south of them along Hat Creek and other tributaries. Their Palainihan languages are part of the Hokan family related to Shastan. They survived by hunting deer, fishing for salmon and trout, and gathering acorns, often through trade, tule sprouts, and insects. Villages were organized into autonomous tribelets with summer cone-shaped tule huts and semi-subterranean winter homes. They crafted woven baskets and wore deerskin or juniper bark clothing. Their religion centered on Anakadel, with guardian spirits, Tinihawi, and shamans, half of whom were women. The Achomawi suffered slave raids by Klamath and Modoc tribes who sold captives at the Dallas market. After fur trappers arrived, 1828, the Gold Rush, 1840s, brought settlers who seized land. The Rogue River War, 1855–56, increased military presence. In 1871, they joined the Ghost Dance movement, and a 1921 smallpox epidemic further reduced their population. Today, Achomawi descendants live on California rancherias, Alturas, Big Bend, etc., and share Round Valley with other tribes. Some reside in Oregon, while a few Atsugewi remain in their homeland. Cahuilla. The Cahuilla, pronounced Cahuilla, were a Uto-Aztecan-speaking tribe inhabiting California's Riverside and San Diego counties, divided into desert, mountain, and western subgroups. Their name likely derives from Cahuilla, meaning powerful ones. Unlike many California tribes, most Cahuilla avoided mission relocation, preserving their traditional lifeways longer. Organized into coyote and wildcat moieties with autonomous clans, the Cahuilla lived in brush-covered dwellings near water sources. They practiced sophisticated desert adaptation, gathering over 200 plant species and hunting bighorn sheep, deer, and rabbits. While primarily hunter-gatherers, they also farmed corn, beans, and squash, and were skilled basket weavers and potters. First European contact occurred in 1774 with Spanish explorer Juan Bautista de Anza. Notable leader Juan Antonio Cuswutna initially aided U.S. forces against Ute and Cupeño uprisings, but later resisted settler encroachment. Despite his efforts, the 1850s brought land loss and a devastating smallpox epidemic. The tribe gained attention through Helen Hunt Jackson's 1884 novel Ramona, which highlighted injustices against California Indians. Today, Cahuilla maintain their identity on 9 reservations, with economies based on agriculture, tourism, and gaming. The Malki Museum, 1965, the first native-run museum in California, preserves their cultural heritage. While intermarried with neighboring tribes like the Cupeño and Luiseño, the Cahuilla continue traditional practices while adapting to modern life, demonstrating resilience in maintaining their desert mountain culture. Chimariko. The Chimariko occupied one of the smallest homelands, if not the smallest, of any distinct linguistic group in North America, a 20-mile stretch of the Trinity River near the mouth of the New River in present-day Northern California. 7 villages are part of the historical record. The tribe's language, known as Chimarican or Chimarikoan, is considered an isolate, part of the Hokan phylum. Their closest linguistic relatives are the neighboring Karok and Shasta, fellow California Indians who live to their north. Hupa bands live downriver from them, and Wintun bands upriver. The name Chimariko, pronounced Jimar-iko, is derived from the word chimar, or jimar for person. The Chimariko covered their circular dwellings with bark and earth. Salmon and eel from the Trinity River were important food sources, as were deer and acorns. Clothing consisted of deerskin breechcloths and aprons. Deerskin robes were also worn for warmth. Blankets were made from rabbit and fox skins. Woodpecker scalps, dentalia, tooth shells, clamshell cylinder beads, bear claws, and condor and eagle feathers were used as ornamentation. Tools were made of wood, horn, and obsidian. Containers included twined baskets and clay and soapstone bowls. Non-Indian trappers first entered the Chimariko homeland in the 1820s. With the California Gold Rush starting in 1849, tribal members and miners clashed. In 1871, miners organized a raid on the Chimariko, at which time some tribal members took refuge among the Shasta, returning to the Trinity River only after the miners had departed. By the early 20th century, only a few Chimariko remained, some of them living among other tribes. Some individuals of part Chimariko ancestry may survive, although the tribe is extinct as a political entity. Chumash. The Chumash were a distinctive coastal tribe inhabiting California's Santa Barbara region and nearby Channel Islands, renowned as the only North American natives to build sophisticated plank canoes called tommels. These 25 to 30-foot vessels, crafted from redwood planks lashed with plant fibers and sealed with natural tar, enabled extensive coastal trade and fishing. The Chumash developed a maritime-focused culture, uniquely dependent on ocean resources compared to neighboring tribes. Organized into autonomous villages rather than a centralized tribe, the Chumash spoke a Hokan language, Aleut, and shared many California Indian traits like acorn processing and dome-shaped dwellings. Their exceptional maritime skills supported a thriving trade network and inspired beautiful soapstone carvings of sea life. First contacted by Spanish explorers in 1542, their population declined dramatically under missionization and later American settlement. Despite near extinction by the early 1900s, the Chumash have experienced a cultural revival. The Santa Ynez Reservation maintains tribal identity, supported by casino revenues that fund preservation efforts. Contemporary Chumash actively revive traditional crafts, dances like the dolphin dance, and storytelling traditions. The Chumash Interpretive Center in Thousand Oaks showcases their heritage through artifacts and cultural events, ensuring the legacy of these innovative boat builders and skilled maritime people endures. Their remarkable tommel canoes remain a testament to their unique technological achievements among North American indigenous cultures. Costanoan. The Costanoan, or Ohlone, were coastal native peoples inhabiting the San Francisco Bay Area to Big Sur, speaking Penutian languages related to the Miwok. Spanish missionaries in the 18th century grouped diverse villages under the name Costeños, Coast People, establishing 7 missions in their territory. This mission system dramatically altered their traditional way of life. Organized into autonomous village-based tribelets led by chiefs and councils, the Costanoan practiced typical California hunter-gatherer subsistence, relying heavily on acorns, seafood, and small game. They lived in tule houses and wore minimal clothing suited to the mild climate. Their spiritual life centered on the Kuksu cult and reverence for the sun, with shamans playing important roles. Following Mexican secularization of missions in the 1830s and the 1849 gold rush, their population declined severely, leading many scholars to mistakenly declare them extinct. However, Costanoan descendants preserved their heritage through generations. Today, several recognized tribes maintain this cultural legacy, including the Muwekma Ohlone tribe and Ohlone, a Costanoan Esselen nation. Contemporary Costanoan/Ohlone groups actively revitalize their language and traditions while educating others about their history. Cultural exchanges, like the 2005 Rotary International program with Australian Aborigines, help share their indigenous perspectives. Though their traditional social structures were disrupted by colonization, the enduring Costanoan/Ohlone communities demonstrate remarkable cultural resilience in preserving their coastal heritage. Cupeño. The Cupeño were similar in culture to the Cahuilla, who lived to the east, and the Luiseño to the west. The 3 tribes were not always at peace, however. In the mid-19th century, Antonio Gara, headman of the Cupeño, was a rival of Coswutna, Juan Antonio of the Cahuilla, and Manuelito Cota of the Luiseño. With the California Gold Rush of 1849, growing numbers of non-Indians entered the region and competed for tribal lands. Gara tried to organize a general revolt among tribes from the San Diego region to the Colorado River, including fellow Uto-Aztecans, the Cahuilla, Luiseño, and Chemehuevi, as well as human-speaking peoples, such as the Mojave, Yuma, Quechan, Camilla, and Daquela. In 1851, Gara organized a rebellion against the whites, recruiting warriors from the Cahuilla, Cupeño, and Cocopa. A shaman, Gara told his followers that he could turn the enemy's bullets into water. The Luiseño remained neutral, as did many of the other area bands. In what is known as the Gara Uprising, Cupeño militants carried out numerous raids on ranchers and gained control of the river and desert country. Cuautna captured his rival Gara in 1851. After a court-martial by the state militia, Gara was executed. The Cupeño, always a small tribe, declined in numbers in the ensuing years. Tribal members settled among the Cahuilla on the Los Coyotes and Morongo reservations and among the Luiseño on the Pala Reservación, where some descendants currently live. Diegueño. The Diegueño, also known as Kumeyaay or Tipai Ipai, are human-speaking native peoples originally inhabiting southwestern California and northern Baja California. Divided into northern Ipai and southern Tipai groups, they were among the first California tribes encountered by Spanish missionaries, with Mission San Diego de Alcalá established in their territory in 1769. While classified as Mission Indians, many resisted Spanish colonization, mounting attacks against the mission in 1769 and 1776. Organized into patrilineal clans with village-based tribelets, the Diegueño practiced a mixed subsistence of gathering, acorns, mesquite beans, hunting, and coastal fishing. They lived in dome-shaped dwellings and created distinctive coiled basketry. Their rich spiritual traditions included the Karok mourning ceremony, vision quests using Jimson weed, and elaborate ground paintings with a unique color direction symbolism: red north, green-blue south, white east, black west. After Mexican secularization in 1834 and the 1849 gold rush, Diegueño lands were increasingly encroached upon. By 1875, they were confined to small reservations. Today, their descendants maintain cultural identity on 13 rancherias, including Barona, Sicuan, and Viejas, where gaming operations have provided economic development. The 1968 autobiography of Delfina Cuero preserved valuable ethnographic details of traditional life while documenting the challenges faced by Diegueño people in the 20th century. Modern Diegueño communities continue to honor their heritage while adapting to contemporary circumstances, maintaining connections to their ancestral lands despite centuries of colonization and displacement. Esselen. The Esselen were a Hokan-speaking tribe inhabiting California's rugged Big Sur region along the Carmel River and Santa Lucia Mountains. Their isolated coastal homeland of steep cliffs and mountain valleys contributed to their distinct cultural identity among California tribes. Little is known of their language, considered a linguistic isolate, though 6 village names were recorded by Spanish colonizers. Like other California Indians, the Esselen practiced a hunter-gatherer lifestyle and participated in the Kuksu cult spiritual tradition. Their relative isolation ended when Spanish missionaries established Mission San Carlos Borromeo in 1770, forcibly relocating many Esselen along with neighboring Costanoan peoples. Devastated by European diseases and mission life, the tribe was declared culturally extinct by 1820, though some hid in the mountains and maintained community ties into the 1840s. Today, Esselen descendants preserve their heritage through 2 main groups, the Esselen tribe of Monterey County and the Ohlone Costanoan Esselen Nation. Organizations like Window to the West, founded in 1989, work to revive Esselen traditions and trace genealogy. Some tribal members serve as guides in their ancestral Ventana Wilderness area. A 1999 wildfire that burned 87,000 acres prompted a benefit concert featuring Joan Baez to support affected Esselen families. Though considered one of California's first extinct tribes, the Esselen demonstrate remarkable cultural resilience, maintaining connections to their spectacular coastal homeland while reclaiming their identity after centuries of colonization. Their story reflects both the devastating impact of Spanish missions and the enduring survival of California's indigenous peoples. Gabrieleño. The Gabrieleño, or Gabrieleño, were a Uto-Aztecan-speaking tribe inhabiting the Los Angeles Basin, San Gabriel River Valley, and Channel Islands, including Santa Catalina. Named after Mission San Gabriel Arcangel, 1771, they were among the first California tribes impacted by Spanish colonization. Their society was organized into villages led by hereditary chiefs, with large circular tool mat houses and distinctive soapstone carvings. Acorns formed their dietary staple, supplemented by fishing and hunting. The Gabrieleño practiced the Chinig-Chinich religion, featuring secret male societies and the ritual use of Jimson weed, toloch. Their spiritual beliefs included numerous deities and sacred animals. They developed a shell bead currency system similar to wampum. In 1785, medicine woman Toyparina led a famous rebellion against Mission San Gabriel, protesting Spanish occupation of native lands. Forced assimilation at the missions led to the gradual loss of Gabrieleño identity, with the tribe considered culturally extinct by 1900. Their Takich language, related to neighboring Fernandeño and Nicoleño dialects, disappeared. Today, descendants work to revive Gabrieleño heritage, though no federally recognized tribes remain. Their legacy persists in place names throughout Southern California and in archaeological remains of their sophisticated hunter-gatherer culture that thrived in the Los Angeles Basin for millennia before European contact. The Gabrieleños' rapid decline under missionization represents a microcosm of the devastating impact Spanish colonization had on California's indigenous peoples. Hupa. The Hupa, or Hupa, are an Athapascan-speaking tribe whose ancestral homeland centers around the Trinity River in northwestern California's Hupa Valley. Their name derives from the Yurok word for this valley, though they call themselves Natinuqua, where the trails return. Despite linguistic differences with neighboring tribes, the Algonquian-speaking Yurok and Hokan-speaking Karok, these groups share significant cultural similarities, including salmon dependence, acorn processing, and world renewal ceremonies. The Hupa developed a unique cultural blend combining California and Northwest Coast traits. They built cedar plank houses resembling those of northern coastal tribes while maintaining typical California basket weaving traditions. Their society emphasized wealth and status, with disputes settled through material compensation. Annual white deerskin and jumping dances formed central spiritual practices, featuring elaborate regalia, including prized white deerskins and woodpecker scalp headdresses. Geographic isolation protected the Hupa from early European contact. Unlike most California tribes, they avoided Spanish missionization and experienced minimal disruption during the gold rush. In 1876, their homeland became the Hupa Valley Reservation, now California's largest and most populous reservation. Contemporary Hupa maintain traditional practices like acorn gathering, basket making, and ceremonial dances while engaging in modern industries like farming and lumber. They remain deeply connected to their ancestral lands, actively working to protect and restore the Trinity River's ecological health. This continuity between ancient traditions and modern life gives the Hupa a strong sense of cultural vitality unmatched among many California tribes. Their successful resistance to complete assimilation makes them one of the best preserved indigenous cultures in the state. Karok. The Karok, meaning upstream people, inhabited northwestern California along the Klamath River and its tributaries. As hunter-gatherers, they relied on acorns and salmon, blending California and Northwest Coast cultural traits. Their Hokan language differed from neighboring tribes like the Algonquian-speaking Yurok, downstream people, and Athapascan-speaking Hupa, despite shared cultural practices. Karok society centered around 3 village clusters featuring distinctive plank houses. Men and women lived separately in different structures, with men occupying sweat houses. They participated in extensive regional trade networks and resolved disputes through formalized payments and war dances. Along with the Yurok and Hupa, they performed annual world renewal ceremonies to maintain cosmic balance, featuring elaborate rituals and dances. Relatively isolated until the 1849 gold rush, the Karok avoided complete assimilation. Unlike most California tribes, they received no reservation lands, though some settled on shared protected territories. Today, the Karok tribe maintains its identity at Happy Camp, celebrating traditional basket weaving arts. Their modern flag honors this heritage with designs inspired by historic basket patterns. The Kaw, Kansa, were a Siouan-speaking Plains tribe originally from Kansas and Nebraska. Known for their distinctive single scalp lock hairstyle, they transitioned from farming villagers to nomadic buffalo hunters after acquiring horses. Forced to Oklahoma in 1873, they now hold an annual powwow near their tribal headquarters. Notable Kaw descendant Charles Curtis became U.S. Vice President, 1929 to 33. The Caras people inhabit several New Mexico pueblos, including Acoma, Sky City, one of North America's oldest continuously inhabited settlements. Their Carasan language remains a linguistic isolate. These pueblo dwellers maintain ancient traditions while adapting to modern life. Luiseño. The Luiseño were a Uto-Aztecan-speaking tribe inhabiting California's San Luis Rey River Valley near present-day Oceanside. Named after Mission San Luis Rey, 1798, they were the southwesternmost Uto-Aztecan group, culturally connected to neighboring Gabrieleño and Cahuilla peoples. Organized into nearly 50 autonomous villages, their society was governed by hereditary chiefs, Nut, ceremonial leaders, Paxa, and village councils. As hunter-gatherers, the Luiseño practiced seasonal migration. Coastal groups collected acorns inland while inland bands harvested shellfish on the coast. They lived in conical reed houses and maintained ceremonial sweat houses. Their rich spiritual life included the Changachingish cult, which blended indigenous and Christian elements during the mission period, and initiation rites featuring Jimson weed vision quests with ant-biting ordeals and elaborate sand paintings. Though many Luiseño were missionized, they maintained aspects of their culture. After Mexican secularization in 1834, leaders like Manuelito Cota navigated complex relations with settlers while preserving tribal interests. In 1875, Chief Olegario Sal successfully petitioned President Grant to establish reservations. Today, 8 Luiseño rancherias preserve their heritage while addressing modern challenges like water rights, winning a significant 1989 settlement for diverted water resources. Some bands operate gaming facilities, blending economic development with cultural preservation. The Luiseño demonstrate remarkable resilience, maintaining their identity despite missionization, gold rush encroachment, and ongoing legal battles over ancestral resources. Their continued presence in their homeland reflects the enduring strength of California's indigenous communities. Maidu? The Maidu, meaning all that is living, were hunter-gatherers inhabiting Northern California's Sacramento River tributaries near the Nevada border. Divided into 3 main groups: mountain, Maidu proper; foothills, Concow; and valley, Esselen. They spoke various Penutian dialects. While some lived in brush shelters, others constructed large, 40-foot diameter, earth-covered pit houses with roof entrances. Their subsistence relied on acorns, wild plants, small game, and fish. Though generally peaceful, they maintained village sentries to protect hunting grounds. The Maidu shared cultural traits with neighboring tribes, including the Kuksu cult religion and exceptional basket weaving skills. They enjoyed games like hoop and pole and hand games, sometimes wagering all their possessions in marathon sessions. Unlike coastal tribes, the Maidu resisted Spanish missionization but suffered greatly during the 1849 gold rush from violence and disease. Today, descendants live primarily in Plumas, Maidu, Butte, Concow, and El Dorado, Salt Placer, Yuba, Nisenan counties on small rancherias. The modern Maidu have revived cultural traditions through dances, acorn, bear, deer, etc., and reinstated the annual salmon ceremony in 1994, celebrating the fish's return to spawning grounds. This cultural renaissance helps maintain their identity while honoring ancestral practices in their traditional homelands. Miwok. The Miwok, meaning people, were a Penutian-speaking tribe of Central California divided into three main groups: Valley Miwok, along the Sierra Nevada foothills; Coast Miwok, north of San Francisco Bay; and Lake Miwok, near Clear Lake. With over 100 village sites, their lifeways varied by region, but centered on acorn gathering, hunting, and fishing. They built dome-shaped houses from plant materials and crafted distinctive flared baskets with black designs. Like neighboring tribes, they practiced the Kuksu cult religion. Unlike Southern California tribes, the Miwok experienced less Spanish missionization. Russian traders at Fort Ross, 1812 to 1841, brought some disruption, but significant contact came only with the 1848 gold rush. The influx of miners brought violence, disease, and habitat destruction. Valley Miwok, under Chief Tenaya and their Yokuts allies, resisted in 1850 to 51, but were ultimately subdued by state militia. Today, Miwok descendants maintain their cultural identity through songs, dances, crafts, and gaming enterprises like the Black Oak Casino. Many live on small rancherias in their ancestral lands, while others have intermarried with neighboring tribes. Their population, though dispersed, continues to preserve traditional knowledge while adapting to modern economic opportunities. The Miwok's relatively late contact with Europeans allowed them to retain more of their indigenous practices compared to heavily missionized California tribes, though the gold rush ultimately caused dramatic cultural disruption to their way of life. Pomo. The Pomo are renowned as California's most skilled basket weavers, creating functional yet artistic baskets with incredibly tight stitching. Using both twining and coiling techniques with natural materials, they produced cooking pots, containers, fish traps, and ceremonial objects. Unlike most tribes, Pomo men actively participated in basket making. Living as hunter-gatherers in north-central California, they were divided into coastal and inland groups with different housing styles. Coastal Pomo built cone-shaped redwood bark dwellings, while inland groups constructed larger rectangular thatched houses. As active traders, the Pomo developed unique currency systems using magnesite beads and clamshell strings, becoming accomplished mathematicians who could count to 40,000. They resisted early European oppression, first fighting Russian fur traders at Fort Ross, 1811 to 1841, and later Spanish forces under Chief Marin, who became legendary for his tactical escapes. The California Gold Rush brought further challenges, but the Pomo maintained their cultural identity. Today, Pomo communities like the Hopland Rancheria preserve their heritage while adapting to modern life. Their exquisite basketry tradition continues, now recognized as fine art. Many Pomo bands operate casinos such as Shokowa, using gaming revenues to support tribal development. Having regained federal recognition after the termination era, the Pomo demonstrate remarkable resilience, maintaining their artistic legacy and community ties despite centuries of adversity. Their mathematical trading systems and resistance leadership remain testaments to Pomo ingenuity and determination. Salinas. The Salinas River flows from the Coast Range in western California in south-central San Luis Obispo County northwestward to Monterey Bay on the Pacific Ocean in Monterey County. The river, the name of which means salt in Spanish, was once the heart of the homeland of the Salinas Indians. based on dialectal variations, 3 subdivisions are defined: San Miguel Salinas on the river's upper course, San Antonio Salinas as far north as inland Costanoan territory, and Playano Salinas along the coast between the Chumash to the south and Esselen to the north. The Salinas, pronounced Su-li-nus, or Salinan Indians, lived in villages from its watershed to the coast. The various Salinas bands spoke Salinan, classified as a language family with 3 distinct languages, probably within the Hokan phylum. Salinas lifeways were similar to that of other California Indians, with socio-political organization revolving around villages and economy relating to hunting, fishing, and gathering without agriculture. Like many of the other Central California tribes, the Salinas practiced the Kuksu cult, see Wintun. The Salinas designed a musical rasp, a rhythm instrument consisting of 2 notched sticks, unlike those of their neighbors. They also, unlike other California Indians, were known to lend one another shell money at 100% interest a day. The earliest recorded contact between non-Indians and the Salinas occurred in 1769, when a Spanish expedition under Gaspar de Portola explored Monterey Bay. The mission San Antonio de Padua was founded in 1771 in a valley between the coast and the mountains, and the mission San Miguel de Arcangel in 1797 near the juncture of the Salinas and Nacimiento rivers. The new way of life imposed on the mission Indians by the Spanish, forced labor, rape, disease-related deaths, and cultural and religious impositions took its toll on the Salinas. Tribal numbers declined steadily in the 19th century, and the Salinas are considered extinct politically, although there are some individuals who claim partial Salinas ancestry. Shasta. The Shasta, along with the Conemihu, New River Indians, and Okwanuchu, formed the Shastan language family within the Hokan phylum. Their name likely derives from a village or chief. Some scholars include the Achomawi and Atsugewi due to linguistic similarities. The Shasta, primarily California Indians, lived in permanent villages, relying on acorns, deer, and fish, while sharing cultural traits with Northwest Coast and Plateau tribes, such as plank houses and dugout canoes. Their homeland spanned northern California and southern Oregon, centered around the Klamath, Scott, and Shasta rivers. Families held patrilineal rights to hunting and fishing grounds. They traded obsidian, deerskins, and pine nuts with the Karok for dentalia, baskets, and salt. Contact with settlers began in the 1820s, but violence escalated during the gold rush. In 1851, some Shasta were poisoned at Fort Jones, while others joined the Rogue River War, 1855-56, leading to forced relocation to Oregon reservations. Many later merged with the Achomawi. The Shasta participated in religious movements like the Ghost Dance, 1870, to cope with displacement. In the 1930s, their sacred rain rock, buried centuries earlier to control floods, was unearthed and moved to Fort Jones. Today, the Shasta tribe, based in Eureka, California, maintains their identity and occasionally requests the rock be covered to prevent rain. Tolowa. The Tolowa, whose name means those who live at the lake, were originally one of 3 bands, along with the Hanagi and Tataten, living along the Smith River in northwestern California and southwestern Oregon. Classified as Northwest Coast Indians, they relied heavily on the sea, fishing and hunting marine mammals in redwood dugout canoes. They lived in coastal villages most of the year, moving inland seasonally for salmon, acorns, and game. Their matrilineal clans lived in semi-subterranean redwood plank houses with sunken floors and central fire pits. Wealth, measured in dentalia shells, obsidian tools, and woodpecker scalps, determined status. Villages were autonomous, led by headmen and shamans, including women. They traded extensively and intermarried with neighboring tribes. Originally part of an Athapascan migration from Canada, the Tolowa, or Hush, the people, first encountered settlers in 1828. Violence escalated during the gold rush, leading to forced relocations, first to the Klamath River, 1852-55, Then Oregon, 1860. A short-lived Smith River Reservation, 1862 to 68, failed. Some later joined the ghost dance and Indian Shaker religion. After rancherias were terminated in 1958, land was restored in 1983. Today, the Tolowa maintain their identity, supported by tribal enterprises like the Lucky 7 and Elk Valley casinos. Wintun. The Wintun, a Penutian-speaking people of Northern California, were divided into three groups: the Wintu, Northern, Nomlaki, Central, and Patwin, Southern. They inhabited the Sacramento Valley and Coast Range, living as hunter-gatherers who relied on acorns, fish, deer, and small game. Organized into autonomous tribelets centered around permanent villages, they lived in simple brush or bark-covered shelters and were known for their tightly woven baskets. Their society featured a unique hereditary specialization system, where skills like hunting, tool-making, and ceremonial crafts were passed down patrilineally, with families monopolizing certain trades. The Wintun practiced the Kuksu cult, a secret society where masked dancers impersonated spirits like Moki, Tuya, and Chelitu during winter ceremonies to ensure abundance. The Hesi ceremony, a 4-day ritual, was central to their spiritual life. While they initially survived early European contact, the gold rush and U.S. annexation devastated their population. In response, Wintun leaders like Norel Putis adapted the ghost dance into the Earth Lodge religion, while Lame Bill founded the Bol Maru movement, blending indigenous and revitalization beliefs. These movements spread among neighboring tribes. Today, the Wintun maintain small rancherias and share the Round Valley Reservation. The Wintu and Nomlaki have preserved more of their identity than the Patwin. Current efforts focus on protecting sacred sites, particularly Mount Shasta, as part of their cultural heritage. Yahi. The Yahi, a subgroup of the Yana people in California, became widely known through Ishi, the last surviving member of their tribe. In 1911, a starving Ishi emerged near Oroville, California, having spent decades hiding with his dwindling family in the wilderness after settlers massacred most Yahi in the 1860s. Anthropologists Alfred Kroeber and Thomas Waterman identified him as Yahi and named him Ishi, meaning man in his language. Ishi had witnessed the violent displacement of his people during the gold rush, when miners and settlers systematically killed Yahi communities. By 1908, only 4 Yahi remained. After losing his last relatives, Ishi survived alone until hunger forced him into white society. Contrary to his expectations of being killed, he was welcomed at the University of California's museum, where he worked and shared Yahi traditions. He demonstrated hunting techniques, tool making, such as obsidian arrowheads, fire starting, and acorn processing. He also recounted Yahi stories and songs. Despite adapting to urban life, Ishi remained uneasy in crowds. He died of tuberculosis in 1916, marking the end of his people. His life provided invaluable insights into Yahi culture and the tragic displacement of California's native tribes. Today, Ishi symbolizes both cultural loss and resilience. Yokuts. The Yokuts, people in their language, were a Penutian-speaking group inhabiting California's San Joaquin Valley and Sierra Nevada foothills, divided into Northern Valley, Southern Valley, and foothills subgroups. As hunter-gatherers, they relied on acorns, fish, and game, using specialized techniques like eagle hunting and pigeon traps. Their material culture included exquisite coiled baskets and rock pictographs. Organized into about 50 autonomous tribelets rather than a unified tribe, each had a main village with satellite settlements. Hereditary chiefs and shamans governed through messengers and village criers. Unique among California tribes, they practiced cremation, burning possessions with the deceased. The Yokuts resisted colonization through uprisings against Spain, 1818, Mexico, 1820s, and Americans during the 1851 Mariposa War, following gold rush encroachment. Today, their descendants maintain 4 recognized communities: Tule River Reservation, multiple bands, Picayune Rancheria, Chukchansi, Table Mountain Rancheria, Chukchansi Mono, and Santa Rosa Rancheria, Tachi. Unrecognized groups like the Choinumni continue seeking federal status. Modern Yokuts preserve traditions through events like the Spring Dance, with gaming operations supporting economic revitalization. Yuki. The Yuki, meaning stranger in Wintun, were a Yukian-speaking people of northwestern California's Eel River region. Divided into inland Yuki and coast Yuki, Ukotnoam, with the Hochnam often considered a subtribe, they were known for being more aggressive than neighboring tribes, frequently clashing with the Pomo, Wintun, and others. Organized into village groups with elected and war chiefs, the Yuki lived in conical bark houses and temporary brush shelters. Their diet relied on acorns, salmon, and deer. Their spiritual beliefs centered on Taikomol, the solitary creator deity, assisted by Coyote in their creation myths, with shamans playing important ceremonial roles. Largely undisturbed until the mid-19th century, the Yuki suffered devastating population losses from smallpox, 1838, and systematic violence during the California Gold Rush, 1849 to 1864, when settlers drove them from their lands. Today, Yuki descendants primarily live on the Round Valley Reservation near Covelo, sharing the land with Pomo and Pit River tribes, while another group, the Yokayo tribe, is based in Ukiah. The Yuki's distinct Yukian language, now endangered, remains unclassified within broader language phyla, though related to Wapo. Their history reflects both the cultural diversity of California's indigenous peoples and the tragic consequences of American expansion into their territories. Yurok. The Yurok, downstream people, neighbors of the Karok and Hupa tribes, inhabited northern California's Klamath River region near the Pacific coast. While culturally similar to other California tribes in their acorn-based diet, basket weaving, and seasonal migration patterns, they shared significant traits with Northwest Coast Indians, including plank houses, redwood canoes, and salmon fishing. Unlike most Native American groups, the Yurok uniquely practiced individual land ownership, using it as a measure of wealth. As part of the Macro-Algonquian language phylum, the Yurok, who called themselves Olekwol, stood out linguistically from their Hokan-speaking Karok neighbors. All three tribes participated in annual world renewal ceremonies to maintain cosmic balance and ensure food supplies. Their society valued wealth accumulation, particularly through dentalium shell currency. After contact with trappers in the 1820s and gold rush settlers in 1849, the Yurok lost most ancestral lands. Today, they maintain several small rancherias, including one shared with the Hupa. Many continue traditional subsistence practices while also engaging in modern enterprises like gaming operations and hospitality businesses. In 1983, the Yurok won a significant legal victory alongside the Karok and Tolowa tribes to protect sacred sites in Six Rivers National Forest, where they conduct spiritual journeys to connect with the spirit world. This preservation of cultural traditions, combined with economic adaptation, characterizes the modern Yurok community's resilience. Great Basin Indians. The Great Basin is a vast desert region in western North America, bounded by the Rocky Mountains, Sierra Nevada, Columbia Plateau, and Colorado Plateau. This bowl-shaped area, encompassing most of Nevada and Utah, plus parts of surrounding states, features interior drainage where rivers vanish into sandy sinks. The arid climate, with extreme temperatures reaching 140 degrees Fahrenheit in Death Valley at negative 280 feet elevation, supports sparse vegetation like sagebrush and drought-resistant juniper trees. Great Basin Indians adapted to this harsh environment as hunter-gatherers, called Digger Indians, for their foraging of roots, seeds, and small game, including antelope, rabbits, and rodents. Organized in small family bands, they lived in simple cone-shaped brush shelters. Most spoke Uto-Aztecan languages and were grouped as Bannock, Paiute, Northern Southern, Shoshone, Northern, Western, Eastern, and Ute tribes, along with smaller related groups. The Washoe were the only Hokan-speaking exception. With minimal agriculture, they relied on seasonal movement to exploit scarce food resources in one of North America's most challenging environments. Bannock. The Bannock, a northern Paiute offshoot from the Uto-Aztecan language family, traditionally inhabited southeastern Idaho and western Wyoming. As Great Basin Indians, they foraged for wild plants and small game, while also relying on camas roots like Plateau tribes. After acquiring horses in the 1700s, they expanded their range and adopted Plains Indian traits like buffalo hunting and teepee use. Contact with whites began with trader Jim Bridger in 1829, but tensions rose as settlers encroached on their lands. Following conflicts with Oregon Trail migrants, they were confined to Fort Hall Reservation in 1869. Poor conditions and destruction of traditional food sources led to the 1878 Bannock War under Chief Buffalo Horn. After initial clashes, the rebellion was crushed by General Howard's troops, with surviving Bannock eventually returning to Fort Hall. That same year, Bannock and Shoshone sheep-eaters waged a separate conflict in Idaho's mountains before surrendering. Today, the Shoshone-Bannock tribe maintains cultural traditions at Fort Hall Reservation through annual festivals, sun dances, and an Indian rodeo. They operate economic ventures like the Trading Post Complex and have successfully fought against industrial pollution, notably securing an $80 million cleanup of a phosphorus plant in 2001. The tribe continues to preserve its heritage while addressing modern environmental challenges. Paiute. The Paiute are divided into northern and southern branches with distinct dialects belonging to the Uto-Aztecan language family. The northern Paiute inhabited areas of Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, and California, while the southern Paiute lived in Utah, Nevada, Arizona, and California. Their name likely means True Ute or Water Ute, reflecting ancestral ties to the Ute people. As Great Basin Indians, the nomadic Paiute followed seasonal food sources, constructing temporary wickiups. Their diet included cattails, berries, pine nuts, and small game, earning them the nickname Digger Indians. They believed in Hupa, spiritual power gained through dreams. Northern Paiute were more warlike, engaging in conflicts like the Snake War, 1866–67, and Paiute War, 1860. Notable leaders included Chiefs Paulina, Numaga, and Egan. Paiute were also involved in the 1878 Bannock War. In the late 19th century, Paiute spiritual leader Wovoka founded the Ghost Dance movement, which spread widely among tribes. Prominent Paiute figures included Chief Winnemucca and his daughter Sarah, who became a noted author and activist. Today, Paiute communities maintain reservations in Nevada, California, Utah, Arizona, and Oregon, often shared with Shoshone tribes. They remain active in environmental and cultural preservation efforts. Modern Paiute leader Melvin Tom co-founded the National Indian Youth Council in 1961 to advocate for Native rights. The Paiute continue to preserve their traditions while addressing contemporary challenges facing their communities. Shoshone. The Shoshone are divided into three main groups: Western, Nevada, Utah, California; Northern, Idaho, Utah; and Eastern, Wyoming. Their name's origin is unknown. As Great Basin people, Western Shoshone were hunter-gatherers living in brush shelters, while northern groups fished like Plateau tribes. Eastern Shoshone adopted plains culture after acquiring horses, hunting buffalo, and living in teepees. Sacagawea, a northern Shoshone woman, famously aided the Lewis and Clark expedition 1804 to 1806 as interpreter and guide. After this contact, trappers and settlers increasingly entered Shoshone lands. Conflicts arose, including the 1863 Bear River Massacre, where Colonel Connor's troops killed 224 Western Shoshone. By 1869, all Shoshone bands were confined to reservations. The Eastern Shoshone, led by Chief Washakie, allied with the U.S. against the Sioux, but later shared their Wind River Reservation with traditional Arapaho enemies. Today, Shoshone groups maintain several reservations: Western Shoshone and Goshute in Nevada, Utah, Northern Shoshone, Showbands, at Fort Hall with Bannock in Idaho, and Eastern Shoshone at Wind River with Arapaho in Wyoming. Despite economic challenges in their arid homelands, Shoshone tribes pursue development through ranching, gaming, and other ventures while preserving cultural traditions. Language revitalization programs and cultural centers, like at Wind River, help maintain Shoshone identity. Northwestern Band of Shoshone in Utah also holds federal recognition, completing the modern distribution of this historically widespread people. Ute. Ute, from whom Utah derives its name, traditionally inhabited lands stretching from Colorado's Rocky Mountains to Utah's Sevier River. As Great Basin people speaking a Uto-Aztecan language, they shared cultural traits with Paiute and Shoshone neighbors. While Western bands foraged in desert areas, Eastern groups thrived in mountainous regions with greater game and fish resources. They lived in cone-shaped brush shelters and valued skilled toolmakers. Acquiring horses from Pueblo Indians in the 1600s transformed Ute society, increasing mobility for raiding and trading. Though adopting some Plains Indian characteristics, they maintained smaller teepees and rarely hunted buffalo. Early Spanish accounts described them as warlike, and they frequently clashed with neighboring tribes and settlers. Major conflicts included the Walker War, 1853, and Black Hawk War, 1860s, against Mormon settlers, and the 1879 Ute War, sparked by tensions with Indian agent Nathan Meeker. Chief Ouray, a respected multilingual leader, attempted peaceful negotiations but couldn't prevent eventual displacement. Today, three main Ute groups remain: the Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Reservations in Colorado, and the Uinta Ouray Reservation in Utah. Modern Utes sustain their communities through energy leases, agriculture, gaming, and cultural tourism, including operation of the Ute Mountain Tribal Park near Mesa Verde. They maintain traditions through annual bear dances and sun dances while engaging in contemporary enterprises like the Weemanooch Construction Authority. These efforts preserve Ute identity while adapting to modern economic realities. Washoe. The Washoe, meaning person in their Hokan language, centered their spiritual and cultural life around Lake Tahoe. They followed a seasonal nomadic pattern, gathering at Tahoe in spring, moving to mountain valleys for summer hunting and fishing, collecting acorns in fall, and harvesting pine nuts in late fall, celebrated with the 4-day pine nut dance. Winters were spent in eastern valleys near present-day Reno and Carson City. Unlike other Great Basin tribes who spoke Uto-Aztecan languages, the Washoe were linguistically linked to California Indians. Their traditional way of life was disrupted by the 1849 gold rush and the 1859 Comstock Lode silver strike, which brought settlers who destroyed pine nut forests and overgrazed grasslands. Disease, violence, and displacement by Paiute nearly drove them to extinction. Failed reservation attempts in 1865 left them landless until small parcels were later acquired. Notable Washoe basket weaver Datsalali, Louisa Kaiser, gained worldwide fame for her intricate degcoop baskets. Federally recognized in 1934, the Washoe now maintain 4 communities in Nevada and California, plus shared lands with Paiute. They secured hunting rights in the Pine Nut Mountains, 1980, and have pursued modern initiatives like solar energy projects. Despite historical hardships, they continue to preserve their cultural heritage. Plains Indians. The Plains Indians, famous for their horsemanship, buffalo hunting, teepees, and war bonnets, became the most iconic Native American image due to their prolonged resistance during the 19th century. Their culture developed across the vast grasslands between the Mississippi River and Rocky Mountains after acquiring Spanish horses in the 1700s, which enabled their nomadic buffalo hunting lifestyle. This culture area included diverse tribes like the Sioux, Cheyenne, Comanche, and Blackfeet, who migrated to the plains from various regions. While maintaining distinct identities, they shared key traits: reliance on buffalo for food, clothing, and shelter, skilled horsemanship, portable teepee dwellings, and warrior societies. Their complex spiritual life featured vision quests, sacred pipes, and the dramatic sun dance ceremony. The buffalo was central to Plains life, providing not just food, but materials for clothing, tools, and their iconic conical teepees. Horses revolutionized their mobility and hunting efficiency, becoming symbols of wealth and status. Their warfare emphasized bravery through counting coup, touching enemies without killing them. Plains Indians developed rich artistic traditions in quillwork, beadwork, and painted designs on teepees and shields. Their warrior societies had elaborate rituals and ranking systems. The sun dance, their most important ceremony, involved days of dancing, fasting, and in some cases, self-sacrifice to ensure tribal prosperity. Though often portrayed as a single culture, Plains tribes maintained distinct languages and traditions while adapting to the grassland environment through shared innovations like the horse and buffalo economy that defined their way of life. Arapaho. The Arapaho, originally called Inunaina, our people, were an Algonquian-speaking tribe from the Red River region who migrated westward in the 1700s, eventually splitting into northern and southern branches. By the 1800s, they had fully adopted Plains culture, becoming skilled buffalo hunters and horsemen who lived in teepees and followed seasonal migrations. Their society featured age-graded warrior societies, sacred medicine bundles, particularly the revered flat pipe, and the annual Sundance ceremony called the Offerings Lodge. Historically allied with the Cheyenne, the Arapaho fought various tribes before making peace with the Sioux, Comanche, and Kiowa by 1840. They played significant roles in Plains conflicts, with Southern Arapaho suffering casualties at the 1864 Sand Creek Massacre. Notable leaders included Black Bear, Northern Arapaho, and the eloquent diplomat Little Raven, Southern Arapaho. Through treaties in 1867 to 68, the Southern Arapaho were relocated to Indian Territory, Oklahoma, while the Northern Arapaho eventually settled on Wyoming's Wind River Reservation in 1878. In the late 1880s, many Arapaho embraced the ghost dance movement, contributing important ceremonial songs. Today, Southern Arapaho descendants live in Oklahoma, while Northern Arapaho maintain their Wyoming reservation. Both groups have developed economic ventures, including farming, ranching, and casino operations, preserving their cultural heritage while adapting to modern life. The Arapaho's transition from woodland people to plains nomads to reservation residents demonstrates their remarkable cultural adaptability throughout history. Arikara. The Arikara, U-Rik-U-Ra, also called Ri, were a Caddoan-speaking tribe who migrated north from the Pawnee to settle along the upper Missouri River in present-day North Dakota. Unlike nomadic plains tribes, they were semi-sedentary farmers who built earth lodges and cultivated corn, beans, and squash while supplementing their diet with buffalo hunts. Their agricultural skills influenced neighboring Hidatsa and Mandan tribes. Positioned along key trade routes, Arikara villages became important commercial centers where they exchanged farm products for buffalo goods and European trade items. They shared cultural practices with neighboring tribes, including their dramatic hot dance, where warriors danced on coals. After clashing with American traders in 1823, many Arikara temporarily joined the Pawnee before returning north. Devastated by smallpox epidemics, particularly in 1837, the surviving Arikara eventually settled with the Hidatsa and Mandan at Fort Berthold Reservation in 1870. Their traditional homeland was flooded in the 1950s by Garrison Dam, forcing relocation west of Lake Sakakawea. Today, as part of the 3 affiliated tribes, they maintain their cultural heritage through museums, powwows, and economic ventures like casinos. The tribes have focused on community health initiatives, including diabetes prevention programs and wellness walks. While adapting to modern challenges, they continue to preserve their agricultural legacy and unique traditions that once made them central figures in the upper Missouri River trade network. Their history reflects both the resilience of Plains village cultures and the disruptions caused by disease and forced relocation. Assiniboine. The Assiniboine, meaning those who cook with stones, are a Siouan-speaking people who separated from the Dakota Sioux in the 1600s. Originally from the Lake Superior region, they migrated westward to Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and parts of Montana and North Dakota. Their name refers to their traditional stone-boiling cooking method. As nomadic Plains Indians, the Assiniboine lived in Tippis and hunted buffalo after acquiring horses. Northern bands also pursued forest game like moose and beaver. They traded meat and furs with farming tribes and later with French and English traders for European goods. Their spiritual life centered on the sun and thunder gods, featuring sun dances and vision quests. Historically allied with the Cree against Blackfeet and Sioux, a notable 1857 encounter saw Sitting Bull spare a brave Assiniboine boy named Jumping Bull, adopting him as a brother. Some Assiniboine later served as scouts for government forces, including during Canada's 1885 Riel Rebellion. Today, U.S. Assiniboine share Montana's Fort Belknap Reservation with Gros Ventre and Fort Peck Reservation with Sioux. In Canada, they have lands in Saskatchewan and Alberta, sometimes shared with other tribes. The Fort Peck tribe established a comprehensive justice code in 2000 to govern reservation affairs. While maintaining cultural traditions, modern Assiniboine communities balance preservation with contemporary governance and economic development. Their history reflects both the warrior traditions of Plains tribes and complex intertribal relationships across the northern plains. Blackfoot. The Blackfoot Confederacy dominated the northeastern plains from Alberta to Montana, comprising 3 Algonquian-speaking bands: the Siksika, Blackfoot proper, Kaina, Blood, and Piikani, Piegan, plus allied Gros Ventre and Sarcee tribes. Known for their black-dyed moccasins, these nomadic buffalo hunters lived in teepees and became skilled horsemen after acquiring horses in the 1700s. Their culture featured distinctive upright feather headdresses, women's motokick society, and warrior age grades called ikunukats. Originally friendly to Europeans, relations soured after an 1804 incident with Lewis and Clark. The fierce Blackfeet resisted westward expansion, attacking travelers on the Oregon and Bozeman trails. Smallpox epidemics and buffalo decline weakened them more than military action, though the 1870 Marias River Massacre killed 173 Blackfeet. Notable leader Crowfoot promoted peace in later years. Today, Canadian Blackfoot have reserves in Alberta, while Montana's South Piegan reside near Browning, home to the Museum of the Plains Indian. They continue defending sacred lands like Badger II medicine from development. The tribe has battled the U.S. government over mismanaged trust funds and addressed reservation infrastructure problems like toxic mold and contaminated water systems. Despite these challenges, the Blackfoot maintain their cultural traditions while adapting to modern circumstances, preserving their legacy as one of the most powerful Plains confederacies. Cheyenne. The Cheyenne, Chi-A-N-N, originally from the Great Lakes region, migrated westward to become prominent buffalo hunters on the plains. By the 1830s, they split into northern, Wyoming, Montana, and southern, Colorado-Kansas divisions, allied respectively with the Sioux and Arapaho. Their name derives from Sioux words meaning people of different speech. Originally sedentary farmers, the Cheyenne adopted nomadic plains culture after acquiring horses in the 1700s. They developed a sophisticated governance system through the Council of 44 peace chiefs and warrior societies like the famous Dog Soldiers. Their spiritual life centered on sacred objects, the 4 sacred arrows and buffalo hat, and ceremonies, including the sun dance and animal dance. The 1864 Sand Creek Massacre, where Colorado militia killed over 200 peaceful Cheyenne under Black Kettle, sparked prolonged resistance. Northern Cheyenne fought alongside Sioux at Little Bighorn, 1876, while Southern bands participated in the Red River War, 1874–75. Their eventual defeat led to confinement on reservations in Montana, Northern, and Oklahoma, Southern. Today, the Cheyenne maintain their cultural traditions while adapting to modern life. Notable figures include Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell, the first Native American senator in decades. The Sand Creek Massacre site, acquired in 2002, serves as a memorial to their tragic history. Both branches continue practicing traditional arts and ceremonies while engaging in ranching, energy development, and other contemporary enterprises on their reservations. Their complex history exemplifies both the richness of Plains Indian culture and the challenges of forced assimilation. Comanche. The name Comanche, pronounced Cuhmanchi, may derive from the Spanish Camino Ancho, main road, or the Yute Comontea, one who wants to fight me. The Comanche call themselves Nurmurnu, true human being. Originally part of the Shoshone, they split in the 1600s, migrating south from Wyoming. By the late 1600s, they acquired horses, likely from Pueblo Indians, transforming into formidable mounted hunters and raiders. By 1719, they dominated vast territories, including Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, and northern Mexico, displacing even the Apache. The Comanche became expert horse breeders, traders, and warriors, spreading horses across the plains. Children learned to ride by age 4 or 5, and warriors mastered skills like shooting arrows from under a galloping horse's neck. Their mobility allowed them to follow buffalo herds, sustaining their nomadic lifestyle. Renowned for their resistance, the Comanche fiercely opposed Spanish, Mexican, and American settlers. They raided settlements for horses and supplies, delaying Spanish expansion in Texas. In the 1800s, they allied with the Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, resisting U.S. forces. Despite treaties and military campaigns, they continued raiding until the 1870s, when buffalo hunters and the U.S. Army decimated their resources. Quanah Parker, a legendary Comanche leader of mixed heritage, emerged during this period. After leading the Red River War, 1874–75, he surrendered, but later adapted, advocating for his people's rights and promoting the Native American Church, which integrated peyote use for spiritual practices. Today, the Comanche Nation thrives in Oklahoma, preserving traditions through events like the annual Homecoming Powwow. They operate businesses, including gaming facilities, and founded Comanche Nation College in 2002. Activists like LaDonna Harris continue advocating for Native rights, ensuring the Comanche legacy endures. Crow. The Crow, or Absaroka, bird people, split from the Hidatsa in a dispute over buffalo and migrated to the Yellowstone River region in Montana and Wyoming. They divided into two groups, the Mountain Crow, who settled north of the Yellowstone, and the River Crow, who lived to the south. Unlike their farming Hidatsa relatives, the Crow adopted a nomadic plains lifestyle, relying on buffalo hunting and living in hide teepees. Horses, acquired in the 1700s, transformed their mobility and warfare. Known for their striking appearance, the Crow wore long, elaborately decorated clothing with intricate quill work and beadwork. They were skilled artisans, crafting beautiful blankets, saddles, and bridles. Their society included sacred traditions like the Sun Dance and the Vision Quest, as well as the exclusive Crow Tobacco Society. Historically, the Crow clashed with rival tribes like the Sioux and Blackfeet, earning reputations as fierce warriors. They also allied with the U.S. Army in the late 1800s, serving as scouts against the Sioux and Nez Perce. Chief Plenty Coups believed cooperation would secure their future, and in 1921 he represented all Native Americans at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier dedication. Forced onto reservations by the late 19th century, the Crow lost much of their land, but retained cultural pride. Today, their reservation in Montana hosts events like the Crow Fair and Little Bighorn reenactments. Despite economic challenges, they continue preserving traditions while adapting to modern governance and resource development. Gros Ventre. The Gros Ventre, pronounced Gros Ventre, meaning big belly in French, were originally called Atsina by French traders who confused them with the Hidatsa due to similar hand signs in Plains Indian Sign Language. Their native name, Aninin, A'aninin, means white clay people, referencing their creation myth. An Algonquian-speaking tribe, they split from the Arapaho and later allied with the Blackfoot Confederacy, living along the Milk River in northern Montana and southern Saskatchewan. As nomadic buffalo hunters, the Gros Ventre adopted Plains culture, living in teepees and raiding for horses. After a falling out with the Blackfeet, they suffered defeat in 1867 and were further devastated by disease. In 1888, survivors were placed on Fort Belknap Reservation in Montana, which they share with the Assiniboine. Today, their economy relies on agriculture, ranching, and the Fort Belknap Casino. The tribe works to preserve their language and traditions, including sacred pipe ceremonies and dances like the clown dance. A current concern is environmental damage from cyanide leach mining, particularly near Spirit Mountain, a sacred site. The Gros Ventre continue to resist threats to their land and cultural heritage. Hidatsa. The Hidatsa, also called Minnetaree, were a Siouan-speaking tribe who lived in earth lodge villages along the Missouri River in present-day North Dakota. Pushed westward by the Sioux, they became closely allied with neighboring Mandan and Arikara tribes. Their name possibly means rows of lodges, reflecting their settled farming lifestyle. Unlike nomadic plains tribes, they cultivated crops, made pottery, and lived in permanent villages. Primarily farmers, the Hidatsa grew corn, beans, and squash, but also hunted buffalo, especially after acquiring horses through trade. They shared cultural traditions with the Mandan, including the corn dance feast of the women, a ceremony honoring the old woman who never dies, who symbolized agricultural fertility. Women played key roles in rituals, such as the White Buffalo Society, dances to attract buffalo herds. European traders and explorers, including Lewis and Clark, frequently interacted with the Hidatsa. A devastating 1837 smallpox epidemic drastically reduced their population, forcing survivors to consolidate near Fort Berthold. In 1870, they were placed on a shared reservation with the Mandan and Arikara, later known as the Three Affiliated Tribes. In the 1950s, construction of the Garrison Dam flooded much of their best land, including homes and farmland. After years of struggle, the tribe received compensation, enabling economic development. Today, the three affiliated tribes operate the Four Bears Casino and Lodge and host annual powwows, preserving their cultural heritage while adapting to modern life. Iowa. The Iowa, pronounced Iowa, whose native name Ba-Ko-Jay means dusty noses, originally inhabited the region now known as Iowa. Their name derives from the Sioux term Ayuwa, possibly meaning sleepy ones. According to tribal tradition, they migrated from the Great Lakes alongside related Siouan tribes like the Winnebago, Otto, and Missouri, before settling between the Mississippi and Missouri rivers. Blending woodland and plains cultures, the Iowa farmed and lived in permanent villages while also hunting buffalo. Horses later expanded their mobility, making them more like nomadic plains tribes. Pressure from settlers and other tribes forced frequent relocations across Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, and Nebraska. French explorers and traders encountered them early, and Meriwether Lewis and William Clark noted their presence near the Platte River. A notable Iowa figure, Marie Dorion, guided the 1811 Astor expedition to the Pacific Northwest, surviving harrowing ordeals, including a 250-mile winter trek to safety after her party was attacked. Her story parallels Sacagawea's as an indigenous interpreter and guide. Through 19th century treaties, the Iowa ceded lands and were relocated to reservations in Kansas, Nebraska, and later Oklahoma. Today, the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska and the Iowa Tribe of Oklahoma maintain their heritage through agriculture, gaming enterprises like the Cimarron Casino, and cultural events such as annual powwows. The Bukoj Journal keeps tribal history and news alive for future generations. Kaw. The Kaw, also called Kanza or Kanza, meaning people of the South Wind, are a Siouan-speaking tribe closely related to the Osage, Omaha, Ponca, and Quapaw. Originally from the Ohio Valley, they migrated west to the Kansas River Valley before European contact. Their name was given to both the Kansas River and the state of Kansas, with their territory extending into southern Nebraska. Though classified as Plains Indians for their buffalo hunting, the Kaw were originally farming villagers. After acquiring horses in the 1700s, they adopted more nomadic traits. Their central location made them crossroads for Spanish, French, and American travelers, including those on the Santa Fe Trail. They were recognizable by their distinctive hairstyle, a single scalp lock at the back of a shaved head. Between 1820 and 1846, the Kaw lost most lands through treaties negotiated by William Clark. Forced relocations moved them from Kansas to Oklahoma, where they now have tribal headquarters in Kay County. Notable Kaw descendant Charles Curtis became U.S. Vice President, 1929 to 33, passing native citizenship rights, but also controversial land allotment policies. Today, the Kaw maintain their heritage through an annual August powwow in Oklahoma. Kiowa. The Kiowa, pronounced Kai-u-wu, whose name means Maine people, originated in western Montana before migrating eastward to the Yellowstone River region and later the Black Hills. Acquiring horses from Missouri River tribes, they became nomadic buffalo hunters and adopted Plains Indian customs like the sun dance. Their elite warrior society, the Koitsenko, 10 Bravest, symbolized their martial traditions. Unique cultural traits, including worship of a stone image, teme, and pictographic calendars, suggest ancient Mesoamerican connections. By the late 1700s, pressure from the Sioux and Cheyenne pushed them southward, where they allied with the Comanche, circa 1790, and incorporated an Apache band, Kiowa Apache. Fierce raiders, they attacked tribes and settlers along the Santa Fe Trail, even venturing into Mexico. During the 1800s, leaders like Little Mountain, tribal historian, White Bear, War Faction, and Kicking Bird, Peace Faction, shaped Kiowa resistance. After the Red River War, 1874-75, many leaders died imprisoned or exiled, though Big Tree later became a Baptist teacher. Today, the Kiowa maintain their Oklahoma lands, cultural traditions like the Gore Dance, and a legacy of artistic achievement, from the Kiowa Five painters to Pulitzer winner N. Scott Momaday. Mandan. The Mandan, pronounced Mandan, among the earliest Plains tribes, migrated from the Ohio Valley around 1400 to settle along the Missouri River in present-day North Dakota. As sedentary farmers living in fortified earth lodge villages, they cultivated corn, beans, and squash, while also hunting buffalo. Their distinctive round bull boats, made from hide, stretched over wooden frames, were used for river transport and storage. The Mandan were master traders, acting as intermediaries between nomadic plains tribes and European traders. Their villages became bustling trade centers where agricultural products, horses, and European goods exchanged hands. This role brought them early contact with explorers like La Vérendrye, 1738, and Lewis and Clark, 1804-05, who wintered with them. Central to Mandan spirituality was the 4-day Okipa ceremony involving vision quests and physical endurance tests similar to the Sundance. Tragically, their openness to outsiders proved devastating. A 1837 smallpox epidemic reduced their population from 1,600 to just 125 survivors. Today, the Mandans share the Fort Berthold Reservation in North Dakota with the Hidatsa and Arikara as the three affiliated tribes. They maintain cultural traditions while operating modern enterprises like casinos. Notable achievements include the 2005 Four Bears Bridge construction and successful repatriation efforts for sacred artifacts like the Waterbuster Clan Bundle. Missouria. The Missouria, Missouri, were a Siouan-speaking tribe originally from the Great Lakes region, closely related to the Iowa, Oto, and Winnebago, Ho-Chunk. According to legend, they separated from these tribes during migrations westward, eventually settling along the Missouri River, from which their name derives, likely meaning people with the dugout canoes. Originally woodland farmers, they adapted to plains culture after acquiring horses, hunting buffalo, while maintaining semi-permanent villages. French explorer Jacques Marquette recorded their villages in 1673. However, warfare with neighboring tribes, including the Sac and Fox, 1798, and later the Osage, devastated the Missouria, forcing survivors to merge with the Otoe. By 1829, the two tribes united, relocating to Indian Territory, Oklahoma, by 1882. Today, they are federally recognized as the Oto-Missouria tribe, based in Red Rock. In 2004, they established the Browning Pipe Stem Wellness Center to address health challenges like diabetes, preserving their community while honoring their shared heritage. Omaha. The Omaha, a Siouan-speaking tribe originally from the Ohio Valley, migrated westward to settle along the Missouri River in northeastern Nebraska. Their name, meaning those going against the current, reflects their river-based heritage. While primarily farmers living in earth lodges, they adopted Plains Indian traits after acquiring horses, hunting buffalo across wider territories. The Omaha developed a complex social structure with specialized societies like the Thunder Society, Guardians of Sacred Pipes, and Buffalo Dreamers, Healers. Historically, they clashed with the Sioux, but suffered more from a devastating 1802 smallpox epidemic. In 1854, they ceded lands east of the Missouri for a Nebraska reservation, later sharing part with the Winnebago. The influential LaFlèche family produced notable figures: Chief Joseph LaFlèche, who balanced tradition with progress; Suzette, an activist; Susan, the first Native American female physician; and Frances, an anthropologist who later helped repatriate their sacred Umanhonti pole from Harvard. Today, the Omaha maintain their reservation spanning Thurston County, Nebraska, and Monona County, Iowa. They preserve their language through school programs and cultural traditions like the Haidawatchi powwow, featuring the Hidushka grass dance, originally a war dance symbolizing scalps with prairie grass. The tribe continues to honor both their agricultural roots and plains hunting heritage while adapting to modern life. Their legacy persists through ongoing cultural preservation efforts and the prominent city that bears their name. Osage. The Osage, OHCG, originally from the Ohio Valley, migrated to Missouri's Osage River region, becoming one of 5 related Siouan tribes, including the Cow and Omaha. Their name, Niukonska, means people of the middle waters. Divided into Great Osage, Little Osage, and Arkansas bands, they were semi-nomadic prairie Indians, farming in river valleys while living in mat-covered houses, yet also hunting buffalo from teepees. Their unique social structure separated Sky People, Peace Clan, and Earth People, War Clan, governed by elder, little old men. First contacted by French explorers Marquette and Joliet in 1673, the Osage became powerful fur traders, calling Europeans Inchtahe, heavy eyebrows. They aided France against Britain in 1755. After the Louisiana Purchase, 1803, they ceded lands through treaties, 1808 to 1865, and eventually relocated to Oklahoma reservations. Remarkably, oil discoveries on their lands in 1896 brought wealth, though the 1906 Allotment Act caused conflicts over mineral rights. The Osage maintain vibrant traditions like the 4-day Einlon Shka ceremony featuring 200 songs and sacred drum rituals. Notable modern Osage include prima ballerina Maria Talchief, 1925 to 2013, and her sister Marjorie, who elevated American ballet internationally. Today, the Osage Nation thrives in Oklahoma through oil gas revenues, casinos, and cultural preservation, balancing modern enterprise with ancient traditions in their ancestral hunting grounds near Pawhuska. Oto. The Oto, Oto-Ay, trace their origins to the Great Lakes region where they were once united with the Winnebago, Iowa, and Missouri tribes. According to legend, their name meaning leechers stems from a chief's son's misconduct that caused their separation from the Missouri at the Iowa River. They eventually settled along the Platte River in southeastern Nebraska, with seasonal villages in Iowa, Kansas, and Missouri. Blending woodland and plains cultures, the Oto maintained farming villages like other prairie Indians, while adopting buffalo hunting and teepees after acquiring horses. French explorers Marquette and Joliet first contacted them in 1673, followed by Lewis and Clark in 1804 near their Platte River villages. Forced land cessions began in the 1830s, with the Missouri joining them permanently by 1829. After successive treaties, they relocated to Oklahoma's Indian Territory by 1881. Today, as the Oto-Missouri tribe, they maintain trust lands near Red Rock, Oklahoma, hosting an annual July powwow. The tribe participated in Nebraska's 2005 Lewis and Clark Bicentennial, presenting Ink and Elkskin, a play highlighting Native perspectives on the expedition's cultural impacts. This educational effort reflects their ongoing commitment to preserving their heritage while engaging with their complex history of displacement and adaptation. Pawnee. The Pawnee, Powni, whose name may derive from words meaning horn or hunter, were among the first Plains tribes, migrating north from Texas to settle along the Arkansas and Platte Rivers. Divided into 4 bands, Skeety, Wolf, Chowie, Grand, Kitkahaki, Republican, and Pitahawirata, Tapigi. They developed a unique culture blending plains and southeastern traditions. While farming in permanent earth lodges like prairie Indians, they also hunted buffalo using teepees after acquiring horses. The Pawnee maintained peaceful relations with European explorers and American settlers, serving as Army Scouts and railroad guards. Despite this alliance, they lost most lands through treaties and relocated to Oklahoma in 1876. Their complex religion involved celestial worship, and among the Skeety band, human sacrifice to Morning Star until Chief Patalasharo ended the practice in 1816. Today, the Pawnee Nation in Oklahoma preserves traditions like the Irushka dance, which evolved into modern powwow styles. They operate businesses including gaming facilities and the Pawnee Nation Academy. Notable contemporary Pawnee include John Echohawk, first director of the Native American Rights Fund. The tribe maintains connections to ancestral lands in Nebraska while developing new economic opportunities in Oklahoma. Ponca. The Ponca, Pongku, a Siouan tribe related to the Kaw, Omaha, Osage, and Quapaw, migrated from the Ohio Valley to settle near the Niobrara River in Nebraska and South Dakota. Though classified as Plains Indians for their buffalo hunting, they maintained Eastern traditions like farming in permanent villages. In 1877, the Ponca were forcibly relocated to Oklahoma, where harsh conditions killed a quarter of the tribe. When Chief Standing Bear's son died, he led a funeral procession back to Nebraska, resulting in his arrest. His 1879 court victory established Native Americans' civil rights, though many Ponca remained in Oklahoma. Modern Ponca continue advocating for Native rights. Activist Clyde Warrior co-founded the National Indian Youth Council in the 1960s. Today, Ponca communities in Nebraska and Oklahoma face challenges like protecting sacred burial sites while preserving their cultural heritage. Quapaw. The Quapaw, Quapaw, meaning downstream people, were a Siouan-speaking tribe that settled along the lower Mississippi River in what is now Arkansas. Classified as prairie Indians but influenced by plains culture after acquiring horses in the 1700s, they developed a unique blend of agricultural and hunting traditions. Their name gave rise to Arkansas, derived from French interpretations of their Siouan designation as people of the South Wind and their region's prized bow-making wood. Originally from the Ohio Valley with related tribes like the Osage and Kaw, the Quapaw migrated south to build palisaded villages with distinctive domed houses. Skilled farmers and potters, they also constructed ceremonial mounds showing southeastern cultural influences. Early French explorers like Marquette, 1673, and La Salle, 1682, recorded contact with these Mississippi River traders. Forced relocations began in 1818, moving the Quapaw to Texas, then Kansas, before finally settling in northeastern Oklahoma by 1867. Despite these displacements, they capitalized on mineral discoveries in 1905, though mining left lasting environmental damage. Today, the Quapaw maintain their Oklahoma lands and host an annual intertribal powwow near Miami, preserving their heritage while addressing modern challenges like land remediation. Sarsi. The Athabascan-speaking Sarsi occupied ancestral territory along the North Saskatchewan River in what is now the Canadian province of Alberta. They are thought to have branched off from the beaver, Tsatine, living to the north along and around the Peace River. Since Sarsi territory was part of the Northern Plains, their lifeways came to differ from those of other Athabascans of the subarctic, see Subarctic Indians. Instead, they lived a nomadic existence like other Plains Indians, depending on buffalo as their main food. They are the only Athabascan people classified as part of the Great Plains culture area. The name Sarsi, Sarsi, or Sarsi, pronounced Sarsi, is thought to mean not good. Their native name is Tsu-Tina. Since the Sarsi were traditional enemies of the Plains Cree, they became part of the Blackfoot Confederacy, see Blackfeet, for mutual protection. The biggest killer of the Sarsi, however, was not intertribal warfare, but disease brought to their people through regular contacts with Hudson's Bay Company traders. Many Sarsi died in the smallpox epidemics of 1836 and 1870 and the scarlet fever epidemic of 1856. The use of the horse spread from the Spanish to the tribes of the West, starting in the 1600s. The Sarsi probably did not acquire horses until the early 1800s. On doing so, they became more efficient buffalo hunters, able to follow the herds more easily. In 1877, the Sarsi signed away most of their lands to the Canadian government. In 1880, they were placed on a reserve near present-day Calgary, Alberta, where their descendants live today. The tribe operates a cultural center on the reserve and sponsors an annual powwow. Sioux. The Sioux, meaning allies, are among the most iconic Native American nations, comprising three main divisions: Dakota, Eastern, Nakota, Middle, and Lakota, Western. Originally woodland people in Minnesota, they migrated westward after conflicts with armed Chippewa, becoming formidable Plains Indians known for their horsemanship and buffalo hunting culture. The Lakota Teton developed the nomadic warrior culture most associated with Hollywood depictions, while the Dakota maintained more woodland traditions, and the Yanktonai, Nakota, blended farming with buffalo hunting. Their resistance to westward expansion led to famous conflicts including Red Cloud's War, 1866-68, and the Battle of Little Bighorn, 1876, where Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull defeated Custer. The 1890 Wounded Knee Massacre marked the tragic end of armed resistance. Today, Sioux nations maintain reservations across the northern plains in the U.S. and Canada. They continue fighting for treaty rights, particularly regarding the sacred Black Hills, while preserving cultural traditions. Modern Sioux have made significant contributions in literature, Vine Deloria Jr., sports, Olympian Billy Mills, and activism, American Indian Movement's 1973 Wounded Knee occupation. Many tribes operate casinos and other enterprises while maintaining traditional ceremonies and arts. Tonkawa. The Tonkawa, Tahanku-wu, meaning they all stay together, were a nomadic plains tribe originally from central Texas, ranging into New Mexico and Oklahoma. Their unique Tonkawan language suggests possible distant relations to Coahuiltec and Karankawa tribes of southern Texas. Early contacts with Spanish explorers in the 1500s led to acquiring horses by the 1700s, transforming their hunting and warfare capabilities. The Tonkawa maintained a long rivalry with the Apache, though briefly united under Apache chief El Mocho in 1782 before Spanish intervention. Known as skilled scouts, they later served with Texas Rangers against Comanche raiders. Forced relocations began in 1855 to Brazos River reservations, then to Oklahoma's Indian Territory in 1859. During the Civil War, their service as Confederate scouts prompted deadly attacks by Delaware, Caddo, and Shawnee warriors in 1862. Survivors fled to Texas before returning to Oklahoma in 1884. Today, the Tonkawa tribe of Oklahoma maintains its cultural heritage in Kay County through language revitalization programs and traditional dances like the buffalo, deer, turkey, and wolf dances at their annual June powwow. These ceremonies preserve their connection to ancestral hunting traditions and tribal origins. Wichita. The Wichita, Y-H-Chu-Taw, meaning Big Arbor in Choctaw, were a Caddoan-speaking tribe that migrated to the southern plains, occupying parts of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Known as Kitakitish, raccoon-eyed, for their distinctive facial tattoos, they lived in dome-shaped grass houses in permanent villages while also hunting buffalo after acquiring horses around 1700. First encountered by Spanish explorer Coronado in 1541 in Kansas, the Wichita later became key middlemen in French fur trade networks as the Tauvayas. Forced south by Osage raids, they allied with the Comanche for protection. After U.S. acquisition of Louisiana, they signed treaties in 1835 and were eventually relocated to Oklahoma reservations. Today, the Wichita tribe maintains cultural ties through annual powwows, alternating with the Pawnee in Anadarko and Pawnee, Oklahoma. They share trust lands with the Caddo and Delaware tribes while preserving their unique heritage of tattooing, grass house construction, and agricultural traditions. Northeast Indians. The Northeast culture area spans from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River, and from the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley, encompassing parts of 18 U.S. states and 5 Canadian provinces. Dominated by dense forests, the region also features diverse landscapes including coastlines, the Appalachian Mountains, the Great Lakes, and major river systems like the Ohio and St. Lawrence. Native peoples of this area, often called woodland Indians, relied heavily on forest resources for housing, wigwams and longhouses, tools, clothing, and food, with deer being particularly vital. While primarily hunter-gatherers, many tribes practiced agriculture in permanent villages while maintaining seasonal hunting traditions. The region's tribes primarily spoke Algonquian or Iroquoian languages with distinct cultural differences. Most Algonquians lived in wigwams, while Iroquoians typically occupied longhouses. The only exception were the Winnebago, Ho-Chunk, who spoke a Siouan dialect. This diverse cultural landscape shaped early interactions between native peoples and European settlers. Abenaki. The Abenaki, meaning people of the Dawnland in Algonquian, were a confederacy of Algonquian-speaking tribes originally inhabiting parts of present-day Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Massachusetts. They consisted of Eastern Abenaki, Penobscot, Passamaquoddy, and others in Maine, and Western Abenaki along the Connecticut River and Lake Champlain. Their lifestyle blended farming, hunting, and fishing with unique cone-shaped wigwams and longhouses. After King Philip's War, 1675 to 1676, Many Abenaki migrated to Quebec due to conflicts with British settlers. They allied with the French during the French and Indian Wars, 1689 to 1763, launching raids on New England settlements like Deerfield and Norridgewock. British attacks and European diseases, especially smallpox, devastated their population. Today, Abenaki descendants live in Quebec, Odanak and Wallanock, and Maine, Passamaquoddy and Penobscot reservations. A group in Vermont, the Saints, Francis Sokoke Band, seeks federal recognition. Notable Abenaki writers include Joseph Bruchac, who preserves tribal legends in works like Dawnland, and poet Cheryl Savageau, who explores mixed heritage in Dirt Road Home. Algonquin. The Algonquin, pronounced Algonquin, meaning possibly at the place of spearing fish, were the original bearers of the broader Algonquian language family name. Historically significant as early French allies, they inhabited lands along the Ottawa River in present-day Quebec and Ontario. French explorer Samuel de Champlain, who arrived in 1603, forged close ties with the Algonquin, but angered the Iroquois, Haudenosaunee, through attacks, turning them into French enemies. Iroquois raids forced many Algonquin to flee, though some later returned. Their descendants now live in Canadian reserves. Traditionally, the Algonquin relied on hunting, fishing, and gathering rather than farming. They lived in cone-shaped or rectangular houses, traveled by birch bark canoe in summer, and used snowshoes and toboggans in winter. Their spiritual beliefs centered on Manitou, the Great Spirit, a sacred force in all things. Rituals included the Feast of the Dead, featuring dramatic war dances where warriors reenacted battles to drum beats. Today, 9 Algonquin bands reside in Quebec and 1 in Ontario, with the Abitibi recognized as a sub-tribe. Their legacy endures in Canada's Indigenous communities, maintaining cultural ties to their ancestral past. Chippewa. The Chippewa, also called Ojibwe or Anishinaabe, meaning First People, were one of North America's largest and most powerful tribes, originally inhabiting the western Great Lakes region. Part of the Algonquian language family, they formed the Council of Three Fires Alliance with the Ottawa and Potawatomi. Their lifestyle varied by region, from northeast woodland to subarctic to plains cultures. Known for birch bark canoes and wigwams, the Anishinaabe were skilled hunter-gatherers and farmers who particularly valued wild rice. They practiced the sacred Midawiwin, Grand Medicine Society, which blended spiritual beliefs with healing practices. Their military strength, enhanced by early French firearms, allowed them to expand their territory significantly during the 17th to 18th centuries. The Anishinaabe played major roles in colonial conflicts, supporting the French against the British and later resisting American expansion. In modern times, Anishinaabe activists co-founded the American Indian Movement, AIM, in 1968, leading prominent protests for indigenous rights. Today, the Anishinaabe maintain reservations across the northern U.S. and Canada while preserving cultural traditions. Notable contemporary figures include authors Louise Erdrich and Winona LaDuke. Many communities operate cultural centers and casinos, balancing economic development with heritage preservation through initiatives like the Zebawing Center in Michigan. Erie. The Erie were a powerful Iroquoian-speaking tribe inhabiting the southern shore of Lake Erie in present-day Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. Known for their distinctive animal skin robes with tails, their name derived from Ariel Honan, long-tailed, referencing the mountain lion. They lived in palisaded villages, farmed corn, beans, and squash, and were feared for their use of poisoned arrows in warfare. Their downfall came through conflict with the Iroquois Confederacy, particularly the Seneca, over hunting grounds and fur trade competition in the mid-1600s. Despite little direct European contact, the Erie were disadvantaged as the Dutch and English armed the Iroquois. In 1654, a combined Iroquois force invaded Erie territory, destroying villages and scattering the survivors. Some Erie were absorbed into the Seneca, while others fled to the Susquehannock or Huron. The last resistance ended by 1680. Possible Erie descendants include the Honeyasant, Black Minqua, later absorbed by the Iroquois, and some Mingo and Seneca Cayuga in Oklahoma. A notable Erie captive, Gandiactina, later Catherine, became a Catholic convert in Quebec. Today, the Erie survive only in fragments of other tribes, their legacy preserved through archaeology and scattered historical records. Huron, Wyandot. The Huron, French for bristly-haired, or Wyandot, peninsula dwellers, were an Iroquoian people originally from Ontario's Lake Simcoe region. As Northeast Indians, they lived in palisaded longhouse villages, practicing agriculture, corn, beans, squash, supplemented by hunting and fishing. Their sophisticated birch bark canoes and massive fishing nets, up to 400 yards long, demonstrated remarkable adaptation to their environment. From 1616 to 1649, the Huron dominated the North American fur trade as middlemen between French traders and other tribes. Their extensive trade network collapsed when Iroquois warriors, armed by Dutch settlers, destroyed their villages in 1648 to 49. Survivors scattered, with some joining French settlements near Quebec, while others migrated to the Great Lakes region and became known as Wyandot. The Wyandot played significant roles in colonial conflicts, opposing the British in Pontiac's Rebellion, 1763, but supporting them in the American Revolution and War of 1812. Forced relocations eventually brought them to Oklahoma, where the Wyandota tribe maintains its identity today. Canadian descendants preserve traditions at Wendake, Quebec, hosting annual gatherings at their ancestral homeland of Ossossain. Notable cultural practices included the Feast of the Dead, a decennial reburial ceremony, and the fire-handling Dance of Fire for healing. Their legacy endures through both Canadian and U.S. communities that maintain distinct Huron and Wyandot identities while preserving their shared heritage. Ilians. The Illinois, the people, were an Algonquian-speaking tribe of the Northeast culture area, inhabiting lands between the Mississippi River and the Great Lakes. Organized in a loose confederacy of bands, including the Peoria, Kaskaskia, and Cahokia, they combined farming with seasonal buffalo hunts on the prairies. Their villages along wooded river valleys featured elm bark houses and large dugout canoes. First encountered by French explorers Marquette and Joliet in the 1670s, the Illinois became important French allies controlling Mississippi River trade routes. After suffering devastating attacks from Iroquois and later from a Great Lakes tribal alliance, 1769 to 1770, their population drastically declined. Survivors relocated to French settlements and later to Kansas and Oklahoma, where the Peoria tribe maintains its identity today. Modern Illinois descendants preserve cultural traditions through events like the Southwind Dance, while operating enterprises such as the Buffalo Run Casino. Some groups in Illinois continue to protect ancestral sites, maintaining connections to their original homeland that gave the state its name. Iroquois. The Iroquois, or Haudenosaunee, people of the Longhouse, are a powerful confederacy of 6 Iroquoian-speaking nations: Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and Tuscarora. Their unique political union, formed around 1570 through the vision of peacemaker Diegueño and orator Hiawatha, inspired the U.S. Constitution's federal system. As Northeast woodland people, they lived in palisaded villages with distinctive elm bark longhouses housing multiple families. Skilled farmers of the Three Sisters, corn, beans, squash, they also hunted and were renowned warriors. Their matrilineal society gave women significant political power, including selecting chiefs. During colonial times, their strategic location between French and British territories made them pivotal in North American conflicts. Though initially devastating rivals like the Huron with Dutch firearms, the American Revolution divided the Confederacy, with Mohawk leader Joseph Brant supporting Britain while Oneida aided the rebels. Post-war, many relocated to Canadian reserves. Today, Haudenosaunee maintain dual councils in New York and Ontario, preserving traditions like lacrosse, false face healing ceremonies, and wampum diplomacy while adapting to modern life. Their enduring political structure remains a testament to Indigenous governance. Cayuga. The Cayuga were one of the 5 original tribes of the Iroquois League, Haudenosaunee, sharing cultural traits yet maintaining distinct traditions. Their homeland centered around Cayuga Lake in New York's Finger Lakes region, where they controlled the smallest territory among Iroquois tribes. With at least 13 villages, often near wetlands, they were called People of the Great Swamp, Giocoño, also interpreted as people where boats' locusts were taken out. They sent 10 sachems to the Iroquois Great Council. Before the American Revolution, Cayuga among the Ohio Valley Mingo Band, including Chief Logan, allied with the Shawnee against the British. During the Revolution, most Cayuga supported the British alongside Mohawk, Onondaga, and Seneca, while Oneida and Tuscarora backed the Americans. After the war, many migrated to Ontario's Six Nations Reserve, while others joined New York Iroquois communities. The Seneca Cayuga tribe of Oklahoma remains federally recognized. In 2000, New York awarded the Cayuga $250 million to settle land claims for violated treaties and lost territories. Cayuga leader Peter Wilson's 1847 speech poignantly recalled their ancestral ties to New York. "Your roads follow our ancient trails. The Empire State is our monument. We ask only to rest in the land where our forefathers met beneath the elm. Had we rejected your fathers when the French threatened, we might still have a country." Mohawk. The Mohawk, known as Kanien'kehá:ka, people of the place of flint, were the easternmost tribe of the Iroquois Confederacy, Haudenosaunee, serving as keepers of the eastern door. Their name, derived from an Algonquian term meaning eaters of men, references their ceremonial practices. They lived along the Mohawk River, engaging in trade, warfare, and diplomacy with Europeans. Initially allied with the Dutch, they later supported the British during the French and Indian Wars, 1689 to 1763. The most notable Mohawk leader, Joseph Brant, Thayendanegea, played a key role in colonial conflicts. Educated in English schools, he traveled to England, met King George III, and later led Mohawk and British forces in the American Revolution. After the war, many Mohawk relocated to Canada, where Brant founded Brantford and translated Christian texts into Mohawk. Some Mohawk had earlier migrated to Quebec, establishing Kahnawake, a Catholic settlement allied with the French. Another group settled at Akwesasne, St. Regis, straddling the U.S.-Canada border. Mohawk from these communities became renowned as skilled ironworkers, contributing to major construction projects. In the late 20th century, land disputes arose, including the 1990 Oka crisis in Quebec over sacred lands. Traditionalists later founded Kanatsio Hareki in New York to preserve Mohawk language and culture. Today, the Mohawk Nation Council governs 8 communities, maintaining their heritage while navigating modern challenges. The Ronathahani Cultural Center promotes Haudenosaunee traditions worldwide. Oneida. The Oneida were one of the 5 original tribes of the Iroquois Confederacy, Haudenosaunee, with a distinct identity. Their territory in central New York lay between Oneida Lake and the Mohawk River. Their name derives from the Iroquoian word Onayotekaona, meaning people of the upright stone. In the Iroquois Great Council, they were represented by 9 sachems and symbolized by the Great Tree, also speaking for the Tuscarora, who joined the Confederacy in 1722. Loyal to the British during the French and Indian Wars, 1689 to 1763, the Oneida broke with the Confederacy in the American Revolution, siding with the rebels under the influence of missionary Samuel Kirkland. Despite their support, New York pressured them to cede lands, leading many to relocate, some to Ontario's Six Nations Reserve, others to Wisconsin under Eleazar Williams, and a later group to the Thames River in Ontario. Those remaining in New York stayed on reservations. Today, 3 Oneida groups in New York, Wisconsin, and Ontario pursue land claims against New York for roughly 280,000 acres taken unfairly. While seeking financial settlements, they do not aim to displace current residents. Economically, the Oneida have thrived through gaming, with the Turning Stone Casino in New York and Oneida Bingo, and Casino in Wisconsin funding community programs. The success of these ventures has drawn some Oneida families back to their ancestral lands. Onondaga. The Onondaga, people of the hills, central to the Iroquois Confederacy, served as keepers of the council fire, with their main village hosting the annual Great Council. Their ancestral lands surrounded Onondaga Lake in upstate New York. As name-bearers, they maintained the Confederacy's wampum records and provided 14 of the 50 council sachems. According to Iroquois tradition, the Onondaga's reluctant chief Atotarho demanded their perpetual chairmanship of the council as his condition for joining the Confederacy. During the American Revolution, they sided with the British alongside the Mohawk, Seneca, and Cayuga, while Oneida and Tuscarora supported the rebels, causing the council fire to extinguish after 200 years. Post-war, most Onondaga resettled on a New York reservation near Nedrow, while others joined the Six Nations Reserve in Canada. Today, the Onondaga Reservation remains the political center of the revived Confederacy, with their Tadotaho serving as spiritual leader who convenes Six Nation councils. The Onondaga maintained strong cultural traditions, including the Longhouse religion founded by Seneca prophet Handsome Lake, who is buried at their reservation. They host intertribal events like the Iroquois National Cup lacrosse tournament at their Onondaga Nation Arena. Recently, they've successfully repatriated important wampum belts from museums. Known as the most traditional Haudenosaunee nation, the Onondaga continue their historic role as mediators and keepers of Iroquois unity while preserving their spiritual connection to the land through ceremonies honoring natural elements as described in the Iroquois Constitution. Their enduring political and cultural leadership sustains the Confederacy's legacy. Seneca. The Seneca, people of the Great Hill, known as the Keepers of the Western Door in the Iroquois Confederacy, originally inhabited western New York from Seneca Lake to the Allegheny River. As one of the Six Nations, they played a crucial political role, sending 8 sachems to the annual Great Council. Notable Seneca leaders include Corn Planter, who negotiated with George Washington after initially fighting against Americans in the Revolution, Red Jacket, who resisted cultural assimilation, and Handsome Lake, founder of the syncretic Longhouse religion that blends Christian and traditional elements. Ely Parker became the first Native Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1869 after serving as Ulysses Grant's Civil War adjutant. Today, Seneca communities reside on 3 New York reservations: Allegheny, Cattaraugus, Oil Springs, the Tonawanda Reservation, Ontario's Six Nations Reserve, and Oklahoma's Seneca-Cayuga lands. They have faced significant land disputes, including the controversial 1965 Kinzua Dam project that flooded sacred sites and Corn Planter's grave. Recent decades have seen legal battles over highway construction through reservation lands and the renegotiation of century-old Salamanca leases. Modern Seneca enterprises include museums, recreational facilities, and casinos established under 2001 gaming compacts. These economic developments, particularly the Niagara Falls and Salamanca casinos, represent contemporary adaptations while maintaining cultural traditions. The Seneca continue to assert sovereignty through land claims and legal actions, such as the Tonawanda Band's unsuccessful 1993 lawsuit over Niagara River Islands, demonstrating ongoing efforts to protect ancestral territories and rights. Tuscarora. The Tuscarora, shirt-wearing people, originally from North Carolina's coastal plain, were an Iroquoian-speaking people who migrated north in the early 1700s after conflicts with colonists. Despite initially assisting English settlers, they faced land theft, cheating traders, and enslavement, leading to the Tuscarora War, 1711-13. After colonial militias destroyed their villages, most relocated to New York, joining the Iroquois League in 1722 as the Sixth Nation. In their new homeland, the Tuscarora adapted to Haudenosaunee culture while maintaining their identity. During the American Revolution, they and the Oneida supported the Americans, creating divisions within the Iroquois Confederacy. Post-war, they settled on reservation lands near Niagara Falls, New York, with British-allied Tuscarora establishing communities in Ontario. The Tuscarora gained prominence in 20th-century Indigenous activism, notably resisting land seizures for a 1957 reservoir project. Though the Supreme Court ruled against them, their protest inspired later pan-Indian movements. They continue Haudenosaunee traditions while engaging in modern industry, with many working in Buffalo and Niagara Falls. Annually, since 1927, Tuscarora and other tribes commemorate border rights at the Whirlpool Bridge crossing, upholding treaties guaranteeing Indigenous movement between the U.S. and Canada. This event, organized by the Indian Defense League founded by Chief Clinton Rickard, symbolizes their ongoing commitment to sovereignty and cross-border Indigenous unity. Today, Tuscarora communities in New York and Ontario preserve their heritage while navigating contemporary challenges. Kickapoo. He, Kickapoo, whose name may mean he moves about, are an Algonquian people originally from the Great Lakes region. Closely related to the Sac and Meskwaki, Fox, they later migrated to Illinois, splitting into prairie and woodland bands. Known for resistance to relocation, leaders like Kennecook, Kickapoo Prophet, creatively delayed removal through passive resistance before ultimately being forced to Missouri, then Kansas, and Oklahoma. A branch became the Mexican Kickapoo after settling south of the Rio Grande in the 1830s. Following violent conflicts with Texas Rangers and U.S. cavalry in the 1860s to 70s, some returned to Oklahoma, while others maintained communities in Texas and Mexico. Today, 3 federally recognized groups exist: the Kickapoo Tribe of Kansas, Kickapoo Tribe of Oklahoma, and Texas Band of Kickapoo. Many maintain transnational ties between U.S. reservations and Mexican villages while operating casinos that support tribal economies. Lenni Lenape. The Lenni Lenape, real people, also called Delaware, were an Algonquian-speaking people originally inhabiting the Delaware River Valley, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York. Divided into Munsee and Unami dialect groups, they lived in river valley villages with clan-based social structures, wolf, turtle, turkey, and practiced agriculture supplemented by hunting. Their big house ceremony symbolized cosmic renewal. First encountering Dutch traders in 1623, the Lenape faced violent conflicts like the 1643 Pavonia Massacre and were gradually displaced westward. They participated in major colonial wars, French and Indian Wars, Pontiac's Rebellion, American Revolution, before ultimately relocating to Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Ontario, and other scattered communities. Today, Lenape descendants maintain tribal identities in Oklahoma, Delaware Tribe, Lenape Band, Wisconsin, Stockbridge Munsee, Canada, and their ancestral homeland. Cultural preservation efforts include the annual Roasting Ears Festival in Pennsylvania and NAGPRA repatriation initiatives through the Delaware Nation Grand Council. Mohican. The Mohican, Mahi-kun, meaning people of the waters that are never still, were an Algonquian confederacy inhabiting the Hudson Valley, New York, Massachusetts, Vermont. Distinct from the Mohegan of Connecticut, they lived in bark-covered longhouses and wigwams, practicing agriculture while excelling as hunters and fishermen. Their capital at Shodak near Albany was a center of trade and diplomacy. European contact brought devastating changes. Dutch firearms empowered their Mohawk enemies, forcing relocation eastward. Many became known as the Stockbridge Indians after settling near a Massachusetts mission. Further displacements led groups to Pennsylvania, Indiana, and Wisconsin, where they merged with Muncie, Delaware, as the Stockbridge-Muncie community. Today, the Stockbridge-Muncie maintain their Wisconsin reservation, operating the Mohican North Star Casino while preserving cultural traditions. Other Mohican descendants live in Connecticut, keeping alive the heritage of this once powerful Hudson Valley nation. Maliseet. The Maliseet, or Malisite, an Algonquian people, once located their wigwams along the St. John River in what is now New Brunswick, Canada, as well as in territory that is now the northeastern corner of Maine. In some historical accounts, they are referred to as the Etchemin. Maliseet culture resembled that of other Algonquians of the maritime provinces, such as the Micmac of Nova Scotia. It is thought that the tribal name Maliseet, pronounced Mal-u-seet, comes from the Micmac word for broken talkers. The Maliseet were close relatives of the Passamaquoddy, their allies along with other Abenaki in the Abenaki Confederacy. They helped the French fight the British in the French and Indian Wars of 1689 to 1763. The Maliseet frequently intermarried with French settlers. The Maliseet were less dependent on hunting and fishing than the Micmac, and more dependent on farming, with large fields of corn. Both the Maliseet and Micmac preferred their version of football, a kicking game, over lacrosse. Like Indians in many parts of the continent, they also liked to gamble, using pieces of stone, wood, and metal as dice. They threw the dice up in the air and caught them in a dish of wood or bark. Both the Maliseet and Micmac wore caps to shield their heads from the cold winter winds, a rare custom among other Algonquians. 7 Maliseet bands presently hold reserve lands in both New Brunswick and Quebec. Some descendants, the Holton Band of Maliseet, live along the Maduxnaquiag River in Aroostook County, Maine. The Jay Treaty of 1794 gives the Maliseet and other tribes with members living on both sides of the United States-Canada border, such as the Mohawk, special crossing rights. The various bands are united as the Maliseet Nation. The Holton Band, along with the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot, were part of the 1980 Maine Indian Land Claims Settlement Act, at which time they received federal recognition. The Holton Band has been working with various federal and state agencies to study and properly manage their land holdings and natural resources. Massachusetts. The Massachusetts, at the Range of Hills, were a coastal Algonquian tribe inhabiting the Boston area and surrounding rivers. Like neighboring tribes, they lived in palisaded wigwam villages, practiced agriculture, corn, beans, squash, and supplemented their diet with hunting, fishing, and gathering. 6 sachems governed their bands when English settlers arrived in the early 1600s. Initial relations were peaceful, with the Massachusetts assisting colonists and establishing trade. However, devastating smallpox epidemics, 1616-20, 1633-35, decimated their population. Puritan missionary John Eliot's conversion efforts beginning in the 1650s created praying Indian villages that preserved the Massachusetts language but eroded tribal identity. Caught between cultures during King Philip's War, 1675-76, Christianized Massachusetts faced attacks from both rebellious tribes and vengeful colonists. Some were enslaved and sent to Bermuda. Survivors either assimilated into colonial society or joined other Algonquian groups. While considered extinct as a distinct tribe, descendants in Massachusetts and Bermuda maintain ancestral connections. The tribe's legacy survives through numerous New England place names, including Massachusetts itself, and through historical records of their language preserved by Eliot's missionary work. Their story exemplifies the complex cultural disruptions faced by coastal Algonquians during colonization, from disease and religious conversion to violent conflict and displacement. The Massachusetts transition from powerful coastal dwellers to a dispersed people within a few generations mirrors the broader experience of many Northeast tribes during this period. Menominee. The Menominee, Mo-Nom-Ud-Ni, meaning wild rice people, were an Algonquian tribe centered around Wisconsin's Green Bay. Their name derives from their dependence on monomin, wild rice, which women harvested by canoe while men fished and hunted. This abundant food source allowed them to maintain permanent villages with distinctive reed-covered wigwams and large summer houses. Known for colorful quill work and woven basswood bags, the Menominee avoided major conflicts but supported the British in the Revolutionary War and War of 1812. After forced relocation to a Wisconsin reservation in 1854, they suffered under 1960s termination policies until the 1972 Restoration Act, championed by activist Ada Deer, returned their federal recognition. Today, the tribe sustains its cultural heritage through language programs, big drum ceremonies, and annual powwows while managing successful timber operations and the Menominee Nation Casino. Their newspaper, the Menominee Nation News, keeps tribal members informed about community affairs. Meskwaki. The Meskwaki, Meskwaki, meaning Red Earth people, were an Algonquian tribe originally from Wisconsin's Fox River Valley. As semi-nomadic woodland people, they alternated between summer agricultural villages and winter hunting camps, utilizing both forest and prairie resources. Known for their sacred calumet, peace pipe ceremonies, they had distinct leadership roles for peace chiefs, war chiefs, and shamans. Unique among Algonquians, the Meskwaki fiercely resisted French expansion in the 1720s to 30s due to conflicts with French-allied Chippewa. After forming a permanent alliance with the Sac in 1734, they participated in major conflicts, including the Black Hawk War, 1832. Forced relocations led to the loss of many traditions under government assimilation policies. Today, as the Sac and Fox Nation, they maintain reservations in Iowa, Kansas, and Oklahoma. The Iowa group specifically identifies as the Meskwaki Nation, preserving cultural practices through family gatherings, traditional arts, and language revitalization efforts. Miami. The Miami, Mi-A-M-E, meaning people of the peninsula, were an Algonquian tribe originally inhabiting the southern Great Lakes region, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois. As semi-nomadic Northeast Prairie Indians, they alternated between farming in river valleys and buffalo hunting on the prairies, using fire encirclement techniques before horses became common. Famous for their military resistance, Miami War Chief Little Turtle masterminded decisive victories against U.S. forces in 1790 to 91 during the Northwest Indian Wars. His innovative guerrilla tactics inflicted some of the heaviest defeats ever suffered by the U.S. Army against Native Americans. After their eventual defeat at Fallen Timbers, 1794, the Miami were forced to cede most of their lands. Today, two groups maintain Miami identity: the federally recognized Miami Nation of Oklahoma and the non-federally recognized Miami Nation of Indiana, which recently reacquired ancestral lands along the Mississippi River for cultural preservation. Micmac. The Micmac, Micmac meaning allies, are an Algonquian people indigenous to Canada's maritime provinces, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and parts of Quebec. Possibly the first Native Americans encountered by Europeans, they established early alliances with French explorers like Cartier, 1534, and Champlain, 1603, serving as fur trade intermediaries. A woodland people, the Micmac followed seasonal patterns: winter hunting of moose and caribou in small bands, summer fishing and shellfish gathering in coastal camps. Renowned for birch bark canoes and porcupine quill work, they maintained spiritual connections to nature. Today, while integrated into Canadian society, many Micmac preserve traditions on reserves. The U.S. recognized the Aroostook Band in 1992, and all bands maintain cross-border rights under the 1794 Jay Treaty. The Micmac Maliseet Nations News Association publishes a newspaper covering Native issues since 1990. Mohegan. The Mohegan, Mohegan, meaning wolf people, originated as a Pequot subgroup in Connecticut under Chief Uncas, who established their independence after the 1637 Pequot War. While often confused with the Mohican of the Hudson Valley, popularized in James Fenimore Cooper's The Last of the Mohicans, they are distinct Algonquian peoples. Living in birch bark wigwams along the Thames River, the Mohegan thrived as skilled hunters, fishers, and farmers. Their alliance with English colonists allowed them to survive longer than neighboring tribes like the Wampanoag, though they eventually lost most lands to settlers. Federally recognized in 1994, the Mohegan tribe now operates the Mohegan Sun, one of America's largest casinos in Uncasville, Connecticut. This economic success has enabled cultural revitalization, including ownership of the WNBA's Connecticut Sun, making them the first Native nation to own a major professional sports team. Montauk. Long Island, the largest U.S. island outside Alaska and Hawaii, was once home to numerous Algonquian-speaking tribes governed by 13 chieftains. Many of their band names, like Shinnecock and Manhasset, survive as modern place names. Western bands, such as the Canarsie and Rockaway, spoke dialects similar to those of Manhattan's Algonquians, while Eastern bands like the Montauk, Korchog, and Shinnecock had linguistic ties to New England tribes. The Montauk, meaning fortified place, were the dominant Eastern group, originally based at Montauk Point. They engaged in trade and conflict with neighboring tribes, including the Pequot, Narragansett, and Niantic. The Montauk maintained early contact with European explorers and traders, first the Dutch and later the English. Long Island's native inhabitants were skilled producers of wampum, shell beads used as currency and ornamentation, earning the island the name Sewanhaki, place of Sewan. The Montauk lived a coastal lifestyle, farming, fishing, whaling, and crafting dugout canoes. They believed in Moshep, a legendary figure who provided stranded whales for food. European colonization brought disease, warfare, and displacement, drastically reducing the native population. Some Montauk sought refuge with settlers or joined the Brotherton Indians, while others perished in maritime disasters. Today, the Shinnecock and Puspatuck Unkachog Nation maintain small state-recognized reservations. The Shinnecock host an annual powwow and operate a cultural museum, while many Montauk descendants have integrated into Long Island society. Their legacy endures through place names, cultural preservation, and modern enterprises like the Shinnecock Oyster Project. Narragansett. The Narragansett, meaning people of the small point, were an Algonquian tribe inhabiting what is now Rhode Island, particularly around Narragansett Bay. They lived in fortified villages of dome-shaped wigwams, sustaining themselves through farming, hunting, fishing, and gathering. Initially spared from the devastating 1616-20 smallpox epidemic, they lost around 700 members in a 1633 outbreak. Initially allied with English colonists, the Narragansett aided them in the Pequot War, 1636-37. In 1636, Grand Sachem Canonicus sold land to Roger Williams, founder of Rhode Island, who advocated fair treatment of native peoples. However, as colonists continued seizing their lands, the Narragansett allied with the Wampanoag and Nipmuc in King Philip's War, 1675-76. Under Grand Sachem Canonche, they became key leaders in the conflict. Their most devastating defeat came in the Great Swamp Fight, December 1675, where colonial forces and Mohegan allies attacked their fortified village. After hours of fierce resistance, the Narragansett were overwhelmed, losing over 600 people, with hundreds more enslaved. Canonche, captured and executed, remained defiant to the end. Survivors dispersed among neighboring tribes or later joined the Brotherton Indians. In 1978, after a long legal battle, Rhode Island returned 1,800 acres of ancestral land near Charlestown. Federally recognized in 1983, The Narragansett tribe now hosts cultural events like the Green Corn Thanksgiving and Harvest Festival, preserving their heritage. Their resilience endures despite centuries of displacement and hardship. Nanticoke. The Nanticoke, Tidewater people, were an Algonquian-speaking tribe inhabiting Maryland's Chesapeake Bay region, closely related to the Lenni Lenape, Delaware. Organized under a grand sachem with village chiefs, they lived in palisaded riverside wigwams, practicing seasonal agriculture, fishing, and hunting. They were renowned for crafting wampum from coastal shells. First contacted by John Smith in 1608, relations with colonists deteriorated due to disease, trade disputes, and liquor trafficking. After conflicts including Bacon's Rebellion, 1676, they were confined to shrinking reservations. In 1747, facing colonial pressure, they migrated north, eventually joining the Iroquois Confederacy. Some later moved to Canada with Iroquois allies, while others merged with Lenape groups in Ohio, Indiana, and Oklahoma. Today, Nanticoke descendants maintain their heritage through organizations like the Nanticoke Indian Association in Delaware and the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Indians in New Jersey. While their Algonquian dialect is no longer spoken, these groups preserve cultural traditions of their Tidewater ancestors. The Nanticoke's history reflects broader patterns of Algonquian displacement, from initial Chesapeake settlements to multiple diasporas, while demonstrating remarkable cultural resilience through maintained identity despite centuries of migration and assimilation pressures. Their legacy as skilled wampum makers and their political evolution from independent Chesapeake dwellers to Iroquois affiliates illustrate their adaptive strategies in response to colonial expansion. Neutral. The neutral, called Atawandaronk, those whose speech is different, by neighboring tribes, earned their French name by attempting neutrality in 17th century conflicts between the Iroquois and Huron. Despite this stance, they were a powerful Iroquoian-speaking people, maintaining independence through military strength. Their territory spanned Lake Erie's north shore, from the Niagara to Grand Rivers, with fortified villages in present-day Ontario, Michigan, Ohio, and New York. Their society centered around palisaded longhouse villages, often strategically placed on high ground. The Wenro, possibly a subgroup, lived nearby and were known for using oil springs for medicinal purposes. French explorer Etienne Brulé likely first encountered the neutral in 1615, integrating them into the fur trade network. They traded agricultural goods like corn and tobacco through Huron intermediaries in exchange for European goods. A devastating smallpox epidemic in the late 1630s, possibly spread by French missionaries, killed many neutral. When Iroquois attacks crushed the Huron in 1648-49, the neutral abandoned neutrality, capturing Huron refugees to avoid conflict. However, the Iroquois conquered them by 1651, dispersing or absorbing survivors. Some fled west, with the last recorded neutral near Detroit in 1653. Their legacy endures in place names. Ongia Ahra became Niagara, naming the river and falls. Though short-lived as a distinct nation, the neutral played a key role in the Great Lakes pre-colonial trade and warfare. Niantic. The Niantic, at a point of land on an estuary, were coastal Algonquians divided into eastern and western groups in present-day Rhode Island and Connecticut, separated by Pequot territory. Living in palisaded wigwam villages, they practiced agriculture while relying on fishing, shellfish gathering, and hunting. Initially neutral in colonial conflicts, the Western Niantic became involved in the 1636-37 Pequot War after warriors killed slave trader John Stone. Post-war survivors came under Mohegan control. Eastern Niantic, led by Sachem Ninigret, allied with the Narragansett, but were later accused of sheltering Pequot refugees, leading to conflicts with the Mohegan 1643-47 and Montauk 1650s. During King Philip's War, 1675–76, the Niantic remained neutral. By 1680, the Eastern Niantic merged with Narragansett refugees on a Rhode Island reservation. In 1788, many Western Niantic joined the Brotherton Indians, primarily Mohican, with some maintaining a presence near Danbury, Connecticut, into the 19th century. Descendants today include the Nahantic tribe and nation based in Chester, Connecticut, preserving the legacy of these coastal people who navigated complex alliances during colonization. Their story reflects the broader patterns of displacement and cultural survival among New England Algonquians, from initial contact through forced mergers with neighboring tribes. The Niantic's strategic coastal position shaped both their traditional way of life and their historical trajectory during the colonial period. Nipmuc. The Nipmuc, meaning freshwater people, were an Algonquian people inhabiting the inland plateau of central Massachusetts, extending into neighboring states. Unlike coastal tribes, they relied primarily on freshwater fishing in lakes and rivers. Known for their skilled basket weaving and leatherwork, they shared cultural traits with other New England Algonquians while maintaining distinct inland traditions. During colonial times, many Nipmuc became Christianized praying Indians, though some joined King Philip's War in 1675 alongside the Wampanoag and Narragansett. After the war's end, survivors dispersed, some joining Mohican communities along the Hudson River, others relocating to Canada. Today, Massachusetts recognizes three Nipmuc groups: the Hassanamesko Band in Grafton, Chowbunagungamaug Band in Webster Dudley, and Nipmuc Nation in Sutton. These communities preserve their heritage through annual powwows and cultural programs, while some Nipmuc descendants remain in Connecticut. The tribe continues seeking federal recognition, which would provide access to health care, social services, and economic development opportunities while helping protect ancestral lands. The Nipmuc story reflects both the resilience of New England's inland native peoples and the ongoing challenges of maintaining cultural identity and sovereignty in modern America. Their current efforts to gain federal recognition represent the latest chapter in their long history of adaptation and survival. Ottawa. The Ottawa, along with the Chippewa and Potawatomi, formed the Council of Three Fires, having migrated together to the Great Lakes region before separating. By the 1600s, they controlled northern Lake Huron, particularly Manitoulin Island. Their name means to trade or at-home anywhere people, preferred spelling Ottawa. As skilled traders, they became middlemen in the fur trade after the Iroquois defeated the Huron in 1649. However, Iroquois attacks in 1660 forced them to disperse westward, though many later returned to Manitoulin Island. The Ottawa are best known for Chief Pontiac's 1763 rebellion against British rule. Pontiac united multiple tribes to attack British forts across the Great Lakes region, though the uprising ultimately failed when promised French support never materialized. Pontiac continued advocating native unity until his 1769 assassination. Following American expansion, Ottawa lands shrank dramatically. Some relocated to Kansas and later Oklahoma, forming today's federally recognized Ottawa Tribe of Oklahoma. Others remained in Michigan and Ontario, where they maintained tribal identity and cultural traditions. Modern Ottawa communities preserve their heritage through events like Oklahoma's annual powwow and maintain reservations in Michigan and Ontario. Their legacy as traders, warriors, and adapters to changing circumstances continues to shape their identity today. Passamaquoddy. The Passamaquoddy, like the Penobscot, are often discussed under the more general heading of Abenaki Indians. These Algonquian-speaking people of present-day northern Maine were part of the Abenaki Confederacy. Their history, especially their participation in the Abenaki Wars, the New England phase of the French and Indian Wars, is similar to that of other Abenaki, and their culture resembles that of other New England Algonquians. Their closest ancestral relatives, based on dialects, were the Maliseet. Passamaquoddy, pronounced Passamaquoddy, means those who pursue the pollock in reference to their fishing. Although the Passamaquoddy were hunter-gatherers as well as farmers, they depended more on fishing than many other Northeast Indians, taking advantage of the numerous lakes, rivers, and bays in their territory. The Passamaquoddy Bay in Maine, a major source of their food, bears their name. The two existing Passamaquoddy reservations, Pleasant Point and Indian Township, are near the town of Calais, Maine. This is the easternmost land in the United States held by Native Americans. As stated in the Abenaki entry, the name Abenaki means those living at the sunrise, or Easterners. In 1980, the Passamaquoddy and the Penobscot won a judgment against the state of Maine in the Maine Indian Claims Settlement Act. The federal and state governments granted them $81.5 million as repayment for lands unfairly taken away from them by early settlers. With their share, the Passamaquoddy tribe have purchased land and invested in tribal businesses such as the Wapanaki Resource Center and Sipayak Museum on the Pleasant Point Reservation. Tribal members are known for their arts and crafts, including basketry, jewelry, and wood carving. Some among them also build traditional birch bark canoes. Efforts are being made to increase the number of Passamaquoddy children who speak the native language. Pennacook. The Pennacook were an Algonquian people whose ancestral homeland covered present-day New Hampshire, with hunting grounds extending into Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont. Their name, meaning at the bottom of the hill, originated from their village at modern Concord, New Hampshire. Closely allied with the Abenaki, they were part of the Northeast culture area. New England's landscape preserves their legacy through numerous Algonquian place names. The Kancamagus Highway honors their last great sachem, while mountains bear names of leaders like Passaconaway and Paugus. Originally maintaining peace with English colonists, the Pennacook turned against them after a treacherous 1675 massacre at Dover. Kancamagus later led a successful attack on Dover in 1689 before retreating to Quebec when Mohawk allies of the English destroyed Pennacook villages. Local legends endure in place names like Squaw Cove, recalling a tragic love story, and Indian Leap, where young warriors proved their courage by jumping across dangerous rock formations. Names like Lake Winnisquam, Salmon Lake, reflect their subsistence patterns. Today, Pennacook descendants live among Abenaki communities in Quebec at Odanak and Wallanack. The Pennacook New Hampshire tribe maintains presence in Manchester, while the Kawasuk Band operates from Franklin, Massachusetts, keeping their heritage alive in their ancestral lands. The landscape itself serves as a lasting testament to their history, with geographic features continuing to tell their stories centuries later. Penobscot. The Penobscot, part of the Abenaki Confederacy, derive their name from Penawapskiwi, meaning people of the rocky place, referencing their ancestral lands along Maine's Penobscot River. Their traditional lifestyle followed seasonal patterns, winter hunting camps where families tracked game using snowshoes and clever trapping techniques, spring and summer villages where they farmed corn, fished, and collected maple syrup, and autumn preparations for winter. Summer trips to the coast provided seafood and social gatherings. Their history includes notable figures like Louis Sockalexis, the first openly Native American Major League Baseball player in 1897, whose legacy remains controversial due to Cleveland's Indians team name and Chief Wahoo mascot. Today, the Penobscot maintain their cultural identity on Indian Island Reservation in Maine. A landmark 1980 settlement of $81.5 million for stolen lands allowed them to repurchase territory and establish tribal enterprises. They operate the Penobscot Nation Museum and maintain traditions while adapting to modern life. The tribe's deep connection to their riverine homeland persists, with place names throughout Maine reflecting their language and history. Their traditional subsistence practices, combining hunting, fishing, farming, and gathering, demonstrate remarkable adaptation to New England's challenging environment. the Penobscot continue to balance preservation of their heritage with active participation in contemporary society, serving as stewards of their ancestral lands and culture. Pequot. The Pequot, whose name means destroyers, were a powerful Algonquian tribe that dominated southern New England's fertile coastal lands before European contact. Originally from the Hudson Valley, they controlled territory from the Connecticut River to Rhode Island by the 1600s, having defeated rival tribes like the Narragansett and Montauk. Their grand sachem Sassacus ruled from a palisaded village on the Thames River with 26 subordinate chiefs. Conflict with English colonists erupted in 1636 after the killing of trader John Oldham, leading to the Pequot War. Colonial forces, allied with Narragansett and Mohegan warriors, attacked the main Pequot village at Mystic in 1637, killing 600 to 1,000 people. Sassacus fled but was later killed by Mohawk. Survivors were enslaved or dispersed, with the tribe officially disbanded until 1655, when some were resettled on the Mystic River. Two branches survived, the Mashantucket, Western, and Pawcatuck, Eastern Pequot, granted small reservations in Connecticut. After centuries of land loss, the Mashantucket gained federal recognition in 1983 and successfully opened Foxwoods Casino in 1992, now one of the world's most profitable gaming resorts. The revenue has funded cultural preservation, including a museum, while the Pawcatuck remain unrecognized due to internal divisions. The Pequot's dramatic history reflects both Native American resilience and the complex legacy of colonialism in New England, where their name once banned now symbolizes tribal economic resurgence. Potawatomi. The Potawatomi, people of the Place of Fire, originally inhabited Michigan's Lower Peninsula before migrating westward due to Iroquois pressure. By 1670, they settled near Green Bay, Wisconsin, later moving south toward Chicago. Originally united with the Chippewa and Ottawa as the Council of Three Fires, they became key French allies in the fur trade until Britain's 1763 victory. They participated in Pontiac's rebellion and later supported Britain during the American Revolution. Throughout the late 18th, early 19th centuries, the Potawatomi resisted American expansion in Little Turtle's War, Tecumseh's Rebellion, and the Black Hawk War. Their 1838 forced removal from Indiana became known as the Trail of Death due to its high mortality rate. Displaced groups scattered to Missouri, Iowa, Kansas, Oklahoma, Mexico, and Canada, while some remained in the Great Lakes region. Today, federally recognized Potawatomi bands include the Prairie Band in Kansas, Citizen Band in Oklahoma, and several Michigan, Wisconsin communities. While maintaining traditional practices like the Midewiwin Medicine Society and Big Drum religion, many have embraced economic development through gaming enterprises. Historically, their culture blended Great Lakes Algonquian traditions: hunting, fishing, wild rice gathering, and farming. Some bands, like the Mascoutin, also hunted bison. Despite centuries of displacement, contemporary Potawatomi preserve their heritage while adapting to modern circumstances, maintaining reservations in multiple states and Ontario. Powhatan. The Powhatan Confederacy, led by Chief Wahunsonacock, known as Powhatan to colonists, dominated Virginia's Tidewater region in the early 1600s, uniting about 30 Algonquian bands. Their villages featured bark-covered longhouses and practiced gender-specific roles, with men hunting, fishing, and women farming. The famous story of Pocahontas, Powhatan's daughter, saving John Smith's life, remains debated, but her 1614 marriage to John Rolfe did establish temporary peace with Jamestown settlers. After Powhatan's 1618 death, his brother Opechancanough recognized English expansion's threat. He launched devastating attacks in 1622, killing 347 colonists, and 1644, killing 500, but English retaliation proved stronger. Captured in 1646, at over 100 years old, Opechancanough was executed, and surviving Powhatan were displaced to reservations or pushed inland. Today, Powhatan descendants maintain identity through Virginia tribes like the Pamunkey and Mattapony, holding original reservation lands, and New Jersey's state-recognized Powhatan Lenape Nation. The Confederacy's legacy endures through Pocahontas's legend and Opechancano's resistance, symbolizing both early Native European diplomacy and the inevitable conflicts over land and sovereignty. Powhatan's 1607 warning to John Smith encapsulates this tension. Why will you take by force what you may quietly have by love? We are unarmed and willing to give you what you ask if you come in a friendly manner. Their history reflects the tragic arc of many Eastern tribes, from powerful confederacies to marginalized communities struggling to preserve their heritage. The Sac, or Sauk, meaning Yellow Earth People, were Algonquian speakers originally from Michigan who migrated to Wisconsin before European contact. Closely allied with the Meskwaki, Fox, and Kickapoo, they combined Great Lakes woodland traditions with prairie buffalo hunting. Their seasonal lifestyle alternated between farming villages with bark-covered wigwams and winter hunting camps. Forced westward by American expansion, they became central figures in the 1832 Black Hawk War. Chief Black Hawk resisted the illegal seizure of Sac lands in Illinois, famously stating, "Land cannot be sold." The Great Spirit gave it to his children. After a series of battles and the tragic Bad Axe Massacre, where hundreds of Sac were killed while attempting to cross the Mississippi, Black Hawk surrendered. His autobiography became an important Native American text. Today, 3 federally recognized Sac and Fox tribes remain in Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, and Iowa, where the Meskwaki Nation repurchased ancestral land. The tribe produced Jim Thorpe, 1888 to 1953, the Olympic gold medalist, considered one of history's greatest athletes. Though stripped of his medals for playing semi-professional baseball, they were posthumously restored in 1983. The Sac story reflects both the resilience of Native nations and the tragedy of displacement, from their early alliances and seasonal migrations to their forced removal and contemporary efforts to preserve their culture and language. Shawnee. The Shawnee, Southerners, were a migratory Algonquian people originally from the Cumberland River region. Their frequent movements across eastern North America made them cultural intermediaries between northern and southern tribes. Classified as Northeast Indians but adopting some Southeast customs, they ranged from the Appalachians to the Mississippi Valley. Historically allied with the French, they later participated in Pontiac's Rebellion, 1763, and Lord Dunmore's War, 1774, against British colonial expansion. During the American Revolution, they sided with the British, famously capturing Daniel Boone. After the war, they joined Little Turtle's resistance against U.S. expansion until their 1794 defeat. The Shawnee produced 2 legendary brothers, Tenskwatawa, the Shawnee prophet, who advocated cultural revival, and Tecumseh, who envisioned a pan-Indian confederacy to resist land cessions. Tecumseh's brilliant leadership during the War of 1812 ended with his death at the Battle of the Thames in 1813. Forced westward, Shawnee groups eventually settled in Oklahoma, forming 3 federally recognized tribes: the Loyal Shawnee, Absentee Shawnee, and Eastern Shawnee. Some descendants remain in Ohio as state-recognized groups. The Shawnee legacy includes Tecumseh's visionary leadership and their role as cultural mediators between Eastern tribes during the colonial period. Susquehannock. The Susquehannock were an Iroquoian-speaking people who inhabited the Susquehanna River Valley, primarily in present-day Pennsylvania. Their name likely means Roily River, sharing its origin with the river that formed the heart of their territory. Though culturally similar to other Iroquoian groups with their longhouse villages and mixed farming-hunting economy, they remained independent from and often at war with the Iroquois League to their north. During the 17th century, the Susquehannock became important fur trade partners with Dutch colonists in New Netherland. Their strategic position along the river made them influential in regional conflicts until their defeat by the Iroquois in 1675, after which they were dispersed from their homeland. Some groups became embroiled in Bacon's Rebellion, 1676, when Virginia settlers attacked them indiscriminately alongside other tribes. The remnants of the tribe, later known as Conestoga, suffered further tragedy in 1763 when the Paxton Boys massacred peaceful Christianized Susquehannock at a Moravian mission, despite Governor John Penn's attempts to protect them. These final brutal attacks effectively ended the Susquehannock as a distinct people, with survivors assimilating into other tribes. Today, some descendants live among the Seneca and Cayuga nations in Oklahoma. The Susquehannock story reflects the complex dynamics of colonial-era Native American history, caught between European powers, hostile neighboring tribes, and settler violence that ultimately led to their disappearance as an independent nation. Tionontati. The Tionontati, Tionan Teati, meaning where the mountain stands, were an Iroquoian people inhabiting southeastern Ontario's highlands, south of Georgian Bay. Also called Pétain or Tobacco Nation by French explorers like Champlain, 1616, they were neighbors of the Huron. Though all regional tribes cultivated tobacco, the Tionontati became particularly associated with it, possibly due to ritual use evidenced by tobacco residue in their pipes. Living in palisaded longhouse villages, they practiced agriculture, corn, beans, squash, alongside hunting and fishing. Organized into deer and wolf moieties across 9 villages, they participated in regional trade networks with the Huron as intermediaries. Jesuit missionaries established a mission among them in 1640. Their existence as a distinct tribe ended abruptly in 1649 when Iroquois attacks, following their destruction of the Huron Confederacy, forced Tionontati survivors to flee west with Huron refugees. This merged group eventually became known as the Wyandot, relocating multiple times before settling in Indian Territory, Oklahoma, in the 1850s, where their descendants remain today. The Tionontati's legacy persists through their contribution to Wyandot identity and the enduring mystery of their tobacco association, whether reflecting actual cultivation or French misinterpretation, remains debated by historians. Their story exemplifies the complex intertribal dynamics and displacements caused by European contact and Iroquois expansion in the Great Lakes region. Wampanoag. The Wampanoag, people of the East, were an Algonquian people inhabiting coastal Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and nearby islands. Their early friendship with English pilgrims, particularly through figures like Squanto and Massasoit, enabled the Plymouth colony's survival and inspired the Thanksgiving tradition. However, colonial expansion and abuses gradually eroded this relationship. Originally living in palisaded villages with a mixed farming, hunting, fishing economy, the Wampanoag helped the pilgrims adapt to New England's environment. Squanto, who had been kidnapped and learned English, served as interpreter while Massasoit maintained peace for 40 years. After their deaths, tensions grew as colonists seized land through deception and imposed colonial laws. Massasoit's son Metacomet, called King Philip, organized a pan-tribal alliance against expanding settlements, leading to King Philip's War, 1675-76. Though initially successful, the Wampanoag and their Narragansett and Nipmuc allies were ultimately defeated. Metacomet was killed, his family enslaved, and surviving Wampanoag dispersed. Some bands avoided conflict and maintained their lands, particularly on Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. Today, 5 Wampanoag communities persist in Massachusetts, with the Aquinnah Wampanoag gaining federal recognition in 1987. They continue cultural traditions through events like Cranberry Day and maintain their identity despite centuries of adversity. The Wampanoag story encompasses both the famous cooperation of the first Thanksgiving and the tragic conflicts that followed colonial expansion, marking them as central figures in early American history. Wappinger. The Wappinger, Easterners, were an Algonquian people inhabiting the eastern Hudson Valley from Manhattan to Poughkeepsie, with some territory extending into Connecticut. Comprising multiple bands, they shared cultural similarities with neighboring Mohican and Lenape tribes, though tribal boundaries remain debated by scholars. Their history became intertwined with Dutch colonization after Henry Hudson's 1609 exploration. The Dutch established New Amsterdam, Manhattan, and Fort Orange, Albany, through land purchases from local tribes, including the controversial 1626 sale of Manhattan for trade goods worth about $24. As Dutch settlements expanded, tensions grew over land and resources. Violence erupted in the 1640s, beginning with Dutch livestock destroying native crops. The brutal 1643 Pavonia massacre saw Dutch soldiers slaughter 80 Wappinger refugees, including women and children, under Governor Kieft's orders. This sparked widespread Algonquian resistance across the region, leading to the construction of Manhattan's defensive wall, now Wall Street. Further conflicts, like the 1655 Peach War sparked by a Dutch farmer killing a native woman, continued under Governor Stuyvesant. By the 1664 British takeover of New Netherland, the Wappingers' power was broken. Survivors dispersed to join neighboring tribes like the Lenape, Mohican, and Nanticoke. Their legacy endures in Hudson Valley place names, though their distinct tribal identity was largely erased through colonial violence and displacement. Winnebago, Ho. The Winnebago, Ho-Chunk, meaning big voice, are a Siouan-speaking people originally from Wisconsin's Green Bay area, making them unique among Northeast Indians. Their name, given by Algonquian neighbors, means people of the dirty waters. When encountered by French explorer Jean Nicolet in 1634, they lived in bark lodges along Lake Michigan, practicing agriculture while also hunting buffalo on the prairies. Traditionally organized into air and earth moieties with animal clans, the Winnebago had a rich cultural life featuring the Midiwiwin Medicine Society and intricate calendar sticks. They maintained complex trade networks, exchanging buffalo robes with the Menominee for wild rice. Initially allied with the French, they later supported the British during the Revolutionary War and Tecumseh's Rebellion. Conflicts with American settlers erupted in the 1820s over lead mining rights and culminated in their participation in the 1832 Black Hawk War under spiritual leader White Cloud, Winnebago Prophet. Forced relocations between 1840 to 1863 moved them westward through Iowa, Minnesota, South Dakota, and Nebraska, resulting in hundreds of deaths. Today, descendants are organized as the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska and the Ho-Chunk Nation of Wisconsin, with some members in Minnesota. Both groups have leveraged gaming enterprises to fund economic development while preserving their cultural heritage. Northwest Coast Indians. The Northwest Coast culture area stretches 2,000 miles from southern Alaska to northern California, encompassing coastal British Columbia, Washington, and Oregon, along with island chains like Vancouver and the Queen Charlotte Islands. This narrow region features rugged mountains, dense forests, and a rainy, temperate climate warmed by the Japan Current. Northwest Coast peoples built cedar plank houses along sheltered beaches, facing the sea. Their impressive woodworking skills produced large dugout canoes, totem poles, and carved masks. Villages were organized around extended families with wealth displayed through the potlatch ceremony, where hosts gave away possessions to demonstrate status. Abundant resources from both sea and forest sustained large populations without farming. The ocean provided whales, seals, salmon, and halibut, while inland forests offered deer, elk, and mountain goats. Travel and trade occurred mainly by water due to the region's challenging terrain. The area was home to diverse language groups, including Athapascan, Salesian, and Wakashan, each with distinct cultural traditions. Despite differences, shared environmental conditions fostered similar technologies, art styles, and social structures across tribes. Known for their artistic mastery and complex societies, Northwest Coast peoples thrived in a resource-rich environment, leaving a lasting legacy of wood carving, weaving, and ceremonial traditions. Bella Coola. The Bella Coola, Nuxalk, are a Salishan-speaking people inhabiting British Columbia's Bella Coola and Dean Rivers region. Known for their impressive cedar plank houses and totem poles, they developed a rich artistic tradition, including carved masks and dugout canoes. Their economy centered on salmon fishing, supplemented by hunting seals, bears, and wildfowl, and gathering berries and roots. They traded fish oil from Yulican, candlefish, and wool from wild mountain goats with inland tribes for animal skins. Living among Wakashan-speaking neighbors like the Kwakiutl, the Bella Coola maintained distinct cultural practices while sharing Northwest Coast traditions, such as potlatch ceremonies. These elaborate giveaways marked important life events and included masked dances representing legendary beings. Their complex cosmology featured 5 worlds ruled by deities, with Kamaitsa as the supreme creator. First encountered by Europeans in 1793 when Alexander Mackenzie documented their villages, the Bella Coola faced significant changes after the 1851 gold rush brought outsiders. The establishment of Hudson's Bay Company posts and Methodist missions in the late 1800s, followed by 20th century logging operations, disrupted traditional ways. Today, the town of Bella Coola remains the cultural center for the Nuxalk people, who continue to preserve their heritage while adapting to modern circumstances. Chinook. The Chinook were a group of Native American tribes living along the Columbia River in present-day Oregon and Washington. Their name, derived from the Chehalis word Tsinuk, originally referred to coastal winds before being applied to the people. Divided into Lower Chinook, near the river's mouth, and Upper Chinook, further inland, they served as cultural intermediaries between Northwest Coast and Plateau Indians. As expert traders, the Chinook controlled commerce along the Columbia River, even charging tolls for passage. They developed a trade language, later evolving into Chinook jargon, and used dentalium shells as currency. Their economy combined salmon fishing with trade in goods like furs, cedar products, and slaves. While they built cedar plank houses like coastal tribes, these were partially underground in plateau style. They were known for distinctive horn carvings rather than totem poles. Early European contact began with explorers in the 1500s, intensifying after 1792 when American and British traders arrived. The Chinook adapted as middlemen in the fur trade, but their traditional way of life declined with missionary activity and settler influx in the 1830s to 40s. Many eventually joined neighboring tribes on reservations. Despite maintaining tribal identity and seeking federal recognition, their 2002 petition was denied. The Chinook's legacy survives in place names and their historical role as key traders connecting coastal and inland cultures. Coos. The Coos Indians, comprising the Hunnis, Coos proper, and Miwok groups, inhabited Oregon's southwestern coast around Coos Bay and the Coquille River. Their distinct Penutian language had 2 dialects reflecting these geographic divisions. As Northwest Coast people, they relied on fishing, using dugout canoes, clam gathering, and hunting deer, elk, supplemented by wild plants. They lived in cedar plank winter villages and seasonal brush shelters upriver. Skilled woodworkers and basket weavers, the Coos practiced vision quests to acquire guardian spirits, with shamans wielding significant influence. First contact came through traders, followed by settlers in 1853. After the 1857 Rogue River War, most were forcibly relocated to Fort Umpqua, then to Yakats Reservation in 1861 alongside Athapascan tribes. When Yachats closed in 1876, some moved to Silet's reservation, while others joined Yakanan-speaking tribes. In 1941, the U.S. granted just 6 acres for a shared reservation. Today, the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians maintain their headquarters in Coos Bay and operate the Three Rivers Casino in Florence. Despite historical displacements, they preserve cultural traditions while adapting to modern economic opportunities. The story of Libby, a Coos woman hidden in a flour barrel during forced relocations, remains a symbol of resistance, commemorated in local place names. Their current confederation represents both the challenges of colonial disruption and the resilience of Oregon's coastal tribes. Cowichan. The Cowichan are a Coast Salish people inhabiting southeastern Vancouver Island and the lower Fraser River region in British Columbia. Their language, Halkomelem, Volkuminum, includes several dialects shared with neighboring tribes. Traditionally organized in autonomous villages, their culture centered around cedar, used for houses, canoes, and ceremonial objects, and salmon fishing supplemented by hunting and gathering. According to Cowichan oral tradition, their origin story tells of people falling from the sky, with the first man, Sialutsa, landing near Cowichan River Falls. They developed rich ceremonial traditions, including potlatches, where the renowned Cowichan sweaters, featuring traditional designs in undyed wool, later became iconic. These distinctive sweaters emerged after 19th century European contact introduced sheep wool. Early encounters with Europeans began with Spanish explorer Juan de Fuca in 1592, followed by traders like Simon Fraser in 1808. Resistance to colonization included an 1843 attack on Fort Victoria by Allied tribes. The 1857 Fraser River Gold Rush and introduced diseases devastated populations. Today, most Cowichan live on 9 small reserves, primarily on Vancouver Island. The Kuputsun Cultural Center in Duncan promotes traditional arts and language preservation efforts like the Hulkuminum Dictionary. Despite historical challenges, the Cowichan maintain their cultural identity through language revitalization, traditional crafts, and connection to their ancestral lands. Duwamish. The Duwamish are a Coast Salish people who traditionally inhabited the areas around Lake Washington, the Duwamish River, and Elliott Bay in what is now Seattle, Washington. Their name means people of the inside in the Lushoot Seed language. Like other Northwest Coast tribes, they lived in cedar plank houses along waterways and were skilled canoe builders, crafting different designs for rivers, lakes, and ocean travel. Organized in a stratified society with nobles, commoners, and slaves, the Duwamish practiced potlatch ceremonies and maintained a fishing-based economy, supplemented by hunting and gathering. Their ancestral lands became the site of modern Seattle, named after Chief Seathel, Seal, a prominent Duwamish-Suquamish leader who befriended early settlers in the 1850s. Despite signing the 1855 Point Elliott Treaty that promised reservations, most Duwamish were displaced from their homeland. Some relocated to the Port Madison, Muckleshoot, and Tulalip reservations, while others remained in the Seattle area. Today, many Duwamish continue to live in their ancestral territory without federal recognition, though they maintain their cultural identity and fight for tribal rights. Chief Sethel's legacy endures through the city named after him, though his people never received the promised reservation in their traditional lands. The Duwamish remain connected to their heritage through canoe traditions, storytelling, and ongoing efforts to preserve their language and culture. Haida. The Haida, renowned as master woodcarvers of the Pacific Northwest, inhabited the Queen Charlotte Islands, now Haida Gwaii, and southern Alaska. Their exceptional craftsmanship produced towering totem poles, elaborate ceremonial masks, and highly prized dugout canoes, some reaching 60 feet long, that were traded among neighboring tribes. As part of the Nadine language family, they shared cultural ties with the Tlingit to the north. Organized into raven and bear clans, the Haida developed a complex society featuring potlatch ceremonies, powerful shamans with secret societies, and distinctive grave houses overlooking the ocean. While their island home lacked large salmon runs, they thrived on halibut, cod, candlefish, for oil, and sea mammals. Their massive cedar plank houses, some measuring 60 by 100 feet, faced the sea and featured carved totem poles. European contact in the 1700s brought traders, missionaries, and devastating epidemics. Today, Haida communities persist in Masset and Skidgate, Canada, and Heidelberg, Alaska, where they maintain traditions while adapting to modern economies. Many work in fishing or create traditional artwork, and the Sealaska Corporation represents their economic interests in Alaska. Through NNAGPRA, the Haida are reclaiming cultural artifacts and ancestral remains from museums worldwide. The Haida's enduring legacy lies in their extraordinary woodcarving traditions, sophisticated maritime culture, and ongoing efforts to preserve their rich heritage despite historical challenges. Kalapuya. The Kalapuya were a group of 8 related tribes inhabiting Oregon's Willamette Valley, speaking languages of the Kalapuyan family, Penutian phylum. Each tribe occupied specific river systems, from the Yoncalla on the Umpqua River to the Atfalati near Forest Grove. Though classified as Northwest Coast Indians, their inland location gave them cultural similarities with Plateau tribes, particularly in their reliance on camas root gathering supplemented by fishing and hunting. Living in seasonal settlements, the Kalapuya wintered in semi-permanent multifamily houses and summered in temporary brush shelters. They practiced vision quests and used dentalium shells for trade. Devastating epidemics in 1782 to 83, smallpox, and 1830 to 33, malaria, dramatically reduced their population before significant Euro-American contact. Despite resistance from leaders like Santiam Chief Alquema, who protested shrinking reservation offers, the Kalapuya were forcibly relocated to the Grand Ronde Reservation in 1855 to 56. Facing extreme poverty, some adopted the ghost dance movement in the 1870s, hoping for cultural restoration. Today, Kalapuya descendants are part of the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde community, working to preserve their traditions alongside other relocated tribes like the Chinook. The Kalapuya's story reflects the tragic pattern of Pacific Northwest tribes: devastating disease, broken treaties, forced removal, and eventual cultural revitalization efforts by surviving descendants. Kwakiutl. The Kwakiutl, whose name likely means beach at the north side of the river, inhabited northern Vancouver Island and the adjacent mainland in British Columbia. Their dialect, Kwakwala, belongs to the Wakashan language family, shared with neighboring tribes like the Nootka and Makah. The Kwakiutl thrived on fishing, hunting, and foraging, with salmon, seals, elk, and berries as staples. They were skilled wood carvers, crafting totem poles, dugout canoes, and elaborate masks used in ceremonies. Their society was highly structured, with the potlatch being central to their culture. This gift-giving ritual involved extravagant exchanges where recipients had to repay double, sometimes leading to ruinous debts. The Kwakiutl also held secret societies, the most powerful being the Hamatsa, cannibal dance, which symbolically portrayed cannibal spirits through dramatic performances. Though not actual cannibals, the ceremony reinforced social taboos. Contact with Europeans in the 1700s and the founding of Victoria in 1843 brought disease, alcohol, and missionaries, disrupting their way of life. A Canadian ban on potlatches in 1884 further eroded traditions. However, figures like George Hunt, who collaborated with anthropologist Franz Boas, and carver Mungo Martin later helped preserve Kwakiutl culture. Today, the Kwakwaka'wakw continue cultural revitalization, reviving potlatches and reclaiming artifacts from museums. Many work in the salmon industry, while institutions like the Umista Cultural Center celebrate their heritage, symbolizing the return of lost treasures, Umista, to their people. Maka. The Maka, whose name means Cape People, lived along Cape Flattery in northwestern Washington. As southernmost speakers of the Wakashan language, they shared cultural traits with other Northwest Coast tribes. Skilled woodcarvers, they built cedar plank houses, carved totem poles and ocean-going canoes, and wove dog hair blankets. Their diet relied on salmon, deer, elk, and foraged plants, but they were best known as expert whalers, unlike most tribes that only scavenged beached whales. Maka whalers hunted with harpoons tipped with mussel shell blades and bone spurs, attached to sealskin floats to tire the whale. A chief harpooner, accompanied by paddlers, would sing to the whale during the chase. The hunt was dangerous as whales could overturn canoes, but successful catches provided meat, blubber, and materials for tools and rope. A 1970 storm uncovered Ozette, a 500-year-old Maka village buried by a mudslide. Over 55,000 artifacts, harpoons, baskets, and carvings were recovered and are now displayed at the Maka Museum in Nia Bay. In 1999, the Maka resumed whaling after a 70-year hiatus, using both traditional harpoons and rifles for quicker kills. Despite environmental protests, they continue seeking legal approval for annual hunts, with the National Marine Fisheries Service assessing the impact. Today, the Maka preserve their heritage through the Maka Cultural and Research Center, maintaining their language and traditions. Nisqually. The Nisqually were a Salishan-speaking tribe located along the Nisqually and Puyallup rivers near present-day Olympia, Washington. Their name derives from Squalapsh, their word for the river. Like neighboring tribes, they spoke Lushootseed and relied on fishing, hunting, and trade, traveling by dugout canoe. Unlike most coastal tribes, they kept horse herds, sometimes giving them away in Sugwigwi potlatch ceremonies. In 1854, the Nisqually signed the Medicine Creek Treaty, which guaranteed fishing rights, the first such U.S. treaty, but settlers soon violated the agreement. When Governor Isaac Stevens forced their relocation to an unsuitable forested reservation, Chief Leshy led a rebellion, uniting warriors from multiple tribes in raids, including an attack on Seattle in 1850-1856. After defeat, Leshy was betrayed, captured, and controversially executed in 1858 for killing a militiaman, a conviction overturned in 2004 by a historical court, which ruled he acted as a wartime combatant. The Nisqually Reservation was established in 1857, but much of their land later became part of Fort Lewis. Today, the tribe is centered in Yelm, Washington, with some members sharing the Puyallup and Squaxin Island reservations. Fishing rights remained a key issue. In the 1960s to 70s, Nisqually activists led fish-ins against state restrictions, culminating in federal court rulings upholding treaty rights. The Pacific Salmon Treaty Acts, 1983-1985, further clarified tribal fishing allocations. The tribe continues to honor Chief Leshy's legacy while preserving their cultural and legal rights. Nootka. The Nootka, Nucha Nolth, inhabited the rugged western coast of Vancouver Island, North America's largest Pacific island, known for its dense rainforests and abundant rainfall. Part of the Northwest Coast culture area, they comprised over 20 tribes of the Ott Confederacy, speaking Wakashan dialects. Like neighboring coastal tribes, they lived in cedar plank houses, fished for salmon, hunted seals and sea otters, and practiced the potlatch, from their word patchatl. Unique among Northwest tribes, the Nootka were skilled whalers, using techniques similar to the Maka across the Juan de Fuca Strait. Their whaling rituals included songs to charm the whales, believing harpoons should strike the heart. They crafted 6 types of dugout canoes and distinctive woven hats. Boys underwent a wolf spirit initiation involving symbolic kidnapping and purification dances. Early European contact began in 1592 with Spanish explorer Juan de Fuca. Later, British Captain James Cook documented Nootka life in 1778. Though generally friendly traders, the Nootka resisted exploitation, famously attacking the ships Boston, 1803, and Tonquin, 1811. The 1790 Nootka Convention resolved Spanish-British territorial disputes, opening the region to colonization. By the 1840s, disease and missionaries threatened Nootka culture. Today, approximately 18 Nootka-Nulth communities remain on Vancouver Island, many working in fishing or salmon canneries. Efforts to revive traditions include basket weaving and asserting water rights through the Nootka-Nulth Title and Rights Fund. Their resilience preserves a culture deeply connected to the Pacific's bounty. Puyallup. The Puyallup, generous people, a Coast Salish tribe of northwestern Washington, traditionally lived along the Puyallup River and Puget Sound. They spoke Lushootseed and shared cultural traits with neighboring tribes like the Nisqually and Duwamish. Like other Northwest Coast peoples, they lived in cedar plank houses, fished for salmon, and practiced the potlatch ceremony. Their strategic location made them important traders between coastal and inland tribes. After signing the 1854 Medicine Creek Treaty under pressure from settlers, the Puyallup joined the Nisqually-led rebellion when treaty terms were violated, participating in the 1856 attack on Seattle. Their reservation was established through the treaty, but the 1887 Allotment Act caused them to lose half their lands. The 20th century saw the tribe reorganize under the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act and fight for fishing rights. Tribal leader Bob Satyakham's 1950s activism led to the landmark 1974 Bolt decision affirming tribal fishing rights. The tribe also won a $77 million settlement for stolen lands in Tacoma. Today, the Puyallup tribe manages its own government services and has used gaming revenues to fund social programs and expand its land base, including a 2005 purchase of 321 acres. While facing modern challenges like urban spillover of crime and drugs, the tribe maintains its cultural identity while adapting to contemporary economic realities. Their history reflects both the struggles and resilience of Puget Sound's indigenous peoples. Quileute. The Quileute, Quil-U-O-O-T, are a Chimakuan-speaking people of northwestern Washington, with ancient origins in wolf transformation legends. They inhabited the Quileute River area along with related groups like the Hoh. As skilled Northwest Coast people, they built cedar plank houses and excelled at seal hunting and whaling. Their diet centered on salmon and sea mammals, while their crafts included watertight baskets and dog hair blankets. First contacted by Spanish explorers and later by Captain Robert Gray in 1792, the Quileute resisted relocation after the 1856 Quinault River Treaty. In 1889, they secured a reservation at La Push rather than move to Quinault lands. The Hoh Reservation followed in 1893. While some members later accepted lands on Quinault and Makah reservations, the tribe won compensation for treaty violations in 1963. Today, the Quileute maintain cultural traditions while adapting to modern economies. They continue fishing and logging livelihoods, and in 2004 partnered with the Klallam tribe to market canned salmon. The annual Quileute Day celebration at La Push preserves their heritage. Their distinctive language and coastal traditions, along with their legendary wolf origins, make them unique among Northwest tribes. Quinault. The Quinault people, named after their ancestral village, Quinail, at the mouth of the Quinault River in Washington, are a Coast Salish tribe of the Northwest Coast culture. Their territory marked a geographical transition between northern rocky cliffs and southern sandy beaches. Like neighboring coastal tribes, they lived in cedar plank houses, crafted dugout canoes, and relied on fishing supplemented by hunting and gathering. While primarily fishing-focused, they occasionally hunted whales using canoes traded from the Makah or Nootka tribes. The Quinault practiced an elaborate version of the potlatch ceremony and maintained a rich spiritual tradition featuring the creator deity Misp and trickster figure Xwani Xwani. First European contact occurred in 1775 with Spanish traders, followed by Lewis and Clark in 1805. After resisting initial treaty offers, the Quinault were forced onto a reservation in 1856 through the Quinault River Treaty. The reservation was later expanded to accommodate other tribes and now covers 200,000 acres with 23 miles of Pacific coastline. Today, the Quinault Indian Nation includes descendants of several regional tribes and operates successful enterprises like the Quinault Beach Resort and Casino. The tribe maintains its fishing traditions while actively participating in conservation efforts. Cultural preservation remains important, as seen in events like their annual canoe journey and potlatch celebration, which honor ancestral practices and promote environmental awareness. The Quinault continue to balance economic development with the protection of their natural resources and cultural heritage. Squaxin. The Squaxin, or People of the Water, are a Coast Salish tribe historically tied to the inlets of Puget Sound in Washington state. Their name, also spelled Squaxin or Squaxnamish, likely derives from a place name. They spoke Lushootseed and relied on salmon, shellfish, and wild plants for subsistence. Their mythology, often carved in cedar, reflected their deep connection to waterways. In 1854, the Squaxin signed the Medicine Creek Treaty, ceding land to settlers. Facing broken treaties and land restrictions, some joined the Nisqually Rebellion under Leshy, 1856–57, leading to their confinement on Squaxin Island. Later, many returned to ancestral villages, but with diminished freedoms. In the late 1800s, the Indian Shaker religion emerged among the Squaxin, founded by John Slocum after a spiritual vision. Blending Christianity with indigenous beliefs, it incorporated shaking to cleanse sins. Despite persecution, the religion persists today. Though uninhabited, Squaxin Island remains central to tribal identity. The tribe operates recreational facilities there, while another band, the Squaxnamish, shares the Puyallup Reservation. In 1988, the Squaxin Island tribe joined the Federal Self-Governance Project, gaining control of BIA-administered funds. They opened a museum and cultural center in 2002–04 and received grants for salmon habitat restoration, reaffirming their enduring ties to the land and water. Takelma. The Takelma, meaning those dwelling along the river, were a tribe of southwestern Oregon who spoke a Penutian language called Takelman. They lived along the Rogue River, alongside the Latgawa, those in the highlands, and Athabascan Tututni. Collectively, these groups were called Rogue Indians due to their resistance to settlers. Culturally, they blended traits of Northwest Coast, Plateau, and California tribes. Like coastal groups, they lived in plank houses, relied on salmon, and used dentalia shells as currency. Like Plateau tribes, they harvested camas roots, and like California tribes, they depended on acorns. Their society lacked strict hierarchy, though wealth created distinctions. Their spiritual leaders included shamans, who could harm, and dreamers, who interpreted omens, roles open to women. Key figures in their mythology were the hero Daldal and the trickster Coyote. Conflict erupted in the 1855–56 Rogue River War after settlers massacred a Takelma village, prompting retaliatory raids. Despite an attempted ambush at Big Meadows, U.S. troops forced their surrender. Most survivors were relocated to Grand Ronde and Silet's reservations, while Chief Old John was imprisoned at Alcatraz. By the 20th century, the Takelma neared extinction, but cultural revival efforts emerged. In 1994, they revived the sacred salmon ceremony after 150 years. Since 2000, the Takelma Intertribal Project has worked to restore traditional plants through controlled burns and pruning, reconnecting with their ancestral practices. Tlingit. The Tlingit, meaning people, are indigenous to southern Alaska and northern British Columbia. Comprising independent bands like the Chilkat, Sitka, and Yakutat, they spoke dialects of the Na-Dene language. Known for resisting Russian colonization, they played a key role in ending Russia's North American fur trade. As part of the Northwest Coast culture area, the Tlingit relied on salmon fishing, hunting, and extensive trade. They were skilled artisans, crafting totem poles, chilkat blankets, intricately woven ceremonial garments, and wooden armor for warfare. Their society was wealth-based, with shamans, secret societies, and potlatch ceremonies. In the late 18th century, Russian fur traders, led by Alexander Baranov, clashed with the Tlingit, who destroyed the Sitka fort in 1802. Despite Russian retaliation, the Tlingit continued resisting until Russia sold Alaska to the U.S. in 1867. American expansion further disrupted their way of life, leading to land loss and cultural decline. In the 20th century, the Tlingit revitalized their identity through organizations like the Alaska Native Brotherhood, 1912. The 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act provided compensation, enabling economic development through ventures like the Sealaska Corporation. Today, they maintain traditions such as chilkat weaving and woodcarving while thriving in commercial fishing and tourism. Despite historical challenges, the Tlingit preserve their heritage through art, cultural revival, and political activism, remaining a resilient and influential indigenous nation. Tsimshian. The Tsimshian, meaning people of the Skeena River, traditionally inhabited northern British Columbia along the Skeena and Nass rivers. As skilled fishermen and hunters, they harvested salmon, seals, deer, and mountain goats while gathering wild plants. Their society shared many Northwest Coast cultural traits, including elaborate woodwork, potlatch ceremonies, and a shamanistic spiritual tradition. Renowned artisans, the Tsimshian, crafted distinctive chilkat blankets woven from goat hair and cedar bark, featuring intricate designs believed to hold spiritual power. They also became known for button blankets adorned with mother-of-pearl after European contact. Copper plaques, hammered into engraved sculptures, were among their most valued trade items. Unlike their northern Tlingit neighbors, the Tsimshian had relatively peaceful relations with European settlers. Their post-contact history followed a typical Northwest Coast pattern: early encounters with explorers, establishment of fur trading posts like Fort Simpson, 1831, and later, missionary influence. Anglican missionary William Duncan proved particularly significant, establishing the Metlakatla Mission in 1862 and later relocating to New Metlakatla in Alaska, where he helped develop sustainable industries. Today, the Tsimshian maintain their cultural identity while adapting to modern economies. Many work in fishing and logging, though they actively resist unsustainable development that threatens traditional lands like the Tongass National Forest. The Alaskan Tsimshian of Annette Island remain U.S. citizens, while Canadian Tsimshian continue their ancestral traditions alongside contemporary livelihoods. Throughout their history, the Tsimshian have demonstrated resilience in preserving their cultural heritage while navigating changing economic and political landscapes. Umpqua. The Umpqua, UMP-Qua, an Athapascan-speaking people of southwestern Oregon, inhabited the upper Umpqua River region. Their name possibly means thunder or references river fluctuations. Unlike their Yakunan-speaking neighbors, lower Umpqua are Quechua. These upper Umpqua descended from Canadian Athapascan migrants who adapted to Northwest Coast culture while maintaining distinct traditions like circular pit cedar homes covered with woven mats. As skilled fishermen and hunters, they relied on salmon, elk, deer, and acorns. From 1836 to 1852, they interacted with Hudson's Bay Company's Fort Umpqua, though played minor roles in the fur trade. Increasing white settlement brought devastating epidemics, and after the 1855-56 Rogue River War, most were forcibly relocated to northern reservations, primarily Grande Ronde with others to Siletz. Some Umpqua avoided removal, maintaining ties to ancestral lands. Their descendants gained federal recognition in 1982 as the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe, Nahanquatana, now based in Roseburg. This community preserves Umpqua heritage while adapting to modern circumstances, representing the cultural resilience of Oregon's original inhabitants despite colonial disruptions to their traditional way of life. Yaquina. The Yaquanan, or Alseian language family, includes 4 tribes in western Oregon: the Yaquina, Alsea, Siuslaw, and Queech, each named after their respective rivers except the Queech, who lived along the Umpqua River. Fishing was their main livelihood, supplemented by hunting and gathering. Shamans held influence, though rituals were less elaborate than northern coastal tribes. Villages consisted of cedar plank houses built over pits, housing multiple families with a headman overseeing community matters. The Queech were distinct from the Athapascan-speaking Upper Umpqua, while the Coos and Miwok tribes to the south, once linguistically linked, are now considered a separate Kusan language family. Both Yaquanan and Kusan belong to the broader Penutian phylum. These tribes shared cultural traits with Northwest Coast and California Indians. European contact began in the late 18th century, but significant disruption came in the 1850s with settlers and miners. The 1855-56 Rogue River War led to tribal removals, with some Yaquanan lands incorporated into the Siletz Reservation, later reduced in 1876. By 1892, some lands were allotted to individuals. Today, Yaquanan descendants are part of the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians, primarily composed of Athapascan groups like the Tututni, headquartered in Siletz, Oregon. Roanoke. North Carolina was home to diverse native groups before European contact. Coastal Algonquian tribes like the Roanoke, Secotán, and Choanock inhabited the Tidewater region, while inland lived Iroquoian Tuscarora and Siouan tribes like the Cheraw and Wakan. The Cherokee occupied western mountains. The Roanoke people became historically significant through England's first colonization attempts, 1584 to 1590. Initial friendly relations between explorers Amatus and Barlow and the Roanoke led to cultural exchanges, with 2 natives, Manteo and Wanchese, visiting England. The first 1585 colony under Ralph Lane ended violently after conflicts over food and the killing of Chief Wingina. John White's 1587 lost colony vanished completely, leaving only the cryptic clue Croatoan. These early contacts established patterns repeated throughout colonial history: initial cooperation followed by conflict, disease, and native displacement. The coastal Algonquians largely disappeared by the 1700s, though their legacy survives in place names like Roanoke Island and through historical sites preserving their memory. The mysterious fate of the lost colony continues to inspire theories, including possible assimilation with the Lumbee people. While less documented than later colonies, these early interactions shaped subsequent European native relations. The contrasting paths of Manteo, who maintained English ties, and Wanchese, who turned against them, symbolize the complex choices indigenous leaders faced during colonization. Plateau Indians. The Plateau Indians inhabited the Columbia Plateau region between the Cascade and Rocky Mountains, spanning parts of British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and California. This area, defined by the Columbia River and its tributaries, featured diverse landscapes from dense evergreen forests to dry grasslands with sagebrush. These native peoples developed a lifestyle adapted to their environment. While game was scarce, they relied heavily on abundant river resources, particularly salmon that migrated upstream. They supplemented their diet with gathered foods like camas roots, bitterroot, berries, and other wild plants. Their seasonal movements followed food sources, living in insulated pit houses along rivers during winter and temporary mat-covered lodges during warmer months when harvesting camas or fishing. The Plateau tribes spoke languages primarily from 2 families, Sahaptian, Penutian phylum, and Salishan. Major Sahaptian-speaking groups included the Nez Perce, Yakima, and Umatilla, while Salishan speakers comprised tribes like the Flathead and Spokane. Other language isolates in the region included Klamath-Muddock and Kootenai. The river systems served not just as food sources, but also as vital trade networks connecting various tribes. This interconnectedness allowed for cultural exchange while maintaining distinct tribal identities. The Plateau way of life demonstrated remarkable adaptation to their environment, developing sustainable practices that utilized seasonal resources without the need for agriculture in this challenging but resource-rich region. Cayuse. The Cayuse, Waiilatpu, were skilled horsemen from northeast Oregon and southeast Washington, whose tribal name became synonymous with the small Indian pony. Living along Columbia River tributaries, they spoke a unique Penutian dialect shared only with the neighboring Molalla. Their plateau lifestyle combined fishing, hunting, and gathering with distinctive oblong mat-covered lodges. Renowned traders, the Cayuse initially exchanged buffalo robes and reed mats with coastal tribes before becoming major horse traders after acquiring Spanish stock in the 1700s. Their equestrian expertise made them central to regional commerce. The tribe is best known for the 1847-50 Cayuse War, the first major conflict between Plateau tribes and settlers. Tensions erupted when Cayuse children died from measles at the Whitman Mission, leading warriors to kill missionaries Marcus and Narcissa Whitman. This triggered retaliatory militia attacks that nearly sparked a broader uprising. The war's aftermath saw increased military presence and the eventual confinement of Cayuse to reservations. Today, most Cayuse live with the Umatilla and Walla Walla on the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Reservation. Their diversified economy includes agriculture, timber, and the Wild Horse Casino Resort. The Tamastlicht Cultural Institute preserves their heritage, while tribal members maintain traditions of horsemanship and fishing rights. Though diminished in numbers, the Cayuse legacy endures through their famous ponies and their pivotal role in Northwest history. Coeur D'alene. The Coeur D'alene, whose name derives from a French trader's misinterpretation of their term meaning heart of all, call themselves Skitswish. This Salishan-speaking tribe inhabited northern Idaho and eastern Washington, particularly around Coeur D'alene Lake and nearby rivers. As Plateau people, they relied on salmon fishing, hunting small game, and gathering wild plants. They lived in distinctive cone-shaped pit houses covered with bark or woven mats. Initially peaceful towards settlers after the Lewis and Clark expedition, tensions rose in the 1850s due to treaty violations, leading to the Coeur D'alene War of 1858. The tribe, allied with Spokane and Palouse warriors, initially defeated U.S. troops at Pine Creek before being overwhelmed by better armed soldiers under Colonel Wright. The conflict ended with the execution of key Native leaders and eventual establishment of the Coeur D'alene Reservation in 1873. Today, the tribe maintains a strong presence in Idaho's Benua County, engaging in timber, farming, and environmental restoration. They successfully reclaimed rights to southern Lake Coeur D'Alene, considered sacred land. The tribe participates in regional organizations working to repair ecological damage from historical mining operations. Notable contemporary Coeur D'Alene include writer Sherman Alexie, whose works like Reservation Blues and the film Smoke Signals have brought Native stories to wider audiences. The tribe continues to preserve its cultural heritage while adapting to modern economic opportunities. Columbia. The Columbia Sinkyus were a Salishan-speaking Plateau tribe inhabiting the east bank of the Columbia River between Fort Okanagan and Priest Rapids in central Washington. As river people, they followed a seasonal cycle, living in earth-covered winter lodges and tool-mat summer tents while fishing, hunting, and gathering. Their spiritual beliefs centered on animism and shamanism. Initially coexisting with early traders, some Columbia joined neighboring tribes in the Yakima War, 1855-56, and Coeur D'Alene War, 1858, against increasing settler pressures. Their most prominent leader, Chief Moses Quilatican, emerged during these conflicts. After initially resisting relocation, Moses's band was eventually forced onto the Colville Reservation in 1884, along with numerous other tribes. In 1938, these groups formally organized as the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation, governed by a 14-member business council. The Columbia's legacy persists through this confederation, which maintains their ancestral connection to the Columbia River while adapting to modern circumstances. Their historical territory remains culturally significant, though their original way of life transformed through forced relocation and tribal consolidation. Flathead. The Flathead, properly called Salish, the people, are a plateau tribe from western Montana and northern Idaho. Their common name originated from a misunderstanding. While they never practiced head flattening like some coastal Salishan tribes, early French traders applied the term flatheads to them. As interior Salish speakers, they traditionally lived in pit houses and later earth-covered conical lodges, relying on fishing and hunting in their mountainous homeland. After acquiring horses in the 1700s, the Flathead adopted some Plains Indian traits, including buffalo hunting, though they maintained their distinctive earth-covered dwellings. They had long-standing conflicts with the Blackfeet until peace was brokered by Jesuit missionary Pierre-Jean de Smet in the 1840s. Through 19th century treaties, the Flathead lost most of their territory. Today, they share the Flathead Reservation in Montana with the Kalispel, Spokane, and Kootenai tribes as the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. The reservation economy benefits from the Coeur Dam, which the tribe will fully control in 2015, timber sales, bison ranching, and the Quataknook Resort on Flathead Lake. The tribe actively manages natural resources, including water systems, and a bison herd, while preserving cultural traditions through events like summer powwows. Their history reflects both the challenges of colonization and successful adaptation to modern economic opportunities while maintaining their Salish identity. Kalispel. The Kalispel, meaning Camas people, or Pondore, earrings in French, are a Salishan-speaking plateau tribe from northern Idaho, northwestern Montana, and northeastern Washington. Their homeland centered around Pendorea Lake and the Clark Fork River in the Rocky Mountains. Like other plateau tribes, they relied on fishing, hunting small game, and gathering wild plants like camas roots. They lived in distinctive cone-shaped pit houses covered with earth and vegetation. After acquiring horses, the Kalispel adopted some Plains Indian traits, including buffalo hunting. They maintained generally friendly relations with Euro-Americans, first encountered by Lewis and Clark in 1805. Jesuit missionary Pierre-Jean de Smet established peaceful ties in the 1840s. Through 19th century treaties, most Kalispel were relocated to reservations in Washington and Montana. A resistant faction led by Chief Charlotte refused relocation to the Flathead Reservation until forced removal in 1890. Today, the Kalispel are working to reclaim ancestral lands while developing their community. The tribe operates the Northern Quest Casino, whose profits fund the Camas Institute, a facility blending modern healthcare with traditional healing practices. This reflects their ongoing efforts to preserve cultural traditions while adapting to contemporary life. The tribe's name remains visible throughout their homeland in geographic features like Pendorea Lake, maintaining their connection to this culturally significant landscape despite historical displacements. Klamath. The Klamath Maklaks, a plateau people of south-central Oregon, spoke a Penutian language related to the Modoc. They inhabited the upper Klamath Lake region, living in semi-subterranean earth lodges and subsisting primarily on fish, particularly salmon, supplemented by water lily seeds, wokas, and game. Renowned for their exceptional yew wood bows and serviceberry arrows, admired even by Kit Carson, they were skilled hunters capable of piercing horses with their shots. Unlike neighboring California tribes, the Klamath maintained a warrior culture, frequently raiding northern tribes for slaves. However, they established friendly trade relations with whites, beginning with Peter Skeen Ogden in 1829. The 1864 treaty established the Klamath Reservation, where they were joined by Modoc and Yahuskin Paiute, though tensions with Modoc led to the 1872-73 Modoc War. In 1954, the controversial termination policy stripped the Klamath of federal recognition until its restoration in 1986. Today, the revived Klamath tribes, including Modoc and Paiute descendants, maintain cultural traditions like the annual return of the Sowam ceremony in Kiloquin, Oregon, celebrating the spring spawning of the Lost River suckerfish that once sustained them. This ceremony symbolizes both their enduring connection to ancestral lands and ongoing cultural revitalization efforts following the challenges of termination. The tribe continues working toward self-sufficiency while preserving their heritage in the Klamath River Basin, where they maintain their reservation and traditional ecological knowledge despite historical disruptions to their way of life. Klickitat. The Klickitat, Kulhuaypum, or Prairie People, were a Sahaptian-speaking plateau tribe originally from southern Washington along the Klickitat and White Salmon rivers. Skilled traders positioned along the Columbia River, they fished for salmon, hunted game, and gathered camas roots. Their name, meaning beyond in Chinookian, references their location east of the Cascade Range. After Lewis and Clark encountered them in 1805, the Klickitat briefly expanded into Oregon's Willamette Valley following 1820s epidemics that weakened neighboring tribes. They participated minimally in the 1855-56 Yakima War before being confined to the Yakima Reservation with other regional tribes. The Klickitat played a significant role in Northwest religious movements. They practiced the Washat, seven-drum religion, and contributed to the Dreamer religion through figures like Lishwilit. In 1904, spiritual leader Jake Hunt synthesized these traditions with Christianity to create the Feather Religion, featuring eagle feather rituals and spinning dances, despite government suppression. Today, Klickitat descendants primarily live on the Yakama Reservation, with some at Oregon's Siletz Reservation. Others maintain separate identity as the Cascade Klickitat tribe, working to preserve cultural traditions and protect ancestral lands along the Columbia River. Their legacy endures through continued practice of the Washat religion and stewardship of their traditional fishing grounds and sacred sites. Kootenai. The Kootenai, or Kootenai, are a unique plateau tribe whose ancestral lands spanned northwestern Montana, northern Idaho, northeastern Washington, and southeastern British Columbia. Their name's meaning remains unknown. Living near Kootenai Lake and the Columbia River, they relied heavily on fishing using spears, traps, and weirs, traveling in both bark canoes and dugouts. They lived in cone-shaped rush mat dwellings and crafted distinctive watertight baskets. Divided into upper and lower divisions, the Upper Kootenai adopted Plains Indian customs after acquiring horses in the 1700s, hunting buffalo east of the Rockies, while maintaining their traditional territory against Blackfeet enemies. Their language, possibly related to Algonquian, differs from neighboring plateau tribes. Notable in Kootenai history is Kauksuma Nupika, a transgender spiritual leader who served as guide, warrior, and prophet. After being rejected by explorer David Thompson's expedition, she returned claiming supernatural transformation, predicted white settlements' impacts, and mediated tribal conflicts before being killed by Blackfeet in 1837. Following the 1846 U.S.-Canada border establishment, the tribe was divided. Today, Kootenai people live on reservations in Idaho and Montana, where they joined the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, as well as in British Columbia. They maintain cultural traditions while participating actively in regional Native affairs, preserving their distinct heritage despite historical territorial divisions. Modoc. The Modoc, Southerners in Klamath, were a plateau people inhabiting the Oregon-California border region around Tule and Lost River Lakes. Speaking a Penutian dialect similar to the Klamath, they followed a semi-nomadic lifestyle centered on salmon fishing and seasonal gathering. Though culturally Plateau Indians, they became historically linked to California due to the 1872-73 Modoc War. After being forced onto the Klamath Reservation in 1864, tensions led Modoc leader Kinpuash, Captain Jack, and about 150 followers to return to their Lost River homeland in 1870. When troops attempted to remove them in 1872, the Modoc retreated to the lava beds of Tule Lake, using the rugged terrain to repel U.S. Army attacks for months. During peace negotiations in 1873, Captain Jack assassinated General Canby, leading to brutal retaliation. Betrayed by fellow Modoc, Captain Jack was captured and hanged along with 3 warriors. Most surviving Modoc were exiled to Oklahoma's Quapaw lands, though some later returned to Oregon. Today, descendants are organized as the Modoc Tribe of Oklahoma, federally recognized in 1978, and the Klamath Tribes in Oregon. Both groups work to preserve Modoc language and traditions while commemorating their ancestors' dramatic resistance, particularly through the annual Captain Jack Stronghold hike that retraces the warriors' footsteps in the lava beds. Nez Perce. The Nez Perce, whose name means the people, Nimipu, originally inhabited lands in central Idaho, southeastern Washington, and northeastern Oregon, centered around the Snake and Salmon rivers. They were skilled fishers, hunters, and gatherers, relying on salmon, elk, deer, and wild plants like camas bulbs. Their seasonal movements led them to use temporary mat-covered shelters in summer and earth-covered pit houses in winter. Acquiring horses in the 1700s, they expanded their hunting range, adopting plains-style teepees. Initially friendly to outsiders, the Nez Perce aided Lewis and Clark in 1805 and later tolerated missionaries and settlers. However, tensions escalated when gold seekers encroached on their lands, leading to the 1863 treaty that split the tribe. Chief Joseph's band refused to cede the Wallowa Valley, but by 1877, forced relocation sparked conflict. After young warriors killed settlers, the U.S. Army pursued the Nez Perce in a 1,700-mile retreat through Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana. Despite outmaneuvering troops in multiple battles, they were finally trapped at Bear Paw Mountains, just 30 miles from Canada. On October 5, 1877, Chief Joseph surrendered, declaring, "I will fight no more forever." Exiled to Kansas, then Indian Territory, and later the Colville Reservation, Joseph never returned home. Today, Nez Perce descendants live on reservations in Idaho and Washington, preserving their culture through language programs, ceremonies, and advocacy for fishing rights. The Nez Perce National Historic Trail and Bear Paw Battleground commemorate their resilience. Netlakiapamuk. The Entlakiapamuk, or Thompson, are a Salishan-speaking people from British Columbia's Fraser River region. Their name means the people, but fur traders later called them Thompson River Indians after explorer David Thompson. In 1808, they encountered Simon Fraser's expedition, which named the Fraser River. Living in earth-covered pit houses, they thrived on fishing, hunting, and gathering, trading with neighboring Salishan tribes like the Aleut and Okanagan. Initially enemies with the Athapascan-speaking Stewie-Hammock, the two groups merged by the early 1800s. The fur trade had little impact, but Jesuit missionary John Nobili's 1845 visit introduced Christianity, though traditional rituals persisted. The 1858 gold rush brought violence, disease, and land loss, worsened by a smallpox epidemic in 1863. Despite these challenges, the Entlakiapamuk recovered in the 20th century. Today, several First Nations maintain reserves in their ancestral lands, preserving their heritage. Okanagan. The Okanagan, also spelled Okanogan or Okanagan, are an interior Salish-speaking tribe whose traditional homeland centers around the Okanagan River and Okanagan Lake, spanning what is now northern Washington state and southern British Columbia. Their name derives from Okanogan Falls, a significant site they consider their place of origin. Pronounced Oku-Nah Gun, they were divided into autonomous bands, each led by a chief and council of elders. Traditionally, the Okanagan relied on salmon, deer, rabbits, and gathered roots and berries. They crafted cedar bark baskets and lived in circular earth-covered pit houses in winter, using temporary mat-covered shelters in summer. After acquiring horses, their hunting and travel expanded. Their spiritual beliefs centered on the Creator, Great Mystery, or Chief Above, with Coyote as a key figure in their myths. Historically, they clashed with neighboring tribes like the Shuswap, Nez Perce, and Yakima. Early contact with non-Indians began with fur traders in the late 1700s. The 1848 U.S.-Canada border disrupted their unity, and the 1858 Fraser River Gold Rush brought settlers, leading to conflicts. U.S. Okanagan were later confined to the Colville Reservation, while Canadian bands were placed on small reserves. In 1982, the Penticton Okanagan became the first British Columbia First Nation to settle a land claim with Canada. Today, Okanagan descendants live on the Colville Reservation in Washington and various reserves in British Columbia, maintaining their cultural traditions and Salesian language ties to tribes like the Colville and Sandpoil. Palouse. The Appaloosa breed of horse, with its distinctive spotted coat and its renowned intelligence, speed, and stamina, is named after one of the tribes that developed the breed, the Palouse. Members of this tribe occupied ancestral territory along the Palouse River on lands that now include parts of eastern Washington state and northern Idaho. Horses, brought to North America by the Spanish, reached this part of North America by the early 1700s, after which the Palouse, Nez Perce, Cayuse, and other tribes of the region became famous as horse breeders and horse traders. The Palouse are considered part of the Plateau culture area. The Palouse played an important part in the heavy fur trade among whites and the tribes of the American Northwest during the first half of the 1800s. But with increased non-Indian settlement by the mid-1800s, the Palouse joined other tribes in their stand for ancestral lands. Palouse warriors fought as allies to the Cayuse and Coeur D'alene in the Cayuse War of 1847-50 and the Coeur D'alene War of 1858. The Palouse, or Palace, both pronounced Palouse, are thought to have once been one people with the Yakima, another tribe speaking a dialect of the Sahaptian language family, part of the Penutian phylum. They also had close ties with the Nez Perce. It was among the Nez Perce that the Lewis and Clark expedition first saw Appaloosa horses in 1805. These tribes and others on the Columbia Plateau depended heavily on fishing in the many rivers draining toward the Pacific Ocean. The Palouse as a tribe declined to lead the reservation life, forced on many tribes of the region. Some individuals did, however, join their Sahaptian kinspeople on reservations, in particular the Colville Reservation in northeastern Washington, established in 1872. In 2001, the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation approved a reservation-wide integrated resource management plan to guide the management of resources on the approximately 1.4 million acres of tribal lands. Spokane. The Spokane, people of the sun, a Salishan-speaking Plateau tribe, traditionally inhabited lands along the Spokane River in eastern Washington and northern Idaho. Their economy centered on salmon fishing and camas root gathering, living in circular pit houses, covered with woven mats. First contacted by Lewis and Clark in 1805, they initially maintained peaceful relations with fur traders. The mid-19th century brought devastating smallpox epidemics, 1846, 1852-53, and increasing settler encroachment. After witnessing broken treaties and neighboring tribes' conflicts like the Yakima War, the Spokane joined the 1858 Coeur D'alene War, also called the Spokane War, against white settlers. Following their defeat, they were relocated to reservations, including Spokane, Wellpinnet, Washington, Colville, Nispelem, Washington, and Flathead, Dixon, Montana. The 1941 Grand Coulee Dam construction severely impacted their traditional salmon-based economy. However, the 1954 discovery of uranium on their reservation provided new income sources. Today, the Spokane tribe operates diverse enterprises, including a lumber mill, fish hatchery, and casinos, Chihuahua Casino and Two Rivers Casino, which fund community development while maintaining cultural traditions. As Plateau people, the Spokane share cultural traits with both coastal Salish groups and inland tribes, particularly in their reliance on Columbia River salmon runs. Despite historical challenges, including disease, warfare, and environmental changes, they have preserved their identity while adapting to modern economic opportunities. Their reservation lands continue to be central to tribal governance and cultural preservation efforts. Stuihamuk. Athapaskans, tribes speaking languages in the Athapaskan language family, were centered in present-day northwestern Canada and are classified as subarctic Indians. Some of them migrated southward to other parts of western North America. Among these were the Stuihamuk, who settled among the Plateau Indians in present-day southern British Columbia. The Stuihamuk have been referred to in some texts as the Nicola. The Stuihamuk were originally enemies of the Ntlakiapamuk, but they managed to seize lands nearby and establish their own villages. They came to adopt many of the customs of their plateau neighbors, establishing permanent villages of circular earth-covered pit houses and setting up temporary lodges of brush at fishing, hunting, and gathering sites. By the time the Ntlakiapamuk had contact with traders in the early 19th century, such as Simon Fraser of the Northwest Company, they had absorbed the Stuihamuk. Among the contemporary Ntlakiapamuk First Nations, known as Upper Nicola and Lower Nicola, it can thus be assumed there are some people of Athapaskan ancestry. The significance of the name Stuihamuk, pronounced Stuihamuk, and also recorded as Stuik and Stuichamuk, is not known. It was probably given to them by the Salishan-speaking Ntlakiapamuk, Thompson, near whom they settled. Because of their location in the Nicola Valley and the nearby Similkameen Valley, they are often grouped under the Nicola name. Umatilla. The Umatilla, pronounced Tilla, occupied ancestral territory in what today is northern Oregon and southern Washington state, along the banks of the river named after them, as well as along the Columbia River. They spoke a Sahaptian language, a family in the Penutian phylum. They are considered part of the Plateau culture area. Like other Plateau Indians, the Umatilla fished the rivers of the region, especially for salmon during the spawning season, hunted small game, and gathered wild plant foods, especially the roots and bulbs of the camas plant. After the Lewis and Clark expedition of the early 1800s, the Umatilla and other plateau tribes became important to the fur trade, developed in the region by both the Northwest Company and the Hudson's Bay Company, both of Canada and the American Fur Company. They remained peaceful until the mid-1800s, when they resisted non-Indian expansion in the Cayuse War of 1847-50 and the Yakima War of 1855-56. In the Bannock War 2 decades later, they aided the whites by alerting soldiers to the whereabouts of the rebels and by killing the Paiute chief Egan. The Umatilla Reservation was established in 1853. Umatilla share this tract of land near Pendleton, Oregon, with Cayuse and Walla Walla. In addition to operating the Wild Horse Resort and Casino east of Pendleton, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Reservation sponsor an annual powwow and rodeo called the Pendleton Roundup. Tribal members also participate in traditional ceremonies surrounding salmon fishing and root gathering. An ongoing concern for the Confederated Tribes is the proper cleanup by the U.S. Department of Energy of nuclear waste resulting from 40 years of plutonium production at the nearby Hanford Nuclear Reservation. Walla Walla. The Walla Walla, or Walla Walla, occupied ancestral territory along the lower Walla Walla River and along the junction of the Snake and Columbia Rivers in territory that is now part of northern Oregon and southern Washington state. Their name, pronounced Wa-a-lu-wa-a-lu-ha, means Little River in their Sahaptian dialect of the Penutian language phylum. The tribe shared cultural traits with other Plateau Indians, subsisting primarily through salmon fishing and root gathering with some hunting of small game. The Walla Walla became known to non-Indians after the Lewis and Clark expedition in the early 1800s. Afterward, fur traders had many contacts with them. Like other tribes of the region, they remained at peace with outsiders until the 1850s, when several wars erupted. The Walla Walla participated in the Yakima War of 1855–56 with the Yakima and other tribes. An important chief of the Walla Walla during this period was Pepeomoxmox. Colonel James Kelly, who led a volunteer force into Indian country, called a parley with him. When Pepeomoxmox came, he was murdered by Kelly's men. Then they displayed his scalp and ears to the white settlers to show that they had taken revenge for earlier Indian attacks. His murder rallied other tribes to rebellion and led to continued violence through 1858, involving the Coeur D'alene and other tribes. The Walla Walla were settled on the Umatilla Reservation in northeastern Oregon and southeastern Washington, with the Umatilla and the Cayuse, where their descendants live today as part of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Reservation. The Confederated Tribes sponsor programs to revive and preserve their respective languages. Wanapam. The Wanapam, also called Wanapum or Sokulk, were a Sahaptian-speaking tribe living along the Columbia River near Priest Rapids in eastern Washington. Closely related to the Palouse and Yakama tribes, they were part of the Plateau culture area and depended heavily on salmon fishing, supplemented by camas roots, berries, and small game. First encountered by Lewis and Clark in 1805, the Wanapam initially maintained peaceful relations with fur traders and settlers, despite suffering from introduced diseases. Some warriors likely participated in the Yakima War, 1855–56, and subsequent conflicts resisting relocation to reservations. After 1859, most Wanapam were forced to move to the Yakima Reservation. The tribe is most notable for producing Smohala, a visionary shaman who founded the Dreamer religion after claiming to visit the spirit world. Preaching a return to traditional ways and rejection of white influences like alcohol and agriculture, Smohala gained followers across the region with his prophecies of an Indian resurrection. Though jailed multiple times for allegedly inciting rebellion, he advocated peaceful resistance through dreams and ceremonies until his death in 1895. His religious movement influenced later spiritual revivals, including the ghost dance. Today, Wanapam descendants live primarily on the Yakima Reservation alongside other Sahaptian tribes, maintaining their cultural heritage while adapting to modern circumstances. Wishram. The Wishram and Wasco were neighboring Chinookian-speaking tribes who inhabited opposite banks of the Columbia River at the Dalles Rapids in present-day Washington and Oregon. As the easternmost Chinookian peoples, they served as important intermediaries between coastal and inland tribes, with the Dalles becoming a major regional trading center where dentalia shells functioned as currency. Culturally blending elements of both Northwest Coast and Plateau traditions, these tribes maintained a social class system while depending on salmon fishing from inherited family stations, supplemented by hunting and gathering camas roots. They lived in semi-subterranean earth lodges, characteristic of Plateau peoples. First recorded by Lewis and Clark in 1805, who called the Wishram Aleut. Their populations declined dramatically due to diseases introduced by fur traders in the 1820s and conflicts with Great Basin tribes. Following non-Indian settlement of the Dalles in 1838, both tribes were forcibly relocated to reservations in 1855–59, the Wishram to Yakima Reservation and the Wasco to Warm Springs Reservation. Despite these displacements and political mergers with other tribes, Wishram and Wasco descendants have preserved their distinct cultural identities. Their historical role as trade intermediaries at the Dalles remains a defining aspect of their heritage, reflecting their unique position bridging coastal and interior cultural traditions along the Columbia River. Yakama. The Yakama, originally spelled Yakima, are a Plateau tribe from southern Washington, named after the Yakima River. Their name may mean a growing family or the pregnant ones. They call themselves Waptailmen, narrow river people, referencing their main village site. Traditionally, they relied on salmon, game, roots, and berries. In 1805, Lewis and Clark encountered the Yakima, who initially maintained peaceful relations with traders and settlers. However, tensions rose after the 1855 Walla Walla Council, where Governor Isaac Stevens pressured tribes to cede lands. When settlers encroached prematurely, Yakima leader Kamiakan sought organized resistance, but violence erupted after his nephew Qualchin killed prospectors. This sparked the Yakima War, 1855–58, involving allied tribes like the Cayuse and Walla Walla. After defeats and the execution of Qualchin and his father Ohi, most Yakima were confined to the Yakima Reservation, shared with Klickitat, Palouse, and Wishram peoples. Despite displacement, the Yakama preserved cultural traditions, especially salmon fishing. Dams like Bonneville and Grand Coulee disrupted their way of life, leading to ongoing legal battles for fishing rights. Religiously, the Yakima practice the Washat, seven-drum religion, blending ancestral rituals with Christian influences. The 19th century Dreamer religion, founded by Smohala, and the later Indian Shaker and Feather religions also emerged among them, emphasizing spiritual renewal and resistance to assimilation. Today, the confederated tribes of the Yakima Nation uphold their heritage through fisheries management, cultural ceremonies, and advocacy for tribal sovereignty. Southeast Indians. The Southeast culture area encompasses the region from the Atlantic to eastern Texas and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Tennessee River Valley. This heavily forested area features diverse landscapes, including coastal marshes, the Everglades, river valleys, and the Appalachian Mountains. Southeast Indians were skilled farmers, growing corn, beans, and squash, and hunters who lived in permanent villages with distinctive wattle and daub architecture. The region was home to tribes speaking several language families. The predominant Muskogean family included the Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole. The Iroquoian-speaking Cherokee and Siouan-speaking Catawba were also prominent, along with the Caddo-speaking Caddo. Several tribes spoke language isolates, including the Natchez, Chitimacha, Timucua, and Yuchi. Other significant groups included the Appalachee, Alabama, Coushatta, Yamasee, Calusa, Atakapa, Tunica, and Lumbee. Many smaller tribes like the Biloxi, Huma, and Tuskegee inhabited the region but are now extinct or assimilated. The Southeast's complex linguistic landscape included numerous Muskogean, Siouan, and Caddoan groups without documented histories. This cultural area was characterized by advanced agricultural societies with permanent settlements, complex political structures, and rich ceremonial traditions. The combination of fertile lands and diverse ecosystems supported large populations until European contact brought disease and displacement, dramatically altering the indigenous landscape of the American Southeast. Alabama. The name of the Alabama people was passed on after the French and Indian War, when many Alabamas left the state. Also spelled Alabamu, it likely means to clear the thicket, or weed gatherers, though some linguists interpret it as to camp. The Alabama share ancestry, culture, and language, similar dialects of the Muskogean language family with the Creek, Choctaw, and Mobile peoples. They were allied with the Creek in what is called the Creek Confederacy. All four peoples are classified as Southeast Indians, part of the Southeast culture area. For most of their history, the Alabama lived in villages surrounded by wood and mud palisades and cultivated crops along the upper Alabama River, now central to the state, bearing their name. When Hernando de Soto's Spanish expedition encountered them in 1540, they may have been living farther north. In the 18th century, the Alabama allied with the French, who founded Mobile on Mobile Bay in 1710 and built Fort Toulouse in Alabama Territory 3 years later. After France lost its North American holdings to Britain in 1763, many Alabamas moved to Louisiana near New Orleans and eventually to Texas. In Texas, they were granted reservation lands alongside the Coushatta people. Those who remained in Alabama fought alongside the Creek during the Creek War of 1813 to 1814. By the 1830s, some Alabama bands were resettled in Indian Territory, now Oklahoma, with their Creek allies. Today, the Alabama and Coushatta maintain tribal identity as the Alabama Coushatta tribe on a shared reservation in East Texas near Livingston. Both tribes' Muskogean dialects are still spoken. Tourism plays a significant role in their economy. They operate a museum, camping facilities, and sponsor summer powwows. In Oklahoma near Waleetka, another group known as the Alabama Quasarty tribe maintains its identity while having administrative ties to the Muskogee Creek Nation. Appalachee. The Appalachee were a Muskogean-speaking people who inhabited northwest Florida, with their territory centered near present-day Tallahassee. As descendants of the mound builders, they constructed temple mounds and lived in villages of thatched roof houses with wattle and daub walls. They farmed corn, beans, and squash while maintaining a complex society that resisted both Creek neighbors and European colonizers. First encountering Europeans in 1528 when they repelled Panfilo de Narvaez's expedition, the Appalachee later hosted Hernando de Soto's forces during 1539 to 40. By the 1640s, Spanish missionaries had converted many Appalachee and built 7 churches in their territory. However, tensions led to rebellions in 1647 and 1656 against Spanish demands for forced labor. The tribe's alliance with Spain proved disastrous when British-led Creek warriors devastated Appalachee villages in 1703 to 04. This attack, part of colonial conflicts between European powers, scattered the population. Some survivors joined the Creek Confederacy, others relocated with Spanish colonists, and many were enslaved. After Britain gained Florida in 1763, remaining Appalachee migrated to Louisiana's Red River region. When Spain regained Florida in 1783, few Appalachee remained. By the early 1800s, the tribe had effectively disappeared as a distinct community through dispersal and intermarriage with other groups. Their legacy survives in Florida place names like Appalachee Bay, though no organized tribal entity exists today. The Appalachee's story represents one of the first complete tribal displacements during European colonization of North America. Attakapas. The Attakapas, meaning man-eater in Choctaw, and related tribes inhabited coastal regions from southwestern Louisiana to southeastern Texas, living near bays, rivers, and lakes. Their language, Attakapan, is considered a linguistic isolate, possibly related to Tunakan and Chitimachan. The tribe called themselves Yukiti Ishak, the people. Divided into regional groups including the Eastern Attakapas, Akokisa, Opelousas, Bidai, Diodos, and Patiri, they were mound builders connected to the Mississippian culture, constructing dwellings on shell mounds. Their creation myths involved emerging from oyster shells or surviving a great flood. First encountered by Cabeza de Vaca's 1528 expedition, later contacts occurred with French explorers in 1721. The Attakapas had complex relations with Europeans, some allied with Natchez against the French, while others later supported French and Spanish colonists. By the 1800s, most had been displaced or assimilated into other tribes. The Attakapas practiced some ritual cannibalism of enemies and held unique spiritual beliefs about the afterlife. They maintained traditional ways longest near Lake Charles, Louisiana, where linguists recorded their language in the early 20th century. Today, descendants preserve cultural connections and are credited with influencing Zydeco music. A section of Highway 190 was renamed the Atakapa-Coushatta Trace in 1998 to honor their historical trade routes. Caddo. The Caddo were a group of bands inhabiting a region stretching from the Red River Valley in Louisiana to the Brazos River in Texas, including parts of Arkansas and Oklahoma. Their name comes from Caddo-Hadacho, meaning real chiefs. Unlike their nomadic Caddoan relatives, the Arikara, Pawnee, and Wichita, the Caddo were settled farmers and villagers, part of the Southeast culture area. They lived in large grass houses and built temples where sacred fires burned. Their traditional dances included the turkey dance, drum dance, and morning dance. Living near the plains, they also adopted some Plains Indian traits, hunting buffalo after acquiring horses from the Spanish. The Caddo had early contact with Spanish explorers, including Hernando de Soto in 1541, and later traded extensively with French fur traders. Alongside the Wichita, called Tauvayas by the French, they acted as middlemen, exchanging crops for pelts. Their trade thrived until Spanish restrictions disrupted it. After the Louisiana Purchase, 1803, the Caddo ceded their lands and relocated to Texas, later moving to an Oklahoma reservation in 1859. Post-Civil War, some Caddo served as U.S. Army Scouts, aligning with settlers against nomadic tribes. Today, the Caddo Share Trust lands in Oklahoma with the Wichita and Delaware tribes, earning income from oil, gas, and leases. Efforts to preserve their heritage continue, including the 1995 Caddo Indian Conference in Texas. Calusa. The Calusa, pronounced Kahlusu, were a mysterious Native American people who dominated Florida's Gulf Coast from Tampa Bay to the Keys. Their origins remain debated, possibly Muskogean speakers related to other Southeast tribes, or perhaps migrants from the Caribbean given their maritime culture and similarities with Arawak peoples. Their name's meaning is disputed, possibly meaning fierce people or derived from a Spanish Carlos. Renowned seafarers, the Calusa built large dugout canoes and may have raided Spanish ships, earning a reputation as pirates. They constructed complex coastal settlements with seawalls and canals and created remarkable wooden carvings with movable parts found at Chimariko. Their society had a class system with nobles, commoners, and slaves, often captives from other tribes. Early Spanish accounts describe possible ritual cannibalism and human sacrifice practices. Juan Ponce de Leon first encountered them in 1513, but was fatally wounded when he returned in 1521. Shipwreck survivor Hernando de Escalante Fontaneda lived among them from 1551 to 1569, providing valuable observations. Spanish mission efforts failed, and by the 1700s, many Calusa were enslaved or fled to Cuba. Some remained, fighting alongside the Seminoles in the 1830s, wars before disappearing. Their ultimate fate remains unknown, with some possibly assimilating into Seminole communities or the Everglades. The Calusa's sophisticated coastal civilization and mysterious disappearance continue to fascinate archaeologists and historians today. Catawba. The Catawba were a Siouan-speaking tribe living along the Catawba River in present-day North and South Carolina. Their name, possibly derived from Choctaw or Yuchi words, means people of the river. They lived in dome-shaped bark-covered houses and were skilled farmers, growing corn, beans, and squash, while also hunting and fishing. Known for their pottery, made using traditional coil techniques, they built temples like other Southeast tribes. Once powerful, the Catawba frequently clashed with the Cherokee and other tribes, even raiding as far as the Ohio Valley. Early contact with the Spanish was followed by trade and conflict with English colonists. They initially aided colonists against the Tuscarora, 1711-13, but later joined the Yamasee War, 1715, to resist unfair trade practices. Afterward, they maintained peace with settlers, though disease, especially smallpox, and warfare drastically reduced their population. Many smaller Siouan tribes merged with the Catawba, who later sided with American rebels during the Revolution. By 1762, most lived in South Carolina, where they held reservation lands. Federal recognition was terminated in 1962, but restored in 1993 after a $50 million land claim settlement. Today, the Catawba Indian Nation, based in Rock Hill, preserves its cultural heritage, particularly pottery making, with notable artists like Sarah Ayers and Georgia Harris. Chitimacha. The Chitimacha inhabited Louisiana's Mississippi Delta region near Grand River, Grand Lake, and Bayou La Teche. Comprising 3 subtribes, Chitimacha proper, Chawasha, and Washa, they spoke a unique language possibly related to Tunica. Skilled farmers, they grew corn, beans, squash, melons, and sweet potatoes, storing food in intricately woven cane baskets. Their name means those who have pots, reflecting their pottery tradition. Living in palmetto-thatched pole houses, sometimes with mud-plastered walls, they hunted alligators, turtles, and fish using blowguns for small game. French colonization began in 1682, leading to conflict after Chitimacha warriors killed a French missionary in 1706. A 12-year war ensued until peace was established in 1718, with many Chitimacha enslaved during this period. By 1881, most settled in Charenton, Louisiana, where the sovereign nation of the Chitimacha remains today. Another group, the Biloxi Chitimacha Confederation, includes 3 bands. Known for their traditional cane baskets with black, red, and yellow designs, they also produce silverwork. Hurricanes Katrina and Rita, 2005, severely impacted their communities. Chickasaw. The Chickasaw originally inhabited northern Mississippi, with territories extending into western Tennessee, western Kentucky, and eastern Arkansas. Closely related to the Choctaw and Creek, they spoke a Muskogean language and were classified as Southeast Indians. Their name likely means to leave. Living in fertile Mississippi floodplains rich with wildlife, the Chickasaw built villages on high ground to avoid flooding. They farmed corn, beans, squash, and melons, and constructed pole-frame houses covered with thatch, bark, or hides. Known for their hospitality, they initially welcomed Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto in 1541, but later attacked his expedition after mistreatment. In colonial times, the Chickasaw allied with the British, resisting French demands and repelling multiple French Choctaw attacks in the 1700s. They remained unconquered until British victory in 1763. During the American Revolution, they stayed mostly neutral and later resisted Tecumseh's pan-Indian movement. Forced removal in the 1830s under the Indian Removal Act relocated most Chickasaw to Oklahoma, where they suffered from disease but fared better than other 5 civilized tribes. Today, the Chickasaw Nation thrives in Oklahoma, blending tradition with modernity. Notable achievements include astronaut John Harrington's 2002 space mission and the development of relationship programs like PREP. Choctaw. The Choctaw, one of the largest southeast tribes, originated near Naniwaya in Mississippi and may descend from the ancient mound builders. Skilled farmers, they cultivated corn, beans, and squash in the fertile Mississippi bottomlands, supplementing their diet with hunting and fishing. They were known for weaving turkey feather blankets and crafting dugout canoes. A Muskogean-speaking people related to the Chickasaw and Creek, the Choctaw had a more democratic government than other southeast tribes. They built distinctive winter and summer houses using wood, thatch, and clay. Men grew long hair, unlike neighboring tribes, and practiced head flattening for aesthetic purposes. The Choctaw played rough lacrosse matches with ritual significance and held song competitions. Their burial customs involved scaffold exposure and bone-picking ceremonies. First encountering Europeans with De Soto's expedition, 1540, they later allied with the French, helping crush the 1729 Natchez Revolt. Despite supporting the U.S. in multiple wars, They were forcibly removed in the 1830s via the Trail of Tears, losing a quarter of their population. Today, the Choctaw Nation thrives in Oklahoma and Mississippi, maintaining cultural traditions like stickball while contributing modern achievements like World War I and World War II code talking. Coushatta. The Coushatta occupied ancestral territory in what is now the state of Alabama, especially where the Coosa and Tallapoosa rivers merged to form the Alabama River. A Muskogean-speaking people, they were closely related to the Creek and the Alabama in language, culture, and history. All three tribes were part of the Creek Confederacy. The Coushatta, village farmers, are classified, along with these other tribes, as Southeast Indians. Coushatta, pronounced Ku-Shatu, possibly means white cane in Muskogean. Alternate spellings are Coasati and Coasarte. It is thought that the Coushatta had contact with the Spanish expedition of 1539 to 43, led by Hernando de Soto, and, following de Soto's death, Luis de Moscoso Alvarado. Other Spanish explorers passed through their territory in the 1500s and 1600s. After René Robert Cavelier de La Salle's 1682 voyage of exploration along the lower Mississippi River, the French became established in the region. They founded the settlement of Mobile on the Gulf of Mexico in 1710 and became allies and trading partners with many of the Muskogean tribes of the area. Meanwhile, the English were pushing inland from the Atlantic coast and developing relations with the Creek living to the east. When the French were forced to give up their holdings in the southeast in 1763, having lost the French and Indian War against the British, most of the Coushatta dispersed. Some moved to Louisiana, others joined the Seminole in Florida. Still others went to Texas. Those who stayed in Alabama threw their lot in with the Creek and were relocated west of the Mississippi to the Indian Territory, now Oklahoma, at the time of the Trail of Tears in the 1830s. Their descendants still live there today as part of the Alabama Quasarty tribe. Descendants of those Coushatta who moved to Louisiana presently have a non-reservation community near the town of Kinder, as well as a 15-acre reservation on lands they purchased near Elton. They are known as the Coushatta Tribe of Louisiana. In 1995, they opened the Grand Casino Coushatta. Those in Texas were granted reservation lands in Polk County along with the Alabama Coushatta Tribe. Creek. The Creek, named by English traders for their riverside villages, were a confederacy of Muskogean-speaking tribes occupying much of Georgia and Alabama. Divided into Upper Creek, Alabama, and Lower Creek, Georgia, they descended from the ancient mound builders and became the dominant Southeast culture. Their villages featured central squares, ceremonial lodges, and clustered family dwellings, including winter-summer houses, organized into red towns, warriors, and white towns, peacemakers. Creek society was matrilineal with animal-named clans. Skilled farmers growing corn, beans, and squash, they held the green corn ceremony, busk, a purification ritual involving fasting, sacred fire, and forgiveness of past wrongs. First contacted by De Soto in 1540, the Creek later became British allies, fighting Spanish-allied tribes and the French-aligned Choctaw. Internal divisions erupted during the 1813-14 Creek War between Red Sticks, militants, and White Sticks, peace faction. After the Red Sticks massacre at Fort Mims, Andrew Jackson defeated them at Horseshoe Bend, seizing 23 million acres. Forcibly removed to Oklahoma in the 1830s, losing 3,500 of 15,000 migrants, they became one of the 5 civilized tribes. Modern Creek maintained tribal governance in Okmulgee, Oklahoma, while pursuing land claims and preserving cultural traditions. Lumbee. The Lumbee tribe, one of the largest Native American groups in the U.S., is concentrated in Robeson County and surrounding areas in southeastern North Carolina. Their exact ancestry remains uncertain, but scholars believe they descend primarily from the Siouan-speaking Chirraw, along with possible Algonquian and Iroquoian influences. By the 18th century, interaction with English and Scottish settlers led to the loss of their native language and customs, complicating genealogical tracing. The Lumbee have long sought recognition, undergoing several name changes. In 1885, North Carolina labeled them Croatan Indians, linking them to the lost colony of Roanoke. Later names like Robeson County Indians, 1911, and Cherokee Indians of Robeson County, 1913, were inaccurate. In 1953, they chose the name Lumbee, after the Lumber River, which federal recognition affirmed in 1956, though without full tribal benefits. Congressional recognition came in 1993 to 94, and in 2001 they elected their first tribal council. Historically oppressed, the Lumbee endured forced labor under the Confederacy during the Civil War. Resistance leader Henry Berry Lowry emerged in 1864, raiding plantations to aid the poor and defying the Home Guard and later the Ku Klux Klan. After his mysterious disappearance in 1872, his legend endured, inspiring the Lumbee's 1958 stand against the Klan, driving them from Robeson County. Today, Pembroke, North Carolina is a cultural hub for the Lumbee, with tribal members holding key political roles. Pembroke State University, originally established for Lumbee students, is now part of the UNC system, serving a diverse population. The Lumbee continue to preserve their identity while advocating for full federal tribal status. Mobile. The Mobile were a Muskogean-speaking tribe originally located along the Mobile River in present-day Alabama, later settling near Mobile Bay. Their name may derive from the Choctaw word moeli, meaning to paddle. The closely related Tohom tribe lived nearby, possibly as a linguistic subgroup. The Mobile were farmers who lived in villages and gave their name to the Mobilian trade language, a mix of Muskogean and other southeastern languages used for communication among tribes along the Mississippi River and Gulf Coast. Though likely of Choctaw origin, it was also called the Chickasaw trade language. Their first European contact occurred in 1528, when two Spanish deserters from the Narvaez expedition were taken in by the Mobile. A violent clash ensued after the Spanish seized hostages. In 1540, Hernando de Soto's expedition encountered the Mobile, leading to the Battle of Mobila, the first large-scale conflict between Native Americans and Europeans in the future U.S. The Mobile chief, Tuscaloosa, initially received the Spanish peacefully, but later orchestrated an ambush at his fortified village. Despite fierce resistance, the Spanish burned Mobila, killing thousands of Mobile warriors and civilians. Tuscaloosa's fate remains unknown. By the 1700s, the Mobile relocated near Mobile Bay, interacting with French settlers and Jesuit missionaries. Over time, many merged with the Choctaw or joined other Muskogean tribes migrating to Louisiana, fading from distinct tribal existence. Natchez. The Natchez were a unique southeast tribe with a complex caste system and a language isolate, unrelated to other native tongues. Their society, organized around a strict hierarchy with a great sun ruler, endured European contact but collapsed after conflicts with French colonists in the 1700s. Their elaborate social structure included a noble class requiring human sacrifice. When a noble died, their commoner spouse and servants were killed to accompany them. While other southeast tribes had similar agricultural village life, the Natchez maintained the most rigid class system. Initial French contact in 1682 led to trade and a mission, but tensions grew over land disputes. In 1729, after French commander Sieur Chepard demanded their main village for his plantation, the Natchez revolted. They attacked Fort Rosalie, killing 250 colonists and executing Chepard. Though allied briefly with the Yazoo, they were betrayed by the Choctaw and Tunica. French retaliation crushed the Natchez, with survivors dispersing among the Chickasaw, Creek, and Cherokee. Many were enslaved in the Caribbean, while others later relocated to Oklahoma during Indian removal. The The last fluent Natchez speaker died in 1965, but descendants preserve songs and stories today. Seminole. The Seminole, runaways, emerged in the 1700s when Creek groups migrated south to Florida. They adapted to the swampy environment with distinctive chickee houses, elevated thatched roof dwellings perfect for the humid climate. Their dugout canoes, crafted by fire-hollowing logs, became essential for transportation and hunting alligators, which they caught using ingenious techniques. The Seminole developed unique cultural traits, including colorful patchwork clothing and a tradition of sheltering escaped slaves. This practice brought conflict with the U.S., leading to 3 Seminole Wars, 1817 to 1835 to 42, 1855 to 58. The Second Seminole War became the costliest Indian conflict in U.S. history, with legendary leader Osceola waging successful guerrilla warfare before being captured through deception. While many Seminole were forcibly relocated to Oklahoma during the Trail of Tears era, others resisted removal. Their descendants formed 2 federally recognized tribes: the Seminole Tribe of Florida, 1957, with 5 reservations featuring tourism ventures like alligator wrestling and casinos, and the Miccosukee Tribe, 1962, maintaining traditional ways while operating cultural centers. Oklahoma Seminoles established the Seminole Nation, engaging in agriculture and other industries. Notably, the Florida Seminoles never signed a formal peace treaty, making theirs an unconquered nation. Today, both Florida groups preserve Seminole culture while thriving economically, with some still building traditional chickee dwellings despite modern regulations. Their remarkable resistance and adaptation continue to define the Seminole identity. Shakori. Francisco de Chicora, the first Native American historical informant, was among 70 individuals kidnapped near the Sante River, South Carolina, by Spanish explorer Lucas Vázquez de Ayllón in the 1520s. His tribe remains uncertain, but the name Chicora suggests ties to the Shakori, a Siouan-speaking group possibly meaning stingy people or people of the poisonous place. The Shakori, originally from the Santee River area, later migrated through the Carolinas and Virginia. In 1522 to 23, Chicora was taken to Spain, where he described his homeland as rich in gold and ruled by giant kings, claims likely exaggerated to secure his return. Ayllón's 1526 colonization attempt, which included Chicora, failed, and Chicora vanished shortly after arrival. By the 17th century, the Shakori lived near North Carolina's Eno tribe, later merging with the Catawba. Today, 2 South Carolina groups, the Chicora Indian Tribe and Chicora-Waccamaw Indian people, claim descent from these tribes. In 1998, the Chicora were recognized by the Great Sioux Nation as a lost Dakota Sioux tribe based on linguistic evidence. Their legacy endures despite the Shakori's near extinction. Timucua. The Timucua were a confederacy of up to 150 villages in northern and central Florida, stretching from the Suwannee to the St. Johns River. Their name means earth, and they spoke a language isolate, unrelated to other Native American languages. The Timucua proper, also called Utina, included subgroups like the Acuera, Patano, and Tocobaga. They had early contact with Spanish explorers, including Ponce de Leon, 1513, Narvaez, 1528, and De Soto, 1539. The French briefly settled among them, building Fort Caroline in 1564 before being expelled by the Spanish, who later established missions. European diseases and warfare devastated the Timucua, and by the 18th century, they had disappeared as a distinct tribe. Their villages were fortified with tall log palisades and consisted of round thatched houses with a chief's rectangular dwelling at the center. A principal chief ruled over the confederacy, and elaborate ceremonies, such as royal weddings featuring processions and dances, marked their social structure. They farmed corn, beans, and squash using bone hoes and stored surplus food communally. Skilled hunters and fishermen, they caught alligators by jamming logs into their jaws and traded along Florida's coast. Warriors prepared for battle with rituals, using sharpened fingernails and fire arrows in combat. The Timucua adorned their bodies with intricate tattoos, symbolizing status and identity. Their culture was well documented by Spanish missionaries and French artist Jacques Lemoyne, whose engravings depict their lifeways. Despite their extinction, the Timucua left a lasting legacy through these records. Tunica. The Tunica, Tu-Nuh-Ku, meaning those who are the people, were a Tunican-speaking tribe, originally inhabiting the Mississippi-Yazoo River confluence area. First encountered by De Soto in 1541, they became staunch French allies in the early 1700s, even helping suppress the 1729 Natchez Revolt while their Yazoo kin supported the rebellion. As Southeast Indians, the Tunica developed a hierarchical society with powerful rulers. They farmed the fertile Mississippi floodplain, growing corn, beans, squash, and other crops, supplementing their diet with hunting and fishing. Their material culture included thatched houses, dugout canoes, mulberry cloth, pottery, and salt mines used for trade. After the French and Indian Wars, 1763, some Tunica turned to river piracy. Following the American Revolution, many migrated to Louisiana, while others joined the Choctaw relocation to Oklahoma. In 1981, the U.S. government recognized the Tunica Biloxi tribe, merged with the Siouan Biloxi people, who established a reservation near Marksville, Louisiana. Here they opened a museum and developed housing programs to preserve their cultural heritage. The Tunica's legacy survives through their descendants in Louisiana and Oklahoma, their linguistic contribution, the Tunican language family, and their historical role as one of the major indigenous groups along the lower Mississippi River Valley before European colonization reshaped the region's native populations. Yamasee. The Yamasee, Yam-Usi, meaning gentle, were a Southeast Indian tribe originally inhabiting Georgia's Ocmulgee River region. First encountered by Spanish missionaries in the late 1500s, they migrated to South Carolina in 1687 to escape Spanish control, settling along the Savannah River. Initially allied with British colonists, the Yamasee fought alongside them in the 1711-13 Tuscarora War. However, increasing abuses, including land theft, forced labor, and debt slavery, led to the 1715 Yamasee War. On Good Friday, April 15th, Yamasee warriors and allied tribes, Catawba, Creek, Cherokee, and others, attacked settlements, killing over 100 colonists. After months of fighting, Governor Charles Craven's militia forced the Yamasee to retreat south. Some resettled near Spanish Street. Augustine, only to have their village destroyed by the British in 1727. Others merged with the Appalachee, Creek, and Seminole, gradually losing their distinct identity. While considered extinct as a tribe, some Yamasee descendants may survive among the Altamaha Cherokee community in Georgia. Their legacy endures as an example of native resistance to European colonization in the Southeast, particularly against exploitative trade practices that enslaved indigenous people through debt bondage. Yazoo. The Yazoo were a Tunican-speaking tribe inhabiting the lower Yazoo River near present-day Vicksburg, Mississippi. Their name, meaning waters of the dead, refers to rivers that belatedly join larger ones. Though culturally similar to the neighboring Tunica, they were linguistically distinct, using an R sound in their speech. Primarily farmers and villagers, they lived in the Mississippi River's fertile floodplains. While possibly encountered by De Soto's expedition in the 1540s, most historical records come from French accounts, beginning with La Salle in 1682. The French established a trading post in Yazoo territory in 1718, and Jesuit missionary Father Sewell lived among them by 1729. In 1729, the Yazoo joined the Natchez Revolt against French colonists, killing Father Soule and attacking French soldiers. A Yazoo warrior even traveled to the Natchez dressed in the missionaries' clothes to coordinate resistance. After the rebellion's failure, the Yazoo abandoned their homeland and likely merged with the Chickasaw or Choctaw, gradually losing their distinct identity. Today, their legacy survives through Mississippi place names, including Yazoo County and City, as well as the river that defined their ancestral territory. Their brief but significant rebellion represents one of many native resistance movements against European colonization in the Southeast. Yuchi. The Yuchi, or Yuchi, meaning those far away, spoke a language with possible Siouan roots, suggesting ancient separation from other Siouan peoples. Originally from eastern Tennessee, they later inhabited parts of Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina, living as typical Southeast Indians, farming river valleys while hunting, fishing, and gathering. Spanish explorers, including De Soto, 1539–43, were the first Europeans to document the Yuchi. Juan Pardo's Lieutenant Boyano reported battles with them in the Appalachians, though exact locations remain unclear. In the 1630s, some Yuchi bands raided Spanish Florida, settling in Appalachia territory. By the 1670s, English explorers encountered Yuchi still in Tennessee and North Carolina. Facing Shawnee pressure, many migrated toward coastal Georgia, allying with the English in slave raids against Spanish-allied tribes like the Apalachee and Timucua. By the mid-1700s, weakened Spanish control in Florida prompted further Yuchi migrations. Those remaining in Tennessee merged with the Cherokee, while others in Georgia joined the Creek or moved south to the Seminole. In 1832, Yuchi within the Creek Nation were forcibly relocated to Indian Territory, Oklahoma. Though legally part of the Creek Nation, they preserved their identity, maintaining ceremonies at 3 sacred Oklahoma sites: Polecat, Mother Ground, Duck Creek, and Sand Creek. In the 1990s, the Yuchi sought federal recognition but were denied in 1999. Despite this, their cultural traditions endure among descendants today. Southwest Indians. The Southwest culture area encompasses parts of Arizona, New Mexico, California, Utah, Colorado, Texas, and northern Mexico. This arid region features diverse landscapes, including deserts like the Painted Desert, plateaus, mountains such as the Mogollon Range, and the Grand Canyon. Rainfall is scarce, averaging less than 20 inches annually, leading to sparse vegetation like piñon, juniper, mesquite, and cacti. Wildlife is limited to small mammals, reptiles, and large birds. 2 primary lifestyles emerged among Southwest tribes: farming and nomadic hunting. Agricultural groups, such as the Pueblo peoples, Hopi, Zuni, and Rio Grande Pueblos, built multi-level adobe or stone villages, often on mesas. Others, like the Akimel Owodum, Pima, and Tohono Owodum, Papago, farmed along rivers or in deserts, living in huts. Nomadic tribes like the Apache and Navajo relied on hunting, gathering, and raiding, dwelling in wickiups or hogans. The region's tribes spoke diverse languages, including Athapascan, Apache, Navajo, Kiowa-Tanoan, Tiwa, Tiwa, Towa, Uto-Aztecan, Hopi, Pima, Yaqui, and Yuman, Havasupai, Mojave. Some, like the Keres and Zuni, spoke language isolates. Ancestral ties link many to ancient cultures like the Anasazi and Hohokam. Additional tribes, such as the Cocopa and Jumano, also inhabited the area but are less documented. Akimel O'odham. The Akimel O'odham, river people, historically called Pima, are Uto-Aztecan speakers who inhabited southern Arizona and northern Sonora. They consisted of Upper Pima along Gila and Salt Rivers and Lower Pima in Mexico. Their ancestors were likely the Hohokam, known for advanced irrigation systems. As skilled farmers, they grew corn, beans, cotton, and later Spanish-introduced wheat using river irrigation. Men farmed and built round, mud-covered homes, while women gathered wild foods and crafted distinctive red and black pottery and watertight baskets. Their society had village chiefs, ceremonial leaders, and 2 clans, Red Ant and White Ant. Initially friendly with Spanish missionaries who arrived in the 16th to 18th centuries, they rebelled against Spanish taxation in 1751 under leader Luis Oaxpicagigua. After American settlement in the 1850s, their water was diverted by settlers, forcing them onto Gila River, 1859, and Salt River, 1879, reservations. Today, they pursue economic development through farming, mining, and casinos, while preserving traditions like basket weaving. They face health challenges like high diabetes rates. The tribe shares reservations with Maricopa people and counts World War II hero Ira Hayes of Iwo Jima flag-raising fame among their members. Apache. The Apache, meaning enemy in Zuni, were a warrior culture of the American Southwest, renowned for their resistance against Spanish, Mexican, and American expansion. Comprising numerous bands like the Chiricahua, Mescalero, and Jicarilla, they inhabited a vast territory across New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and northern Mexico. Originally Athabascan migrants from Canada who arrived around 1400, the Apache adapted to desert life as nomadic hunters and gatherers. When resources were scarce, they raided Pueblo villages and later European settlements. Their famous leaders included Cochise, Mangus Coloradas, Victorio, and Geronimo. Apache lived in dome-shaped wickiups and were master basket weavers. They practiced a spiritual tradition centered around Usan, the giver of life, and the mountain spirits, Gans, celebrated through elaborate masked dances. Their social structure was decentralized, with bands led by respected warriors. The Apache Wars, 1860s to 1880s, marked their fierce resistance to American encroachment. After decades of conflict, the U.S. military finally subdued them, forcing most onto reservations. Geronimo's 1886 surrender ended the last major Native American resistance. Today, Apache tribes maintain reservations in Arizona, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. They operate diverse enterprises, including casinos, ranching, and tourism, while preserving cultural traditions. The San Carlos and Fort Apache reservations remain important centers of Apache life, where descendants honor their warrior heritage while adapting to modern society. Havasupai. The Havasupai, meaning people of the blue-green water, have inhabited Cataract Canyon in the Grand Canyon since around AD 1100. This remote, fertile area, with its towering cliffs and waterfalls, contrasts with the surrounding arid landscape. As upland humans, they are related to the Hualapai and Yavapai, but developed a farming lifestyle similar to the Hopi, relying on irrigation to grow corn, beans, squash, and other crops. They lived in semi-permanent villages, using brush-covered pole-framed houses and rock shelters, and built sweat lodges for communal use. After harvest, they moved to plateau camps for winter hunting, targeting deer, rabbits, and mountain sheep while gathering piñon nuts. Unlike other human tribes, they were peaceful, avoiding conflict due to their secluded canyon home. Spanish contact was minimal until the 1800s. Today, the Havasupai reside on a reservation in Supai, Arizona, within the Grand Canyon. Tourism is a key income source, with guided trips and mule rides to their stunning waterfalls. In 1975, they regained part of their ancestral lands, and since 1998, they have celebrated their heritage at the annual pie gathering with the Hualapai and Yavapai. Their culture endures through traditional crafts, ceremonies, and deep ties to their homeland. Hopi. The Hopi, meaning peaceful ones, are a Pueblo tribe with a rich cultural heritage rooted in their ancestral lands in northeastern Arizona. According to their creation myth, they emerged from the underworld through the Grand Canyon into the fourth world, guided by animal spirits who helped shape the earth, sun, moon, and stars. This story reflects their deep connection to nature, agriculture, and communal harmony. Principles central to the Hopi Way, their spiritual and cultural philosophy. Living on 3 mesas, first, second, and third mesa, the Hopi built multi-story adobe pueblos with underground ceremonial chambers called kivas. They were skilled dryland farmers growing corn, beans, and squash despite the arid climate. Corn in particular held sacred significance with over 50 traditional preparations. Women crafted pottery and baskets, while men wove cotton textiles and later adopted silversmithing from the Navajo. Hopi religion revolves around kachinas, spirit beings represented in masked dances and carved dolls. Ceremonies such as the snake dance and Niman Kachina sought to bring rain and balance to the world. Though generally peaceful, they resisted Spanish missionaries and joined the 1680 Pueblo Revolt to protect their traditions. Today, the Hopi maintain their cultural practices while facing modern challenges, including land disputes with the Navajo and pressures from mining interests. Many still farm, create traditional crafts, and perform sacred dances. Despite outside influences, the Hopi Way endures, blending ancient traditions with contemporary life. Hualapai. The Hualapai, Pine Tree people, are upland humans who traditionally inhabited northwestern Arizona's rugged Colorado River region between Mojave and Havasupai territories. Classified as Southwest Indians, they lived as hunter-gatherers in small bands, relying on piñon nuts, game animals, and occasional farming in their arid mountain homeland. Their dwellings included domed pole and brush huts and temporary wickiups, similar to Apache structures. Known for simple buckskin bark clothing and rabbit skin blankets, the Hualapai maintained complex spiritual beliefs involving dream-inspired shamans who healed through rituals and herbs. While trading with Mojave and Hopi neighbors, they frequently clashed with the Yavapai. Spanish explorers first contacted the Hualapai in the 1500s, but significant outside influence came after 1848, when American miners entered their territory. Conflicts over mining abuses led to violent reprisals and temporary relocation to Mojave lands in 1874. The tribe returned to their homeland in 1876 and secured a reservation in 1883. Today, the Hualapai Reservation encompasses high plateaus and canyons near the Grand Canyon, with headquarters at Peach Springs. Tribal enterprises include cattle ranching, forestry, farming, and Colorado River tourism operations like rafting. Traditional crafts like basket weaving continue alongside modern developments such as solar energy projects. The Hualapai maintain their cultural identity while adapting to contemporary economic opportunities on their ancestral lands. Their reservation's proximity to the Grand Canyon has made tourism an increasingly important part of their economy, complementing traditional subsistence activities that sustained their ancestors for generations. Karankawa. The Karankawa were nomadic coastal people who inhabited the Gulf Coast of southern Texas between Galveston Bay and Padre Island. Their name, meaning people walking in the water, originally referred to one band near Matagorda Bay before encompassing related groups. Classified as Southwest Indians, they lived in an arid coastal environment where they built temporary brush dwellings and traveled by dugout canoe. As hunter-gatherers, the Karankawa relied on shellfish, turtles, waterfowl, and occasional deer or bison. Some accounts suggest they practiced ritual cannibalism, though this remains unconfirmed. They were known for distinctive body art. Warriors painted their faces half red and half black, while women wore facial designs indicating marital status. Both genders practiced tattooing and head flattening of infants. First European contact occurred in 1528 when shipwrecked Spaniard Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca encountered them. Later interactions included French explorer La Salle in 1684 and unsuccessful Spanish mission efforts. The Karankawa resisted colonization but gradually declined due to disease and conflict, including skirmishes with pirate Jean Lafitte's men in the early 1800s. Their Coahuiltecan-related language became extinct as the tribe disappeared by the 1860s, with survivors possibly assimilating into Mexican communities. The Karankawa's mobile coastal lifestyle distinguished them from neighboring tribes like the inland Coahuiltec, southwest, horse-riding Tonkawa, plains, and swamp-dwelling Atacapa, southeast, though they shared some cultural traits with these groups. Their legacy survives in Texas coastal place names and early colonial accounts. Keres. The Keres are Pueblo Indians descended from the ancient Anasazi who inhabited Bandelier's Taiwanese site before migrating south to their current pueblos. Their agricultural society was disrupted by Spanish colonization, beginning with Coronado's 1540 expedition. After violent encounters like the 1598 Acoma massacre, the Keres participated in the 1680 Pueblo Revolt that temporarily expelled the Spanish. Unlike Western pueblos, Keres villages featured adobe structures and circular kivas. Their society was organized around autonomous pueblos with shared Keres traditions, where religious knowledge was preserved by secret societies. The Flint Society's senior member would become village cacique leader. Their creation story tells of emerging from the underworld through Sipapu, guided by Iyeriko, the mother of all life. The Keres maintained their identity through Spanish, Mexican, and American rule. Their cultural traditions include ceremonial dances like the corn dance and rain dance. The Zia Pueblo's sun symbol, originally depicted on pottery with facial features, was adapted as New Mexico's state flag in 1925 without these elements, while the Zia people use a white background version for their tribal flag. Notable historical Keres pueblos include Cochiti and San Felipe, where leaders organized early resistance against Spanish rule. Today, the Keres maintain their 7 ancestral pueblos along the Rio Grande, preserving their language and traditions while adapting to modern life. Mojave. The Mojave, people who live along the river, are river humans who traditionally inhabited the Colorado River region where Arizona, California, and Nevada meet. Unlike their upland human neighbors, Havasupai, Hualapai, Yavapai, the Mojave thrived in the harsh Mojave Desert by settling along the Colorado's fertile floodplains. They developed sophisticated irrigation agriculture, growing corn, beans, and melons in the annual flood deposits, supplemented by fishing, hunting, and gathering. Living in seasonal brush dwellings, the Mojave wore minimal clothing, breechcloths, and sandals in the extreme heat, using rabbit skin blankets for cold nights. They were renowned warriors with specialized warrior societies and distinctive battle formations. While frequently clashing with Pima and Papago tribes, they maintained extensive trade networks reaching to California's coast. Early Spanish contact began in 1540, but the Mojave resisted missionization, earning a reputation as wild Indians. They fiercely defended their territory against American encroachment after 1848, attacking travelers along the Southern Overland Trail until U.S. military intervention. Today, Mojave people live on 3 reservations: Colorado River, shared with Chemehuevi, Fort Mojave, and Fort McDowell, shared with Apache Ad Yavapai. They've adapted to modern life while preserving cultural traditions, developing economic ventures including agriculture and gaming on their Nevada lands. The Mojave's deep connection to the Colorado River remains central to their identity, as reflected in their name and traditional floodplain farming practices that once sustained them in one of North America's most challenging environments. Their warrior heritage and trading networks demonstrate their historical significance in the Southwest's intercultural dynamics. Navajo. The Navajo, or Diné, meaning the people, traditionally inhabited the Colorado Plateau in present-day Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado. Originally hunter-gatherers, they adopted farming, weaving, and sheep herding from Pueblo Indians and Spanish settlers, becoming skilled weavers and silversmiths. Their iconic hogans, cone or polygonal earth-covered dwellings, reflected their deep connection to the land. Navajo spirituality intertwined art and religion, featuring elaborate chants, sand painting, and a rich mythology involving figures like Coyote, a trickster, and Changing Woman, a benevolent deity. Their oral traditions preserved creation stories and healing rituals. Conflict marked their history, from raids against Spanish and Mexican settlers to resistance against U.S. forces. In the 1860s, after a brutal scorched earth campaign led by Kit Carson, thousands were forcibly relocated to Bosque Redondo in the Long Walk, where many perished. Returning to their homeland in 1868, they rebuilt their nation, now the largest Native American tribe with extensive reservation lands. In World War II, Navajo code talkers played a pivotal role in Allied victories by using their language as an unbreakable code. Today, many Navajo maintain traditional livelihoods, while others engage in activism against environmental threats like uranium mining. Artists and poets such as Sherwin Bitsui continue to blend tradition with modern expression, ensuring the Dene culture endures. Tewa. Pope c. 1620, a Tewa shaman and war chief from San Juan Pueblo, led the 1680 Pueblo Revolt against Spanish rule in New Mexico. Facing religious persecution and taxation, he united Tewa, Tiwa, Towa, Keres, Zuni, and Hopi Pueblos in a successful uprising that expelled the Spanish for 12 years. This rebellion marked a pivotal moment in Pueblo resistance to colonization. The Tewa, whose name derives from a Keres word meaning moccasins, speak a Kiowa-Tanoan language related to Tiwa and Towa. Before Spanish contact in 1540, over 100 Tewa villages existed. Southern Tewa communities, Tano, south of Santa Fe, had dwindled due to Apache and Navajo raids, with survivors possibly joining other tribes or establishing Hano Pueblo among the Hopi. Today, 6 northern Tewa pueblos endure north of Santa Fe: Nambe, Pojoaque, San Ildefonso, San Juan, Santa Clara, and Tesuque. While modernized, these communities maintain traditional architecture and continue practicing elements of the Kachina religion that Pope defended. The Tewa's survival demonstrates remarkable cultural resilience despite centuries of outside pressures. Pope's legacy endures as a symbol of Pueblo unity and resistance. His successful organization of diverse Pueblo nations against Spanish oppression represents one of the few complete victories by Native Americans against European colonizers in North America. The Tewa people's preservation of their language, religion, and community structures testifies to their enduring cultural strength in the face of colonization. Tiwa. The Taos Pueblo, Ilahai, or Red Willow Place, in northern New Mexico, has stood for over 600 years, its iconic multi-story adobe structures maintaining traditional architecture without modern utilities. Home to the Tiwa people, it remains a living community where ancient agricultural practices, ceremonies, and crafts continue alongside tourism. The Tiwa, part of the Kiowa-Tanoan language family, historically occupied 3 geographic regions: northern New Mexico, Taos and Picuris, the Albuquerque area, Sandia and Isleta, and El Paso Isleta del Sur in Texas. Originally comprising about 40 pueblos, many were abandoned due to Apache and Navajo raids before Spanish contact in 1540. The Tiwa participated in the 1680 Pueblo Revolt, with some communities temporarily relocating before returning under Spanish pressure. Taos Pueblo famously resisted American rule in 1847, killing New Mexico's first territorial governor in protest of abuses. Their 1970 victory in reclaiming sacred Blue Lake from the U.S. Forest Service marked a landmark achievement in native land rights. Today, 4 main Tiwa pueblos remain active in New Mexico: Taos, Picuris, Isleta, and Sandia, while Isleta del Sur in Texas maintains Tiwa identity alongside Piro and Apache heritage. These communities preserve traditional governance, agriculture, and crafts while adapting to modern circumstances. The Tiwa's endurance through Spanish colonization, Mexican rule, and American expansion demonstrates remarkable cultural resilience among Southwest indigenous peoples. Their ongoing traditions and architectural heritage make Taos Pueblo one of the most intact examples of ancient Pueblo life in North America. Towa. The Jemez Pueblo, called Walatowa, this is the place, by its Towa-speaking inhabitants, is the last remaining ancestral homeland of the Jemez people in north-central New Mexico. Originally occupying up to 10 villages in the Jemez Valley, they resisted Spanish colonization and participated in the 1680 Pueblo Revolt. After temporary refugee with the Navajo following a 1696 uprising, they consolidated at Walatowa. Another important Towa settlement was Pecos Pueblo, a major trading center east of Santa Fe that interacted with Spanish settlers and Plains Indians. Decimated by disease and Comanche raids, its last survivors joined Walatowa in 1838. Congress officially merged the two communities in 1936 while preserving Pecos traditions. The Towa maintain a dual governance system, blending modern tribal council structures with traditional spiritual leadership. They carefully protect their language, refusing to transcribe it to prevent outside appropriation. Known for distinctive red pottery and oral storytelling traditions, they balance modern life with cultural preservation. Archaeology confirms their migration from the Four Corners region in the late 13th century. First European contact came with Coronado's 1541 expedition, followed by Franciscan missionaries who built the first church at Jusewa, now Jemez State Monument. Despite Spanish colonization pressures, the Towa have maintained continuous occupation of Walatowa for over 300 years, making it one of the most culturally intact Pueblo communities today. Their history reflects both the challenges of colonial encounters and remarkable cultural resilience among Southwest indigenous peoples. Tohono O'odham. The Tohono O'odham, historically called Papago, meaning bean people by the neighboring Akimel O'odham, are known as the desert people of the Sonoran Desert, spanning southwest Arizona and northwest Sonora, Mexico. They speak a Uto-Aztecan dialect and share ancestry with the Akimel O'odham, descending from the ancient Hohokam culture. Unlike their farming neighbors, the Tohono O'odham were semi-nomadic, maintaining seasonal villages, field villages near arroyos for summer crops, and well villages in the mountains for winter hunting. They relied on wild foods like mezcal, mesquite, and saguaro cactus fruit, which was also fermented into ceremonial wine to invoke rain. Their lifestyle mirrored the Akimel O'odham in housing, brush and mud structures, ramadas, clothing, cotton, leather, and crafts, coiled baskets. They lacked a central tribal chief but had village leaders and a ceremonial keeper of the smoke. Unique practices included pilgrimages to Gulf salt flats for rain prayers and using calendar sticks to record history. Spanish contact began with Father Kino in 1687, but the tribe avoided heavy colonization. After the Gadsden Purchase, 1853, their land was split between the U.S. and Mexico. Today, they hold 4 Arizona reservations, with some members in Mexico. Income comes from farming, ranching, crafts, mining leases, and gaming. Many live off-reservation in cities like Phoenix. The tribe opposes the U.S.-Mexico border wall and advocates for indigenous rights through groups like Voice Against the Wall and the Assembly of Indigenous Women, led by figures such as Vivian Juan Saunders. Yaqui. The Yaqui, or Yoeme, are a native people from the Yaqui River region in Sonora, Mexico. Their name likely means Chief River in a Uto-Aztecan language. Traditionally, they farmed corn and cotton, hunted, fished, and lived in rectangular pole and mud houses. Despite Spanish contact in 1533, they resisted conquest until a 1610 peace treaty allowed Jesuit missions to establish the 8 towns. The Yaqui blended Catholicism with their traditions, but fiercely defended their autonomy, rebelling against Spanish and later Mexican rule in 1740, 1764, and throughout the 19th century. In the 1880s, Mexico forcibly relocated many Yaqui to Yucatan plantations, while others escaped to Arizona. Today, their descendants form 6 U.S. communities, with the Pascua Yaqui tribe gaining federal recognition in 1978. Many work in farming or construction, and the tribe operates a casino and a Tucson amphitheater. In Mexico, Yaqui survivors secured land rights in 1927 and still farm along their ancestral river. Culturally, the Yaqui maintain strong ties across borders, celebrating the Pascola ceremony at Easter, a mix of Catholic and indigenous rituals featuring masked deer dances and music. Their resilience defines their history, from resisting colonization to preserving their identity despite displacement. Yavapai. The Yavapai, meaning people of the sun, are a human-speaking tribe from western Arizona, divided into 4 bands: Yavapai, Kewevkapaya, Wipukpaya, and Tolkapaya. Though linguistically related to the Havasupai and Hualapai, they shared cultural ties with the Tonto Apache, often intermarrying. Nomadic hunter-gatherers, they followed seasonal wild crops like mescal and saguaro fruit, occasionally farming near Mojave and Yuma neighbors. They lived in wickiup-style huts and crafted pottery and baskets. First encountering Spaniards in 1582, the Yavapai resisted colonization. After the U.S. took control in 1848, conflicts escalated, culminating in the 1872 Battle of Skull Cave, where U.S. forces killed dozens of Yavapai. Survivors were relocated to reservations like San Carlos, Fort McDowell, and Camp Verde. Today, their economy includes gaming, farming, and crafts, with cultural events like Baja Days preserving traditions. A notable Yavapai, Carlos Montezuma, became a prominent native activist. Captured as a child, he was educated as a doctor and later criticized U.S. Indian policy, advocating for indigenous rights while promoting cultural pride. He founded the magazine Wasaja and rejected offers to lead the Bureau of Indian Affairs, instead returning to his people before his death. The Yavapai Apache Nation now thrives on shared reservations, maintaining their heritage while adapting to modern life. Yuma. The name Yuma, Yu-mu, meaning people of the river, refers to a human-speaking tribe and related groups in western Arizona and southeastern California. Human peoples are divided into upland humans, Havasupai, Hualapai, Yavapai, and river humans, Yuma, Quechan, Mojave, Cocopah, and others. The Yuma traditionally lived along the lower Colorado River, wearing minimal clothing, breechcloths for men, bark skirts for women, and using rabbit skin blankets for warmth. Known for their tall, robust stature, they were described by Spanish explorers as exceptionally strong. Living in rectangular pit houses or domed wickiups, the Yuma farmed riverbanks, growing corn, beans, and pumpkins, while also fishing and hunting rabbits. They were more warlike than upland humans, using longbows, war clubs, and lances. Spanish contact began in 1540, with missions established in 1780. However, the Yuma, led by Chief Palma, revolted in 1781, killing settlers and soldiers, and retained control of their land. In the mid-1800s, they clashed with travelers on the Southern Overland Trail and controlled the vital Yuma crossing. After conflicts with the U.S. Army, including attacks on Fort Yuma, 1850, they were eventually subdued. The Fort Yuma Reservation was established in 1883, and the tribe ceded most of their land by 1886. Today, the Quechan, their preferred name, sustain their community through gaming, tourism, and cultural preservation efforts, like the Ahmut Pipa Foundation, blending tradition with modern life. Zuni. The Zuni, a Shiwi, are a Pueblo people whose ancestral homeland lies along the Zuni River in western New Mexico. Their unique Zunian language, possibly related to Panutian, reflects their distinct heritage blending Mogollon and Anasazi cultural traditions. Unlike other Pueblo groups, the Zuni built multi-story stone dwellings plastered with mud rather than adobe bricks. The Spanish first encountered the Zuni in 1539 during their search for the mythical seven cities of Cibola. The expedition's African guide, Estevanico, was killed by Zuni warriors, and Francisco Vázquez de Coronado's 1540 expedition discovered the Golden Cities were simply Zuni pueblos. Despite Spanish missions established in the 1600s, the Zuni resisted conversion, participating in the 1680 Pueblo Revolt and later retreating to Corn Mountain for defense. Today, about 10,000 Zuni live at Zuni Pueblo, the site of ancient Halona village. They maintain traditional practices, including farming, livestock raising, and crafting renowned silver and turquoise jewelry, stone fetishes, pottery, and baskets. Their famous Shalako festival features elaborate kachina ceremonies during winter solstice. Modern challenges include water rights issues addressed through the 2003 Zuni Indian Water Rights Settlement Act. Many Zuni men serve as firefighters, helping combat wildfires across the nation. The Zuni have preserved their unique cultural identity while adapting to contemporary life, remaining one of the most traditional Pueblo groups with strong continuity between ancient and modern practices. Subarctic Indians. The subarctic culture area spans northern North America, from Alaska to the Atlantic, covering much of Canada's interior. This vast region consists of the taiga, a dense boreal forest of pine, spruce, and fir, with scattered birch and aspen. The northern edge transitions into Arctic tundra. The landscape is marked by countless lakes and rivers, including Great Bear Lake, the Mackenzie River, and the Yukon, alongside swamps and highlands in the west. The climate is harsh, with long, frigid winters and short summers plagued by mosquitoes. Subarctic peoples were nomadic hunter-gatherers, living in small bands and dwelling in cone-shaped hide tents or brush lean-tos. They relied on caribou, moose, beaver, and fish, rather than agriculture. Two major language groups dominated the region: Athapaskans in the west, including the Chippewayan, Cochin, and Slave, and Algonquians in the east, such as the Cree, Montagnais, and Naskapi. The Beothuk of Newfoundland were the only exception, speaking an isolated language called Beothukan. These tribes adapted to the extreme environment through mobility, resourcefulness, and deep knowledge of their land. Atena. Atena, Ice People, also called Copper Indians, are an Athapascan tribe from Alaska's Copper River Basin. Their name reflects their use of copper knives, and they are divided into Upper, Middle, and Lower Atena, based on location. Culturally, they share traits with Northwest Coast Indians, including a stratified society led by chiefs, tiones, and sub-chiefs, skills. They practiced potlatch ceremonies and lived in semi-subterranean winter homes and bark-covered summer dwellings. The Atena relied on hunting, moose, caribou, and fishing, salmon, supplemented by gathering berries and roots. They managed predator populations, especially wolves, which held spiritual significance. Trade networks connected them with Inuit, Tlingit, and other Athapaskans, exchanging furs, copper, and later European goods. They traveled by moose-hide boats and used snowshoes and toboggans in winter. Russian explorers arrived in 1781, but faced resistance. A Russian post established in 1819 was soon abandoned. After the U.S. purchased Alaska, 1867, Lieutenant Henry Allen's 1885 expedition increased outside contact. In 1971, the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, ANCSA, led to the creation of ATNA Inc., which secured 714,240 acres for 8 villages. Today, few speak the Atena language, but a 1990 dictionary aims to preserve it. Beaver, Tsateen. The beaver, or Tsatine, those who live among the beavers, are an Athapascan people originally from the Peace River region in northwestern Alberta. Traditionally organized into nomadic bands with defined hunting territories, they relied on moose, caribou, and beaver for sustenance, using bows, spears, and birch bark calls for hunting. Their dwellings were conical structures covered with moose or caribou hides, often insulated with sphagnum moss. Spiritually, the beaver believed in guardian spirits acquired through vision quests, with unique directional sleeping customs, ordinary members facing east, shamans facing west. Their creation story tells of humans emerging through a log. Burial practices involved tree or platform interment with intense mourning rituals, including self-mutilation. Originally inhabiting lands extending to Lake Athabasca, they were pushed westward by Cree, armed with European guns in the 1760s. Early contact with fur traders like Peter Pond and Alexander Mackenzie in the late 1700s introduced Christianity, which blended with traditional beliefs to create prophet figures. The Beaver signed Treaty 8 in 1899, ceding large territories while maintaining some reserve lands. Today, several beaver bands continue their cultural identity in Alberta and British Columbia, preserving elements of their traditional way of life while adapting to modern circumstances. Their history reflects the broader patterns of cultural change among northern Athapascan peoples through the fur trade era and subsequent treaty negotiations. Beothuk. The Beothuk language shares some roots with Algonquian, but is now classified as distinct Beothukan. Pronounced Bai-Uthuk, their name likely means human body. Alongside the Inuit, they were the only indigenous group on the Atlantic coast not speaking an Algonquian dialect, possibly due to isolation on Newfoundland. Early European contact began with Viking encounters, AD 1000, followed by explorers like Cabot, 1497, and Cartier, 1534. Relations with French fishermen soured when the Beothuk took equipment, a culturally accepted practice. The French retaliated by arming the Micmac and offering bounties for Beothuk scalps. By the 1700s, they were nearly extinct. Survivors hid among the Naskapi. The last known Beothuk, Shanaudithit, Nancy April, died in 1829. Their lifestyle blended Algonquian and Inuit traits: birch bark wigwams, containers, and unique canoes with curved gunnels. They wintered inland, hunting like subarctic peoples, and summered on the coast using Inuit methods to hunt sea mammals. Distinct customs included burying dead in caves with carved bone ornaments and coating themselves in red ochre, possibly for ritual and insect repellents. This practice earned them the Micmac name carrier. The carrier, known as Dakel, people who travel by water, are an Athapascan group from British Columbia's interior plateau. Their English name derives from a widow's custom of carrying her husband's charred bones. Occupying lands between the coast and Rocky Mountains, they blended subarctic, northwest coast, and plateau cultural traits. Unlike typical subarctic peoples, the carrier lived in permanent winter villages with plank houses and social classes, practicing potlatches like coastal tribes. They relied heavily on salmon fishing like plateau groups, using pit houses in winter and open bark shelters in summer. However, they lacked snowshoes common among northern neighbors. First contact came in 1793 with explorer Alexander Mackenzie. Fur traders and missionaries followed, bringing disease and cultural disruption. The 1850s gold rush and 1885 railroad construction further impacted their traditional way of life. Today, about 100 small reserves preserve carrier territory. Since 1979, the Carrier Sakani Tribal Council has worked to protect ancestral lands and cultural heritage. While some maintain traditional hunting practices, others work in modern industries like farming and railroads. The Carrier's unique cultural synthesis, combining elements from coastal, plateau, and subarctic traditions, makes them distinct among Athapascan peoples. Their ongoing efforts balance cultural preservation with adaptation to contemporary Canadian society. Chipewyan. The Chipewyan, an Athapascan people of Western Canada, traditionally lived between Great Slave Lake and the Churchill River, following the seasonal migrations of caribou herds. Their hunting techniques included driving caribou into brush corrals, snaring them between trees, and hunting from birch bark or spruce bark canoes. They utilized every part of the caribou: meat for food, hides for clothing and tents, and bones for tools. While caribou was their primary resource, they also hunted moose, musk ox, and fish, using various techniques. Their name, meaning pointed skins in Cree, refers to their distinctive clothing style. As northern subarctic people, they lived in portable hide tents and were skilled at working copper from the Coppermine River into tools and trade items. Chippewayan society was nomadic, with women performing most labor while holding low social status. The Chippewayan played a crucial role in Canada's exploration, guiding Samuel Hearne and Alexander Mackenzie. Contact with European traders brought both opportunities and devastation. While gaining trade goods, they suffered smallpox epidemics and Cree attacks enabled by European firearms. After signing treaties with Canada, 1876 to 1906, the Chippewayan received reserve lands where many still maintain traditional hunting practices. Their creation myths feature dogs as ancestors, reflecting the animal's cultural importance. Though forced to adapt to changing circumstances, the Chippewayan have preserved their identity while facing the challenges common to many northern Indigenous peoples. Today, their communities continue to inhabit their ancestral territories across Canada's northern provinces. Cree. The Cree, one of Canada's most widespread Algonquian nations, originally occupied territories from Quebec to Saskatchewan. Their name derives from Cristino, a French adaptation of their self-designation Kanistenoagji. Divided into regional groups like the Swampy Cree, Woodland Cree, and Plains Cree, they adapted their lifestyles to local environments, from birch bark tents in northern forests to buffalo hunting teepees on the plains. Central to Canadian fur trade history, the Cree became key partners with French traders, voyageurs, and coureurs de bois, leading to a significant Métis, mixed Cree-French-Scottish population. Armed with European guns, they dominated other tribes like the Athapaskans. The Hudson's Bay Company's expansion relied heavily on Cree knowledge and labor. In the 1885 Northwest Resistance, Cree leaders Poundmaker and Big Bear fought alongside Métis to protect land rights against Canadian expansion, though ultimately surrendered after military defeats. Despite epidemics and displacement, Cree communities persist across Canada today. Modern challenges include ongoing land rights struggles, particularly against hydroelectric projects like James Bay 1, 1970s, that flooded traditional territories. While activism blocked the Great Whale Project in 1994, new development threats continue. The Cree maintain their cultural identity while navigating contemporary political and environmental challenges across their ancestral lands. Their historical adaptability, from fur trade partners to modern activists, demonstrates remarkable resilience as one of Canada's most significant Indigenous nations. Dogrib. The Dogrib, Tlicho, whose name originates from their legend of descending from a woman-dog union, are an Athapascan people inhabiting the region between Great Bear Lake and Great Slave Lake in Canada's Northwest Territories. As northern subarctic people, they traditionally lived as nomadic hunters, relying on caribou, moose, and fish for sustenance. Their cone-shaped tents and unique spruce birch bark canoes with decked ends distinguished them from neighboring tribes. Historically, the Dogrib clashed with neighboring Athapascan groups like the Chippewayan and Yellowknife, eventually forcing the latter's withdrawal from their territory in 1823. Contact with European traders began in 1744, with Fort Ray becoming their main trading center by 1852. The Dogrib maintained relative isolation until the mid-20th century. Their society featured autonomous bands with distinct naming customs. Fathers changed names after each child's birth. While women held higher status than in other subarctic tribes, the elderly might be abandoned during famines. Spiritual beliefs centered on nature spirits and vision quests, with complex mourning rituals including property destruction and hair cutting. In 2003, the Dogrib achieved a landmark agreement with Canada, receiving 25,000 square miles of land and $152 million over 15 years. The Tlicho government now controls cultural preservation, resource management, and local governance while cooperating with federal and territorial authorities. This settlement established significant autonomy without creating a separate territory like Nunavut. Today, the Dogrib maintain their cultural identity while managing modern development in their ancestral lands. Han, the Han, meaning people of the river, are an Athabascan-speaking tribe inhabiting the upper Yukon River region between Alaska and Canada's Yukon Territory. Closely related to the Kutchin, sometimes called Han Kutchin, they developed a semi-sedentary lifestyle based on salmon fishing, using weirs, nets, and traps. Unlike other subarctic groups, they built permanent semi-subterranean moss houses along the river while using skin tents during hunting trips. First contacted by Russian traders in the early 1800s, the Han saw increased interaction after Fort Yukon's establishment in 1847. The 1896 Klondike Gold Rush devastated their society when Dawson City was built on their lands, bringing disease, violence, and alcoholism. Some found work as guides and laborers, but their population declined sharply. The Han maintained rich cultural traditions, including potlatch-like gift ceremonies and strict food taboos, avoiding dog, wolf, and raven meat. They crafted birch bark canoes, snowshoes, and caribou skin clothing. Today, descendants maintain the Moosehide Reserve near Dawson City as a ceremonial site, while most live in Dawson as the Trondek-Hwetchin First Nation, operating a successful fisheries business. Hare. The Hare, Kauchatin, meaning people of the Great Hare, were an Athabascan-speaking subarctic tribe inhabiting the region between the Mackenzie River and Great Bear Lake in Canada's Northwest Territories. Divided into 5 family bands with distinct territories, they relied primarily on Arctic hare and fish, living in snow-covered winter shelters and summer hide tents. Unlike neighboring tribes, they maintained peaceful relations with the Inuit. Their society recognized powerful shamans believed to control nature spirits, with a creation story involving beaver and muskrat. First contacted by Alexander Mackenzie in 1789, they began regular trade after Fort Good Hope's establishment in 1804. The 19th century saw cultural changes as some merged with Dogrib and Slavey groups becoming Satu Dene, while Catholic missionaries converted most remaining Hare. Today, descendants maintain 2 reserve communities, Fort Franklin and Fort Good Hope, in their ancestral lands. Ingalik. The Ingalik, an Athabascan people of interior Alaska, inhabited the upper Kuskokwim and lower Yukon River regions. As the westernmost Athabascan group, they bordered Inuit territories to the north and west. Their semi-nomadic lifestyle centered around salmon fishing, supplemented by hunting and gathering. They maintained both winter villages with semi-subterranean sod houses, similar to Inuit dwellings, and summer camps with temporary structures. Notable for blending Athabascan and Inuit cultural elements, the Ingalik adopted Inuit-style clothing, tools, and sleds while maintaining distinct birch bark canoes and crafted wooden bowls for trade. Their social organization revolved around riverine villages, featuring communal men's houses used for ceremonies and councils. Spiritually, the Ingalik believed in a 4-level universe populated by nature spirits. Yeg. Their complex ceremonies included an animals ceremony and potlatch-like gift exchanges, guided by shamans. First contact with Europeans came in 1834 through Russian explorers. The 1867 Alaska Purchase brought increased outside influence, including missionaries and gold prospectors. Despite these changes, the Ingalik preserved many traditional practices into the 20th century. The 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act incorporated their lands into Doyen Limited, a native corporation managing tribal assets. Today, while adapting to modernity, The Ingalik maintain aspects of their ancestral culture rooted in Alaska's river systems. Koyukon. The Koyukon, meaning people of the Koyukuk River, are an Athabascan tribe from north-central Alaska, divided into 3 dialectal groups along the Koyukuk, Yukon, and Innuko rivers. As subarctic Indians, they neighbored other Athabascan peoples like the Ingalik and Kutchin, with the Inuit to their north. Their lifestyle combined hunting, fishing, and gathering, with permanent riverside villages of sod houses and seasonal camps for salmon runs, caribou migrations, and berry harvesting. The Koyukon held deep spiritual respect for nature, believing all elements possessed spirits. Hunters honored animal spirits through rituals to ensure future success. Villages were politically independent but gathered for ceremonies and trade. Contact with Russians in the 1830s brought diseases like smallpox, devastating their population. After the U.S. purchased Alaska in 1867, gold rushes and steamboat traffic further disrupted their lands, followed by measles and other epidemics. Despite these challenges, the Koyukon maintained traditional subsistence practices while adapting modern tools. The 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, ANCSA, established Doyen Limited, a corporation managing their ancestral lands. In 1985, they joined the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments, CATG, advocating for indigenous rights and environmental protection. Today, the Koyukon balance cultural preservation with contemporary life, sustaining their heritage amid changing times. Kutchin. The Kutchin, or Gwich'in, meaning people, are an Athabascan tribe whose ancestral lands spanned from Alaska to Canada's Yukon and Northwest Territories. Living in the subarctic taiga, they shared cultural traits with neighboring Athabascan groups like the Han and Koyukon, as well as Inuit influences. Organized into 9 bands, they were skilled hunters and fishers, relying on caribou, moose, and migrating waterfowl. Their hunting techniques included Inuit-style bows, snares, and caribou corrals. They built distinctive dome-shaped dwellings from caribou hides over wooden frames, insulated with snow, and stored food on raised caches. Their clothing, made of caribou hide, featured intricate beadwork, fringes, and Inuit-inspired designs. Socially, leadership was decentralized, with chiefs chosen for wisdom rather than authority. Harsh conditions sometimes led to extreme measures, such as infanticide or mercy killings. Kutchin spirituality centered on nature spirits and lunar worship, with rituals like caribou fat sacrifices. They cremated their dead, unlike most native groups, placing ashes on poles or trees. Contact with Europeans began with fur traders in the late 1700s, followed by missionaries and gold prospectors who disrupted their way of life. Today, Kutchin communities in Canada and Alaska blend tradition with modernity, maintaining hunting practices while advocating for cultural preservation through organizations like the Gwich'in Social and Cultural Institute. Montagnais. The Montagnais, pronounced Montagnais, meaning mountaineers in French, were an Algonquian people of northeastern Canada who shared language and culture with the Naskapi to their north. Both groups called themselves Innu, the people, and lived in small nomadic bands, surviving through hunting, fishing, and gathering in the harsh subarctic environment. Their territory stretched from James Bay to the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Lawrence, where they first encountered French explorer Samuel de Champlain in 1603. The Montagnais became key French allies, trading furs and aiding in wars against the Iroquois and English. Primarily hunters, they relied on moose in winter, tracking them on snowshoes or driving them into water for spearing, and fished for salmon and eels in spring. Summers brought communal gatherings, though swarms of insects forced them to use seal oil as repellent. They built birch bark wigwams, or moose hide when necessary, and in extreme hardship practiced mercy killings for the elderly. Like other Algonquians, they feared wendigos, cannibalistic monsters said to possess humans, a myth likely discouraging real-life cannibalism during famines. Though resilient for centuries, European diseases later devastated their population. Today, many Montagnais live on Quebec reserves, maintaining traditional hunting lifestyles. They have united with the Naskapi under the Innu Nation, advocating for land rights and sustainable forest management. Naskapi. The Naskapi, pronounced Naskupi, an Algonquian people of northern Quebec and Labrador, share linguistic ties with the Montagnais and Cree, but were more nomadic, following caribou herds across the subarctic tundra. Unlike the forest-dwelling Montagnais, who hunted moose, the Naskapi relied heavily on caribou for food, clothing, and tools, covering their wigwams with hides and using caribou thongs for snowshoes. They also hunted small game, fished for trout, and used birch bark canoes in warmer months. Known for their vibrant clothing, the Naskapi adorned shirts with bright geometric patterns and practiced tattooing by rubbing charcoal into cuts, a painful ritual symbolizing courage. They often clashed with the Inuit, but were less warlike than the Montagnais. Murder was rare, but unprovoked killings could lead to execution by tribal decree. The Naskapi rejected cannibalism, fearing the Etsan, child-eating monsters from legend. Despite early isolation from European settlers, diseases and cultural disruption eventually impacted them. Today, many Naskapi maintain traditional hunting lifestyles while collaborating politically with the Montagnais under the Innu Nation, though individual bands retain autonomy over their reserves. Slavey, Echerotin. The Slavey, also called Echeriotin, people dwelling in shelter, are Athapascan-speaking people of Canada's Northwest Territories. Their name derives from Cree enemies who called them Awokanek, slaves. They inhabited the region west of Great Slave Lake to the Rocky Mountains, along the Mackenzie River tributaries. Organized in nomadic bands with loose leadership, Slavey society showed unusual respect for women and elders. New husbands provided for their in-laws for at least a year. They hunted moose and caribou, fished extensively, and gathered berries. Winter dwellings were earth-covered wooden huts, while summer homes were conical hide or bark tents, sometimes shared between families. They traveled using snowshoes, toboggans, and bark canoes. Their spiritual life centered on guardian spirits and shamans. Unique deathbed confessions were believed to postpone death. The drum dance ceremony featured various dances, rabbit, tea, round, using plank drums and rattles, lasting hours or days. Pushed north by Cree in the 1700s, they first encountered Europeans through explorer Alexander Mackenzie in 1789. Later, some merged with Dogrib and Hare tribes near Great Bear Lake, becoming Satu Dine. Hudson's Bay Company's 1825 Fort Franklin became a trading center. Today, Slavey descendants include several First Nations across Alberta, British Columbia, and the Northwest Territories, notably the Diné Tha tribe, Fort Nelson First Nation, and communities along the Mackenzie River system like Fort Providence and Hay River. Their cultural traditions persist despite historical displacement and European contact. Tanaina. The Tanaina, pronounced Ta-nai-nau or Ta-nai-nu, also called Dinaina, meaning the people, are Athapascan-speaking natives of southern Alaska's Cook Inlet region. Their territory spanned the Kenai Peninsula and surrounding areas, with 4 distinct language dialects. Classified as subarctic Indians, they were unique among Athapascans for hunting sea mammals and adopting Inuit watercraft like kayaks. Their seasonal lifestyle involved summer fishing camps with light dwellings, fall caribou hunts using temporary shelters, and winter villages featuring semi-subterranean log houses with spruce bark roofs. They wore caribou and sheepskin clothing, used rabbit fur blankets, and maintained a spiritual worldview where all things possessed spirits. Their society organized into moieties and clans, with village chiefs often serving as shamans. First European contact came in 1778 with Captain Cook's expedition. Russian traders arrived in 1784, establishing forts and introducing devastating diseases like smallpox. After the 1867 U.S. purchase of Alaska, Gold rushes, canneries, and oil discoveries, particularly after 1957, dramatically changed their way of life. Many became wage workers, threatening cultural preservation. The 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act granted lands and funds, with Tanana joining Cook Inlet Region, Inc. to manage tribal assets. Today, they actively collaborate with other Alaska Natives to protect indigenous rights and resources, maintaining their identity despite centuries of change from Russian colonization to modern industrial development. Tanana. The Tanana are an Athabascan-speaking people named after Alaska's Tanana River, though the name's exact meaning remains uncertain. Their traditional homeland stretches from the Tok River to the Yukon River confluence, with the Nabesna people sometimes considered an Upper Tanana subgroup. They share cultural ties with neighboring Athabascan tribes like the Tanaina, Atena, Han, and Koyukon, all classified as subarctic Indians. Among Alaska's most isolated indigenous groups, the Tanana first encountered traders in the early 1700s through Russian and Hudson's Bay Company contacts. While adopting some technologies, they maintained their traditional hunter-gatherer lifestyle well into the 20th century. The late 19th century gold rush and 1942 Alaska highway construction brought significant changes to their society. The 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, ANCSA, granted the Tanana lands and funds through Doyon Limited, a corporation managing tribal business development alongside other Athabascan groups. Through Doyon and tribal coalitions, they actively protect their lands and resources. In 2002, Tanana Chief Pat Sweetser led 42 tribes in opposing expanded Arctic drilling, noting 95% of the North Slope was already developed and suffering environmental damage from frequent oil spills. This resilient tribe has navigated centuries of change while maintaining their cultural identity and advocating for environmental protection in their ancestral lands. Yellowknife. The Yellowknife, known as Tatsinateen, people of the scum of water, in Athabascan, were a northern Canadian tribe named for their distinctive copper-bladed knives. Inhabiting the area north and east of Great Slave Lake, they were also called Copper Indians due to the abundant copper deposits along the Coppermine River. Their lifestyle resembled neighboring Chippewayan and Dogrib tribes, living as nomadic hunter-gatherers in small family bands across the harsh subarctic landscape. First encountered by Samuel Hearne in 1770, the Yellowknife suffered devastating population losses in the early 1800s from European diseases and starvation. Their traditional copper tools became obsolete with the introduction of European iron implements, eliminating a crucial trade commodity. A decisive 1823 attack by Dogrib warriors near Great Bear Lake forced them from vital caribou hunting grounds, leading to their eventual absorption by the Chippewayan. Some survivors joined the Dogrib, while others remained near the Yellowknife trading post established at their main village on Great Slave Lake. Today, descendants maintain their identity as the Yellowknives Dean in Northwest Territories' capital city, while another group, the Roche River Tultson, River Yellowknives, seeks official Canadian government recognition. The tribe's legacy persists in the region's place names and the continued presence of their descendants in traditional territories.